She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby, take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Not today.
Cookie frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh? Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace, she loves you well. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a jam jar smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the room gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town.
Hello. Test. Yes, we're ready. Okay. Did I miss? Gray got first. Fuck yeah. Willie got second. Fuck yeah. Ellie not joining in now because he's helping Shane set up his PC. Good luck with the PCs. Good luck with the moving. You got this. Remember, I just gave you a cookie.
She says, "Come here, baby, take
No more
a
cookies.
little seat." Hands out
Okay,
the
let me
good
join.
stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Yeah, okay, let me join the Discord.
Under that
Hi,
sticky
awesome Wolfie.
frosting,
How are
there's a
you?
heart
You're doing
that stays.
good.
Evil muffin,
Close Discord.
evil muffin,
Pick.
sweetest muffin,
Hello. Oh, wait, gotta change your audio.
Evil muffin, cares for everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around.
Okay.
Evil
Hey, yo.
muffin, best in Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's looks like a
Okay, I'm here. I'm here. Hi! Ayo, ayo! Thank you. Oh, wait, let me mute here. Ayo! Paki! Yeah, okay. But really, she was like 50. Holy fuck. Hey, Muffins! Angel, hi! Damn.
This is what you get for now.
Wait, I gotta join.
Join queue. I'm coming, wait for me. Yeah, you got
Is
it.
it the
You
same
got it, bro.
everything?
What if
Yes. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I slept so much, and it is still
what if you
warm
get to
here.
write your own book?
So,
What if?
well,
What
I'm trying to
if?
figure out. I changed my camera the other day, and now I fucked up my camera angle. But hi. Ooh, ooh, ooh! I do want to go show you guys. Look, I got this thingy now here. Okay, you can't see shit. There it is. And it's a little cooler. Yeah, thank you. Look, 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 look. So now I can put it on the cooling, and then I will be cool. Mm-hmm. What? Test, test, test. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Where am I gonna hide? Help! Ah! Panic. Just Everybody panic. I really want to be one, but I know that yeah, not gonna work. But I want to be. Yeah. Is there a way to make this? Oh, this is so. Ah, okay. I'm gonna switch plans. Ah! I really wanted to be a gnome, but that's not. That's just not gonna work. What got in here? Oh, this isn't the dark color. Yeah, but I don't think the colors are working. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh. I'm trying to camouflage as quickly as. Oh, oh. Need black, black. Haven't tried. Oh no. Are you stuck, stuck, stuck? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. How did you get in? Oh, yes, yes, yes! Yeah, you did it! Military muffin. Hey, Miss Relaxing! My favorite human is on again. Oh, so cute. Thank you, Miss Relaxing. Love ya. How was your weekend, hun? Is it good? You have a good weekend? Okay, okay. Let me read. You heard wrong, lol. Maybe a gnome backpack. That would be good. That would be good. Okay, okay, okay. But how's your weekend, Miss Relaxing? How are you? Put the camera like that. Chat and watch the thingy. No, because you hate the weekend. Yeah, okay. Always? Why? Here. Oh yeah, I made pasta. Pasta. I'm still alive. Still alive. I'm still alive. Yay! I wanted to be a gnome first, but that's just impossible. Yay! Thank you. Oh no. You need a mask when it's weekend because I'm around people, and I do need to text you because I haven't updated the business stuff, and I'm also eating dinner while listening to you. Oh, good, hon. I'm eating dinner while playing. Have a good dinner, and yeah, you can text me anytime, you know. Okay, okay, Kitty, you have passed like by me like a couple times. I whistled extra. Ah! But it was good, right? It was good. I'm proud. Oh, that one is nasty. Beanie is, yeah, you're good in the corner. Beanie is up on the ceiling, but yeah, that's sneaky. Okay, I'm happy with my paint job. These were some good ass hiding spots, yeah. Okay, okay. Miss Relaxing, is it about like the app? Is it about theater? Is it, yeah? Do you just wanna let me know? And by the way, thank you, Mr. McNapkin. I have been missing people's suggestions and everything. Let me check. Oh, now I'm actually here. Aw, I have never played it. Ooh. I have seen like one funny ghost. Hey. Hey, I'm stuck. Oh my, I'm stuck. Wait, can I get out? I can. I might. I do want to try like horror games at some point, but then I want to try with other people because I'm a cheap. Okay, I think I'm done. Cookie! Hi, Ziggy Poo! Okay, I need to get my big chat up on the other's chat because I kept missing chat and I distract. There you go, big chat. Okay. Yes, I was muted because my headset switched to the other one. So yeah, I was talking all the time, but I was talking like, "Hi Angel, I'm good. I had a chill day. I made some pasta. We can catch some Pokemon. I do have the fishing thingy on. And about the app, okay, you got your dog. A new squeaky toy, it's so noisy. What kind of squeaky toy? Like what shape? Maybe I should just put on my thing here. Better maybe. America. You want to send me? Yes. That's exactly what I just wanted to ask. Like, send me a video or a picture or something, Silk. Yeah. Oh, Yoka, that's good. Yeah, but still, I like it. Meals. Oh, fuck. Okay, someone was knocking on my window, but oh my god, it was also Frenchie with the scary door knock, but there was also someone walking by. And yes, you got me. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, Frenchie. Like the sounds are so much more with the headset. I'm like, oh, okay, you got me. Yeah, it was was scared, but there was also someone walking by at the exact same moment. So I was like, what the actual fuck? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Veggie. You did get me good. I need to add you here, by the way. I need to edit this list. Oh, you're already in there. Nice. Oh, you got it. Okay. Oh, yeah, you did. Oh my gosh. Sent in Discord pets. Okay, nice. That was good, Veggie. That was good. I just got scared in my stream thing because Veggie was sent like a very scary knock. But it was super soft. The sound effects are so much more, how do you say that? Hearable with headphones? Scary face. Okay, but I am in a sneaky spot. Oh, but it was so good! How old are you? Where are you? Not spirit box. You need earplugs? Oh gosh, yeah. Oh, Silky, did you ever see him streak? 15 stream streak? That's crazy. Thank you. Yeah, we... A red nut starfish. Can we get a purple nut mushroom? Fish. My god. Oh my god. Are you dodging? What the? But you... What? Yeah, no, but he cannot, yeah. Yeah. Well, it was a good spot as long as it lasted. No! No. What? Thank you. Your gun is actually hitting the bed, yeah. I need to grab some water soon too. I only have wine. Hills is smart, but okay. Mills, I didn't even know that you could go outside. I did. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I just blocked that out of my memory, and I just ran and okay. I was like, okay, yeah. You're sure? If you look at where the gun was, it was at the bed, not the person. Yeah. Oh, you can't hear my compatriots. Oh my gosh.
Actually proud of us.
Jay.
He was there.
Good, thank you. I'm doing good.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank
about
you.
this game. We don't hide under the
Hello,
vents.
Jay.
Yeah, that
Okay,
was,
now all audio is good.
I was bugged.
Oh, Vegemus wants to know why you have your GIMP outfit every time, Kini.
Huh?
He wants to know more about your hunter outfit.
Oh, you want to know more about it?
You have a hunter outfit?
Let me tell you about it. It is, you know.
Which one is it?
It's the standard one.
The standard? Is it the Goku or the Killua or? You have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm gonna mute because I'm gonna murder your face.
Oh wait, the running is so fun.
Yeah.
Everyone is so happy.
Where are you?
Oh, I wish you could go even smaller than this, actually.
Okay.
Where do you want to hide?
I wish it was square.
I wish it was a moon.
I wish I was a squirrel.
Squirrel.
Girl, yeah.
No, don't you shoot.
Hmm.
Saying that is not the voice of little Saya. Why are you talking?
Hmm.
Do I want to be evil?
I don't know, do you?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then I suggest you all take a look at where I am.
But I'm hiding. Wait.
Yeah, after that. I don't think
I'm like, I'm Betsy, you know. Sorry. Okay, yes, I want to watch. I'm panicking. And I keep getting stuck in things that I don't want to get stuck in.
Ooh.
Ooh.
No, not in a good way.
Oh, you gonna get stuck in this way?
Oh.
Oh my gosh, I'm stuck again. Thank you for the follow. What? Thank you for the raid. What the hell? Fresh. Oh my god. Jesus, just no. Okay.
From Fresh as possible.
Okay, I'm muting 1 second
joining
because I
us.
got a raid
Feel
from
free
Fresh.
to
But
drop
hi.
a in chat and get cozy. If you'd like
Thank
to
you,
see
Fresh.
more of
Oh my
this
god,
muffin,
this is awesome.
Don't forget
Okay,
to
I'm kind of
follow.
stuck here, so I'm panicking like to not get stuck and not die like right away, but we're just gonna die anyway. But hi, how are you? How was your stream? Thank you guys for coming in. I'm like so fucking distracted today, so
Mira left.
I'm sorry if I keep missing shit. Yes, claim your muffin if you can. You're playing as a Mecha Chameleon. This is just chaos all the way every time. I am running. I'm now half painted. Oh my Jesus, this is what I mean. I keep getting stuck in things that I don't want to be stuck in. And the game is just making it mean. It's just being mean, okay? We're getting there.
Muffin.
I know I'm like I'm half done. Yep. This is not the yep. Gonna improvise.
Yep.
Yep. But thank you so much for the rate. What were you playing? Let me check. What were you doing? How was your stream? You were in real life streaming from the campground, going for a walk now. A great stream. Thank you so much and have a great walk. I hope you had a good one. I like your in real life streams. Are you on holiday?
Ah.
That was a sign to do some other stuff before bed. Aw, you're not joining
This
back
is not good.
Hello.
This is so not good. This is terrible. This is so terrible.
In the garbage.
My Jesus. Okay.
Mills?
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're just gonna run with this because this is terrible. But yes, this is just not the run. We're just gonna watch other people. Ooh. Okay, see, that's why it's good if you're square. Then you kind of look like something else. Oh,
Somewhere on the map.
oh, he's a little ghosty. He's flying somewhere. Oh my god, I can't even. Oh, that's a good.
Wow, everybody sounds like they're right there.
Okay. But yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much again for the raid. Thank you and hello, raiders. If you don't know me, Matt, I am Muffin, the not so evil Muffin. How's my favorite Muffin today? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm like a little distracted because that's the thing with these collabs. I jump straight in.
Village.
But doing good, doing good. I slept a lot.
Go
We're
up
having
again, come on.
fun. This is the
I
fourth
looked
time
at
we're
my
playing
spot when
the
it
Mega
crashed. Oh, it
Chameleon
was
in a
too
row.
good, wasn't it,
Oh,
Lucia?
nice, nice, nice.
It was too good.
I mean, we
So
had
good
already,
crash.
did we already have like, yeah, we had shout outs and all this stuff.
I don't have
But
perception.
also
my
let me give
God.
big
What
shouty.
the hell is that?
Can Silky or one of my mods, I see Gray here as well. Can you check if I missed like shouties or stuff,
Who
or
is that?
if I'm missing stuff? And thank you for the lurk,
Is it Karuto?
reindeer, for
That's
games.
It's
Yeah,
good.
so good because I can
Lurky, lurky,
I haven't
muffin, Veggie
stared.
got 6 muffins.
Uh,
I gotta
is
keep
that
missing
you?
stuff. But we're doing good, we're doing good.
Yes.
And we're having fun. I'm having my best time.
From your kids,
We're trying to do some hide and seek. I don't know if you guys know Mega Chameleon already, but
You
it
can-
is a
you
really
can-
fun
You can
game.
stand in the open
Yeah.
and be in a good spot. I edit one of I'm
Bitty, bitty.
editing one of the videos, and I'm actually walking past Muffin, who has not been painted. Talking about I'm gonna find people and kill them. Not even noticing.
Welcome back. Where is Skinny? Is this Skinny? Yeah.
Everyone is at in the same freaking spot, but I can't see
Oh.
anyone.
No, but that's the thing. It sounds like we're in the same spot, but I think everyone is in a different. Well, not everyone is in a different spot, but we are kind of scattered.
I can still see Lumira's name though, and see Lumira.
Can you?
Yeah.
I can't.
That's normal.
Oh.
Just seeing them, not seeing them.
I don't know where she is.
Are you sure you're even? Did you play another map instead?
Why can't I get out of this room? Right, like I'm spectating and I can't find a way out.
Did you press 5?
F5 and then you can
Now
click
I am
between the
out.
people. Yeah.
Sometimes people hide in a very tight spot. Makes it
You
hard
should also do
hard to
5
find
and
them.
then
Yeah, then it
I-
doesn't really
I
show
can
up.
give I can give you a hint.
I need more than that.
Okay, I'm in a very tight spot at somewhere where you put your clothes.
Or you're in the cabinet. In a tight spot in the cabinet.
Are you all seeing what I'm seeing?
No, what are you saying?
He was looking straight at me.
Yes, he was.
I don't have type with him and I'm doing great. I'm just having a great day
Oh,
mentally,
yeah,
but
you
I will be
points,
fine.
girl.
I'll wash your satay and good job. And you're welcome. And you
Because
never have to
anything
like
to give her
apologize
points.
or explain
I am kind.
if you're a little quiet or if you're
Blind.
lurking in the
That's
meantime.
also
You're all good.
kind.
Very kind.
Blind at someone.
Blind and kind.
That was my nickname in college.
Okay,
Blind?
since less
Blind?
Than,
What?
since
Blind and
less than
kind?
10 seconds now, I'm gonna say I'm in the garage.
Blind and kind?
I'm also in the
Yeah.
garage.
There's nobody. Aha! Aha!
That was a bit evil though. That spot.
Mills is a good one.
Oh,
I
I
there's
thought that
Jimmy
for sure,
Brown.
but that's the
Now
thing. I
I
was
see
like
her.
downstairs. I don't know if you even went downstairs.
No, I never went downstairs. I didn't have time.
Yeah,
There's too much. There's too much to look at in this game, in this map.
that's true. It's a big map.
Yeah, you can't
You're
I do
walking
like the
around
infestation
instead.
kind of mode when you're found that you can hunt as well.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it was really good.
That's so good. I kind of hate it. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, Linny did a good job.
Yeah.
Look at that bag of concrete.
Yeah,
That's the most.
So
concrete
yeah,
way to
you're
hide.
too sweet, Miss Relaxing, but you're fine. People
Well, I
catch the
can't start.
poke.
Hi, Stella.
Okay, I'd like to do this again.
Same map.
Yeah.
sure.
Here's Stella.
Wait, it's
Yeah.
good.
Hmm? Hvorfor du
I will be the hunter. I will
Legger deg en
sacrifice
spiller
myself.
Oh,
wait,
Buffy's gonna be the hunter.
Yeah. I do suck at hunting, but yeah, I'm gonna try.
Oh, this
Okay,
one.
I'm gonna just hide in the garbage can.
Oh.
Thank you for letting me know. Wait, let me mute. Okay, now we can't hear them, so now I have time to catch up with you guys as well. Hello, how everyone doing? I hope Fresh is having a great holiday at the campsite. That does sound like fun. Miss Relaxing, do you want to talk about it, huh? You know you're always welcome to. Silky, your position in the fishing is kind of secure, so I might have to put a cooldown on it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's annoying for the other people like continuous fishing. I do appreciate your continuous fishing as well. It's like I'm an NWO about it. Like I don't want to do it, but at the same time I'm gonna ask like if other people are okay with it because the share chat it is now continuous fish. Okay, what should we look like? I always make myself into a Pikachu because of Pikachu ears, but we can do something else as well. Whee! Fish. Maybe you should do fish? Did I do a fish for you, Silk? Oh no, the crayfish. No, but that's what I mean. Like I'm not sure yet. Because I kinda like it. Oh what the fuck am I make myself? This isn't this just nope. This is just nope. We're doing fantasy, okay? Wee. Maybe I'm just gonna do unicorn instead. Fuck it up. Don't ask how a fish is gonna turn into a unicorn, okay? I don't know what this is. We're decorating. Put a cooldown on Silk. Silk. No. I'm just being me, but I appreciate you. Yeah, but you're good, Miss Lexi. You're good. I appreciate you. I just cannot deal with people when symptoms are high. I'm tired from yesterday and just noticing whenever I do stuff to pay the price is incredibly high. And it just brings me down because of even happiness when I have a good day, but it's always overshadowed by the bad days. I just know how it's difficult. I know. Like that's a thing. What I did this week, like with the big stream. I'm still a little sleepy, but I'm good. Gonna write poop. Oh. Okay, that's not readable. We're good. This is gorgeous. Okay. Can you reply to Jason when I'm back? I need to go to my bed, so I won't be able to hear you. All good. Yes. Yes. Let me know, and then I will reply a little bit more.
Mills,
Ready or not, here I come.
have you forgotten to paint
Not.
yourself?
What?
I'm back.
This is bad. This is really bad.
Have you forgotten
the
to
side.
paint yourself, Mills?
No?
Camera from the side, it's bad.
Okay. On my screen, you are not painted. That's weird.
I'm suspicious
I'm-
of every alarm clock.
I'm just in the middle of it. still.
I managed to finish.
It is not
Get it.
bad. It is not bad at all.
It's not perfect, but it's better than I was expecting. Okay, where do we have people? Oh, that's nice, Linne. Mills hasn't painted.
No?
Proper. Well, she just painted what she needed.
Yeah, but from the side you can exactly see
Yeah,
that
but I'm not
it is nice.
Linne is cheeky.
There's too little time painting.
Yeah, I wanted to make it more, but you ran out of time and I was
200
like, no,
minutes.
I have to.
Ah!
What? Read for you? Where? Well, between where? Well,
Oh, Muffin!
yeah.
Please-
You have kind of the same outfit as me, right? Hmm?
I know. I was like, I am inspired by you now. And I wanted to make a fish, but then I just gave up halfway, and then I'm weird fish unicorn gimp. Yeah.
Hmm.
You're a weird fish unicorn king?
Yeah,
Yeah,
gimp.
I
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
It is sometimes really hard to tell like where the whistles are coming from, like when there's a downstairs.
I think if you're far away, it gives you a good directional sense. If you're really
Yes.
close, it sounds
It
like
gets
they're
worse.
just it sounds like they're just inside your head. I think they did that on purpose.
Yeah,
Look at
it's
the
driving.
Popo
Okay.
Kinda
has a
suck
lot of
to
Not
have
it would be
illusion.
too
directional
easy.
when you're standing right next to it. It's a little bit too close.
Yeah. Oh, beach view, beach view. Okay.
No.
You scared me.
That's good.
Sorry, I was like, I found someone. Then I'm
must
already
say,
happy.
I really like yours, Yuki.
Thank you.
And to me,
You,
means
one on
you
the
have
you know what the
scene.
best part
I
is?
am not done yet.
I just finished painting and then I started moving, and I see something move in the back. Muffin is just walking past me as I move across.
Oh no! really? Oh
Yes.
no! Because I saw the points. I was like, wait, I did pass Jokke, but I don't know where. Oh no! Oh
I,
no!
I was gonna say something, but I wanted to wait until you've been too many places to remember.
That's okay. I already forgot there was an outside when we were hiding, so I don't think you need to wait that long.
But I'm not outside.
This, oh my god, the whistles confuse me. What? Just looking around like where?
Are anybody outside?
No,
No.
no.
I hear the whistle like it's like literally in my head again. Yeah. Is there someone in the kitchen or am I just?
No.
You are in the kitchen.
Yes,
Yeah, I
you
am.
are.
God damn it! Thank you. Which wheel? Okay, downstairs maybe.
I was in the staircase. It actually sounds like there's someone in the kitchen. When the whistle went off. Almost said who whistled.
Which wheel? My gosh.
He actually got points.
Yeah.
Didn't actually expect that from
No,
where
me
you're
neither.
hiding.
I'm looking everywhere. I'm just really bad at
Yeah, I
finding
know it.
people.
You're walking past me so beautifully.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's so obvious yet so well hidden.
No! You could have given me 11 seconds.
Oh, okay. I was like, that looks kind of weird. Like there's something on top of the thing. I thought you were hiding on top of it, but that was actually. How did you? Are you a block? You are.
I'm square. I'm a mirror.
That's a
What
good
What about
one.
now? Am I not paying
Like I
yet?
thought the thing on top was weird, but I didn't realize that was your legs as well. Hey,
Did
where's
you
the
look at
rest?
Mills? You went past Mills.
Again?
Yeah.
Mills is right. Mills is
Oh my gosh!
Even blinking.
You're still half painted and I ran past you. Oh my
Go
god.
to the basement. Go to the basement.
Yes, that was on my way. Wait.
Basement.
Down the
Yeah,
basement.
but
I
what? Huh? Are you inside of the? Oh, you're behind it. My god, so you were in the basement. I was looking around here like I hear something. Yes, like oh my gosh.
I was in the basement.
Keen is the one that
Silky.
was in the kitchen.
Oh my god, that was actually really good, Yukke.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I placed one of those duplicates, and then I start moving. I like carefully moving sideways, and as I do,
that
I see
whole thing was
Muffin
you?
walk in the background. I like,
That whole thing was you, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
three of
yeah.
them.
Like I thought he was just the thing on top. I didn't
Yeah,
realize
it
you were the whole
looked
thing.
like a fan or Yeah,
I-
something like
it
you
was
had
sup-
on the wall.
It was supposed to be a painting. No, not a
Oh.
painting.
No, it looked like an
mirror?
alarm or
Mirror.
something.
A mirror. I just did this.
A mirror.
I just did this.
That's awesome. I
That's
keep
all
forgetting
good.
about the cloning every time.
Yeah, but you were square, so your ass was split in half.
I planned to be a mirror that round. I just didn't know where. Let's try this one. This is a small one. Board game, back room.
Oh my god! I didn't think I would have to download anything.
Game back.
You have everything.
Oh, download?
Oh,
I put it
there's
in the
so
chat.
There's so much detail.
Board game
right.
back room. Ooh.
I don't know.
It looks like a
it's
cool
small,
one.
It's a small midi map. It looks cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can
But we need to
someone
do
come
some of
scratch my back?
the. We need to do the gallery at some point.
Yes.
Scratch your back.
I need someone to come
Yes.
scratch my back.
Scratch your back. Oh my god, we're just standing there.
Who and will
Who's the
take you?
big
Oh, God.
square?
Oh god, I made myself a giant square. I forgot. Oh god, no. Why?
boy. Wow. Okay, this is amazing. I love this map already.
Yeah.
I don't know where. to
I'm so
hide.
big. My god, why did I make myself so big?
Who's hunting?
I don't know.
Lini?
No, I'm
No?
hiding right now.
Mills?
Mills, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's Mills.
Yeah, because she doesn't answer.
Oh, then we don't have to hide that well.
What?
What the hell?
That was just a joke. I mean, I do want her to win, actually. What am
How can I
even
be
doing?
the best? Like the thing with the cloning, like you first have to paint and then you have to clone, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
First painting clone. Okay,
But I
I'd
mean,
like-
you can't paint when you move as well if you want to continue the painting of something in the background.
You cannot paint clones after, right?
No, not the clones and stuff.
just original.
I'm too big. Shit.
Time to square.
Not this best position.
Oh,
I don't know.
That
hate
actually
this.
that might work if you use a few different. You only have 70 seconds to do it, Muffin.
Yeah. Okay, I need to. Yeah.
I like mine. Mine is really good. I impressed myself. Ini decided not to paint.
Yeah, I'm
Something new.
struggling.
Is this D&D?
How do I float? Oh, there we go.
That's D&D. I'm sure of that.
This is not gonna work like I want. Mm.
Welcome to the club.
I don't
You
know.
should try to write a number on your back, Muffin.
Yeah.
If you did numbers before you started,
Yeah.
maybe.
I didn't make the numbers before I cloned.
Okay, I've seen all of you. Let's see if I can find you without. How do I hide names again? How do I play 2?
2, I think.
So Linne easy. Oh, I already checked where you were though, so there's that.
Ready or not, here I come.
Not-
Some is not.
This was a fun idea, but
Are
it's
you
not
Jack
working.
Skeleton?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you were so happy.
You didn't
Yeah.
sound so sure.
Hello, Libby.
Oh, I expected Lily to last longer.
Yes, I did too. I did not expect to find her right away, no.
Well, you should have heard what she said earlier.
She said that I am a terrible hunter and she has
Yes.
nothing to... What? Did you say that?
No, I said we don't have to hide well, but then I also said that's because I
Yeah,
want
right.
you to
She
win.
said that. That wall would be nice to hide on. Look at all of those figurines.
But it's true though, I am a terrible hunter.
Why are you suddenly talking French?
Yeah.
Because I am a French, I'm a French skeleton. You didn't see that?
What? Why is Jack Skeleton
Why you
French?
skeleton on your
I just
interphone?
get 2 points from that. That's all.
Hmm?
Why am I a skeleton?
Okay, this could have worked if I did better at beginning.
Why am I a skeleton?
Muffin, what the
Why are
hell?
you French?
Because I suddenly started to talk French and I don't know why. And I can't stop
Thank you
it.
so much, Wolfie. Thank you. Okay, I'm really slow on the reading the chat today, so I'm sorry, but
Let's see.
thank you so much, and I appreciate you,
that's good.
Wolfie.
Oh, nice.
Stop
Muffin.
it!
Extra hugs.
Muffins is really good.
Yeah, I
Well,
like Muffin.
yes and no. Like
No,
it
no,
could
no,
have been
she's-
better. I'm critical.
No.
It's good, but it's yeah, it could be better.
Oh,
but
I am so glad I did not
number.
pick to be one of those on the walls.
of-
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's nice to say. Too. I'm also not on the wall.
I am so glad I decided not to pick the one on the walls.
There are so many on the
I
wall.
think this is a 2-man hunting job.
No!
What?
But you,
Ah.
you were on that wall instead.
What?
It's not so
I'm so
big, right?
confused by your
It's
accent
kinda,
now.
You know, messy.
No,
Oh my god.
I can't deal with French mills.
no,
Japanese yesterday, French. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
very good.
No.
Roo.
Not.
You better go do it, but no, don't start it. Don't start it.
Thank you for the 7 streets, Arnu.
Yeah,
Oh my god, we got so many streets today. That's awesome.
no.
You are a very good.
He says she swears only when she's scared. By the way,
You
I'm
are
just
very
reminding
good
what she
hunter.
said.
Yeah,
and
anybody
when I'm
using
pissed
the
off.
clown?
When I'm pissed off.
I do
I
like
can't
the Jack Skeleton face.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
as
face is good.
as Goku snackero sessero. Shooter friendo within timero.
The way I hit,
why,
the way I
why?
hit, I'm kind of shocked of my points. They're so low.
Okay, the way you are hit. Okay.
Oh, that's true.
You should be taunting her with the whistle.
Oh, I am.
Oh.
Yoka, I like yours.
Thank you. I mean, try hard.
What? Who's there?
Oh my god, okay.
It's only Yoka and me now, yeah. Yeah. Wait, I will extra whistle for you.
You can't even hear me whistle from here.
I don't know if that's
Oh
helping
my
or confusing.
lord.
Yeah, that's confusing. I'm sorry.
Oh wait, Mills, can you go up there where you were? Like, is
Yeah.
it even possible? What the hell? There would have been a better hiding spot at one.
Okay.
I do like
go to the
this
other
room. This
side
is
of the map
awesome.
So you can look at us. Yeah, that's
are-
it. This side.
You are very
Huh?
close to them now.
No, you're not. No, go away. No, okay,
Did
you
you
are.
just really tell her to go away?
Like, bye. You came too close. I got scared. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god.
Hi! You were standing almost on top of me. That was good.
Even Keeney had more points than me, and he was stuck on the wall.
You have 8
But where are
seconds to
you,
hide him.
Yoka?
You are so close, it's so far.
Oh, yeah.
Close, it's so far.
Oh, you came
going
so
for the-
close.
Was going
So
for the
close.
bricks now. Damn it.
It was so
Ah.
hard. Thank
There
you
was-
for the
there was
Ian.
There were so many bricks.
It was so hard to get the right height because
Oh, Kini, that's
you have to
hard.
climb You have to climb the other chest pieces and just jimmy yourself into the right place.
Yeah.
And you can't
Are you inside of
properly
anything,
climb
or are
those.
you your own piece?
I'm
Inside of
the
himself, I
chest piece.
think.
With my own
Are you
base
inside
and
of it?
everything. No, the base is me.
Yeah? It's just all Yoke. Yeah.
Oh, good one.
That's all me.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
A good one.
No plastic, no operation. That's all me.
That's all you.
Lizard is
No
awesome. That's
plastic.
cool.
No
But yeah, we have
plastic,
so many
nothing.
sticks today. Thank you guys. I like it.
I'm
I'm
not
sorry,
a
I'm a
Barbie
little
girl.
quiet.
Speak
That's the
of
thing. Like
nothing.
I always have to. I am back on some of my dad with computer stuff. Hi, Kim. Welcome back. Thank you again for the stream
What's the
streak.
next
That-
map?
That doesn't sound
Whee!
good. I was thinking Simpsons.
Oh, nice.
Someone named
Gallery.
Someone then.
Meant the
Someone
gallery.
mentioned some. Oh, the gallery.
The
Wait, gallery or the gallery?
Art
I'm a little bridge.
Art gallery. I keep forgetting.
Wait, I'm gonna lock Niels in.
gallery. Are you gonna lock me in?
I still have maps
Yeah.
I never even
Mwah.
tried.
Look at me now.
Okay, I'm gonna give 50 seconds extra search time on the gallery.
Oh, okay.
If like because it's hard.
You're an
And
octopus now.
I'm gonna have the hunter winking time.
We are an
Actually-
awesome
Wait,
creature.
what?
So we're gonna have little time to paint.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
No.
gorgeous.
So we
Okay, wait,
Why?
wait.
You have enough
Little
time.
time to paint. I already have so little time to paint.
No.
I don't
Yes,
have enough
yes. We're so few, and the map is big.
And I
No,
can
no,
No,
make
it's
it
not
myself.
big.
Makes
It's
sense,
not
makes
big.
Oh no,
It's
my
not
arms are up. My arms
big.
are
Why
up.
you make it so hard?
Oh,
It is
thank you.
Oh
big.
god.
I'm the hunter.
This is
Oh,
a big
run!
map.
Panic! Panic!
Oh my lord. 100
Okay.
seconds?
I already need like 60 seconds to decide what I'm gonna be.
Oh, if Lynn is muted, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's everybody jump into the same painting.
Oh yes, that's funny. That's good.
Tini,
Are we gonna be this one?
I don't know where
come
you
join
are.
us. Yeah,
Yeah.
come join us.
Okay, we'll all be the same one.
Where are you?
We are
I think
in the
downstairs.
first room to the right. Too late. You won't be able to get in here.
Oh, come on! Okay.
Oh, you can. You can go
okay,
to
it's
the
fine.
top. I will go in the bottom here. Oh my god! But now we still gotta paint. The panic.
Yeah, no, we need to paint.
Ah! Jesus, this is so little time.
Linny is a good hunter.
Oh, I didn't even think about that part.
Yeah. No, she is. We're all fucked.
We're all fucked. Oh god.
The light-
It was good knowing you guys.
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
went
like that.
down.
I don't know where his arm stops and where the rest starts.
Why does it say on your side?
Was it inside?
Hello. Is everyone ready?
No,
No.
No,
no.
go back.
So not ready.
Go back.
Too bad.
Go away. Two. Actually, I'm kind of ready. I'm just shading right now. Panic shading, but still shading.
What the hell? This is far too
Yeah,
big.
no. Just no.
Is this a human? No, it's not.
Making it for Audrey.
This is
You're
so
so
bad.
shiny. Vinny is so shiny.
Yes, so that you see when I'm coming. Good. Oh,
I
can't
was-
even
I
get
was
close to
better.
here.
Good.
Oh, the
Nice.
eyedropper is making me crazy.
Yes.
There's too much going on here.
Oh my god, this is not good. Why did I choose this spot?
I suggest you actually take quite a lot of time paying attention to the whistle.
Oh my god, my chat is just.
No.
I hear the fishing continuously, but oh my god, that's good.
Wait. Oh my god, I didn't paint my arm.
Do that.
I did.
Paint harder. Oh no, that's a big mistake.
Like, I love that now with the limited painting time, it means we're
That's
just
what
all
your
still
mother
painting
said.
continuously.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, this is so
we're
bad.
still painting.
We're still painting in panic.
Everybody's painting.
I like this.
I hate this. I
can't
hate
I
this.
don't like.
Except from Keeney, I can't see anyone else. No offense, Keeney.
You can't see me?
Huffata,
You
huffata.
seriously can't see me?
No, I
No, you're
can't.
good.
What?
I pissed everyone already. What the hell?
What the hell, Mills?
I was bragging about you, Lenny, that you're a good hunter. We're all fucked, I said.
No, she didn't say that. She didn't say duck at all. I almost jumped off the
I know
wall
what this
when
is.
you
I don't know what the
said
rest
that.
of the thing is that I'm
Okay,
supposed
somebody's
to
on the wall.
be.
I just heard that. Oh,
No!
What no?
No, no, no.
Four for one.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was good though.
I forgot
Okay.
that the color of you splashes on the other.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh my god. So once they got one, then yeah.
We
Look,
should
I think
all
you look
make bigger
good. Okay,
paintings.
thank you.
I only
The arm was the arm.
Noticed
I extended his arm forever. I don't think that his arm was that long, but
Okay, Muffin, I only noticed you because I went this sideways and then I saw the colors not matching up completely. And
oh
then
no.
I ghosted to everyone else because of the splash.
Now
Oh.
Muffin is good.
I just saw a place where I want to. Can we do this one again?
Yes, I do like this one a lot.
Yes.
I need to test this hiding place spot.
Hey, I'm back. What you say about the last message? I'm going to go because I'm actually
Thank
having a
you,
trouble
Brian.
response.
Yeah, because I can't see
Is it
you.
Ian?
Oh, honey.
iPad?
Let me
I couldn't
scroll back
see
up.
you, so
Keep saying eye candy.
Eye
I just
candy.
gotta deal with
Eye
people.
candy
My
is
symptoms
best.
are so high because you're
Okay,
retired.
I'm gonna increase the hunter
And yeah, I
count
said
a
like,
little bit,
okay,
but
whenever I did like the big streams, like Wednesday and Thursday, I just slept for the whole day
was a good hunter.
yesterday, and I was like not social for a full day just to recharge completely. And it is really important to take like enough time for yourself.
Please don't let me be the hunter. Please don't.
I do get why you hate weekends now if you're always
Please
stuck with
let him
other
be on the-
people.
Please let him be
But
on
then
the-
just yeah,
I need to
go
try
back
this
to your
hiding
room, get
spot.
some quiet time in. Just do some nice meditations, music,
I
whatever.
was gonna say fine, I'll hunt, but I didn't have time.
And I'm here for you.
Oh, yes.
Okay, run! Are we gonna do the same thing or no?
I forgot which room it was. Oh, here.
Like this a lot.
Nope, I'm not hiding in that wall.
Oh no! It won't let me hide here.
Oh,
No, it says I'm inside. How can I be inside?
Oh yeah, I tried that so many times. It just won't let you.
You know which one I'm talking about?
Yes, I'm not that far away from you.
Ah!
oh, wait. Let me, but my head is stuck. Eh.
I'm not a big fan that they chose to do the exact same button for in-game voice as they do as
No.
Shadow.
It is not very good.
Oh, I thought I was good. Nope, I am awful. Now I'm stuck.
Okay. I'm gonna make a masterpiece.
Okay, yeah. I'm panicking. You're panicking. Oh, I know. I just hope
Who is the? Oh shit! I fell down. No!
I have time. I hope I have time. Please, you have time.
Who is the hunter?
Mills again, maybe?
I'm screwed.
Welcome to the club.
I'm still running around by.
I'm not done. This is so little time to paint, my gosh.
Ah! Gravity. Where is she? On that side. Okay.
Ready or not, here I come.
Not.
Yeah, so not
I'm
ready.
still running around.
Very much not.
So not.
Ah, so nice of you to say that.
Wah, wah. Who caught a ducky again?
I'm coming. Oh, hello!
No! I was still working on my masterpiece.
My
Okay.
thanks. No,
I
mute
was just
yourself.
about to.
I was still working on my masterpiece, goddammit. But you found me so quick. Good job.
It was a good match.
And it was like, oh, I can do that. And then I was like, oh, all the clouds are like different kind of shading. And yeah, that's just not gonna work. Yep, yep,
What do
yep.
you think of my spell?
Shiny.
You're very shiny. It is good, but you're really shiny. I like it.
Carolina, that's good.
Is that better?
Oh, that's okay. Okay, the glow. Okay,
Way,
yes.
way
You
too
okay?
shiny, and you need some shading, Kimi.
Dini is really good. Like if you look from one side, you cannot see you at all.
I need some shading.
Yeah, I think you need some shading.
And you are now, yeah, you're too shiny.
I'm still too shiny.
I think you're shiny, too shiny.
Bright like a diamond.
Like maybe you can make it like look like the things surrounding you. Like trying to say this without spoiling.
Yeah. That,
Like-
Oh, is Muffin dead?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's why I can't see her.
yeah, I died right away. I was not really done, and then Mills was like, ah!
Yeah.
It's fun when it's red or not.
Appreciate
Yeah,
you. I'm
but
gonna go
I'm
get
also
myself
running around
out
trying
of
to
this.
fight
Enjoy your game night. I will be fine.
Some
You
slow
are
music
welcome
is
to
so
stay
good.
here and hang out and chill.
I
And
was
if there's
waiting
anything we
to
can do
decide.
for you, let me know. But yeah, take some you time. It sounds like you just need like, I don't know, just close off. Get some you time. Maybe read, maybe chill, maybe listen to some music. But just close yourself
Don't do
up
that
from
now.
the stuff that is triggering.
No, you can't free camp
And take care
past
of
the
you.
red line.
What did you like? You are the Scream character, Mills. But what did you throw up?
That's better. That's good, Kine.
No,
Now
yeah,
you,
I'm the
now you just
scream.
need some
Did I
lines
throw up?
and
What do you
stuff.
mean? No, it's the colors in the painting. Don't you see?
Ah,
I
not-
can't
she's
remember
not
how
Scream.
it is.
He's not Scream
Ah.
from
the
movie,
Scream
she's Scream from the
painting. Yeah,
painting.
okay. I thought it was Scream from the movie, and then just like
No, I am
colors. But no, okay.
Artina.
Actively like the Scream from the from the. What do you call? Okay, that's yeah. I'm sorry.
Did you
I'm
know
trying to
the movie
desecrate
Scream
it.
was inspired by that painting?
No, really,
Yeah.
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Have you guys seen my hiding spot? How awful that is?
No, but it is kind of good because it,
Okay.
you copied
Lini, I
the
have
thingy.
seen you. Lini, I have seen you too.
Yes, you have.
You just shot that horse butt. Yep.
I was gonna hide in the lamp. and I painted myself, everything. I was perfect,
Yeah.
and then I look away a little bit, and I'm not even close to the lamp. I'm just floating in the air.
Okay, Kini, that works. That works better, maybe.
Let's
Yeah, I'm
see.
just panicking right now.
Yeah, no. That's really good. So if you take the original color and just swipe really fast over those lines again, you make those lines thinner and more subtle.
I have the thinnest.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can also
But
do the
if-
ch-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch.
yeah. If
But that
you
makes
take the original color, your base color, and just run it over those
Where the
lines
fuck are you?
really fast,
Oh, I've got quite a few
they get
points.
less
Yeah.
visible.
Yeah.
The base color? You mean the white?
So if your base color is white, yes. Milk's base color is black.
Everyone else is safe because you're trying to find me.
But if I mean, do you
No, I think
along?
Akini is also here, isn't
Like
it?
so?
No? Yukke?
No, not
have I
the
found?
color you spawn in with. The color you are, your base color now.
I'm going up.
Yeah, like that. And if you just he
Ah,
was painting.
he was busy. He was not done.
That was rude.
Yeah, how did you know that?
Sorry.
No. Yokosi, yours is way better than you think.
Yeah, but she hasn't been in the room even.
Oh my lord!
Oh,
that's so
okay.
good, Jokke.
She's never been in my room.
Camilla,
Nice.
did you see where I am?
What the hell, Linny?
Lini is really good. Really good.
Yeah,
920
Thank you for
points.
icon there.
you're welcome.
I mean,
I didn't come this far.
It's a duplicate. No, you never came into this room. It's
would've
Like
duplicate
I
that
was
gives it away,
not done.
but
I
it's
would have
awful.
seen you. I would have seen you if I came
Well,
this far.
you know the fire extinguisher in the room with Linny?
Yeah?
I was there when you came in, looking for a
You were?
place to hide.
Oh my god.
I like Kini. He was painting too long. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah.
I was actually.
What
gonna
is that
be
supposed
somewhere else.
to look like?
It's just the trash can.
Garbage.
Yeah.
I was
Linny's
just-
trash.
Noodles?
We tried coaching him as well. We made Kini panic, so
Don't you see Kinny's trash?
Oh.
Okay, Kinny, I'm gonna show you what I mean, right?
Yeah,
So this is my base color now.
yeah,
It is very green.
yes.
Now I use the sliders on the side and I turn it down a little bit. Then I make lines like so.
Yes.
Then I can take the base color again and just run fast over. Make those thick lines less visible. If you just
Uh-huh.
swipe really fast over, it doesn't paint properly, and you get those barely
Oh.
visible.
So
I
if
can use
take,
I can use
I
a
take
darker
this.
color like this to show the what I mean. So you
Could
do
have been a
like this.
fire in a trash can, a dumpster fire.
If I take that and then this,
Silky just
Are
called
you
you a dumpster
practicing?
fire, Kini.
Yeah, I'm teaching Kenny how to shade. Not shade. What is it called?
contrast.
Yeah, to make colors.
Mask.
Ah,
Oh, you paint. I didn't see you paint at all. I was looking at your back. Yeah, if you take the base color now and just swipe super fast over your face and stomach, so fast that you can't actually paint properly, then those lines will be smaller, thinner, more random. Gives it more of
Oh,
a more
it
of
makes like a camouflage pattern.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
That's how I
it's
did the
more
camouflage
random
as well.
and natural looking.
Oh,
Ooh. Ooh.
I
Oh, you can really dance. Go.
What map
You
is
can
it?
dance if you
Well.
want.
What map is it?
Same.
Same.
Oh.
Let
Uh-oh.
me
Uh-oh.
more time. More time. I need to be Picasso.
Oh, I'm muting.
Good job,
Yes.
Bot Conundrum.
Mute
Oh
us.
no.
Nice, thank you for the lyric cookie. I'm ready. Ready.
What position is what? Who is doing what position?
Where should I? Oh, Dini, you're typing in the chat. I didn't even know you could do that.
I was typing because I clicked T by accident.
Oh, it would be fun. Okay, I wanna do one time. Like, is the hunter muted or no? Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
muted.
he's muted.
I really want to do like the lost wheel painting, and then everyone in there as well, like one time. That would be good. But not, yeah. Then we need more people.
I can go. Where is
Ooh,
it?
why am I typing again?
I'll be like a person. Where should we go? Just
Just not too close to each other so we don't splash.
yes, we have learned our lesson. I keep dropping down. God damn it! How do you keep not dropping down?
Don't drop down. Don't press Citadel.
Oh, that's not
Okay, if I go here, then I won't splash on you. I think, right? That's the thing. Now I still gotta paint. Oh my.
Don't tell me anything about
Panic.
Yes.
take a quick look. What do you think?
Oh, please. I have no time. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I do
I
not.
haven't even painted my leg.
No, because I have 16 seconds to like look like something.
I am looking like a mistake.
Oh, I got too light. I'm too light.
You okay? You're muted.
I'm probably blended in now.
No.
Me? Yeah.
Like a glove.
I've been shading.
Yeah. I'm just curious how many seconds it would take for you to find me.
Hopefully less than 320.
Oh, yes, it will be less than that.
I am too visible.
Let's just
Why?
say I'm not gonna whistle once except for the forced one.
Where is Linny?
Oh my god, Bills.
I am questioning my own decisions, so please don't find me.
Well, I'm gonna find
That is so
everyone. I have
relatable.
really good perception skills.
Did you see mine, Muffin?
No, I'm still sort of panic painting. Because I'm not
We
Yeah.
don't have enough time in this map.
I'm not matching. I'm not
Yeah,
matching like I
but-
wanna. This
but
is
that's
not one
It's quite a big map.
I'm so not matching like I want to. But okay, let me pause to take a look at you.
If Kitty wins
Muffin,
this
you are
round, we'll
brilliant.
riot. Yes.
Oh, Keeney! Keeney!
Don't say stuff like that because my perception skills are really bad.
Kenny is definitely gonna be found.
It makes me feel bad.
Keeney! My god, how? Oh, okay. Mills!
It's a good boy. It's a good boy. Is it you?
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Is it you?
Oh my gosh.
I'm not as a good painter as I thought I was.
Silky good boy. Silky good girl.
This would be easy. Oh.
Okay, catch.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Fish, 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 fish.
And
Miss what a long
I need to pay. I will watch you later.
Okay, I'm gonna
s-
continue
I'm-
my
I'm
panic
kind-
painting.
I'm
Oh
kind
my
of
God,
stressed right
Camilla.
now.
You should have done the finger in the ass again.
It would be fun to actually find you guys.
Nah, you don't
I
need
will.
to find
Very good.
us.
I missed. Very good, Kenny.
Kitty, that was genius.
I think the best hire right now is Muffin. Because this is just simply brilliant.
I mean,
I'm trying.
If you had not seen that one, oh my god.
I'm making the pattern, but it's
Yeah, you are camouflaging big time right now, Muffin. There's no way he will see you.
yeah. Okay, good.
No way.
Muffin has improved so freaking much over so short time.
I mean, I'm looking at her right now, and it's so good.
You're looking at her,
Yeah.
she's not there.
Yeah.
I'm invisible.
Okay.
Mills is getting better as well.
Am I?
Well, detail is getting better. I mean,
Yes, but she's still tied in looks and crannies.
no.
Yes, I
And
do.
granny.
Not this time.
Not this time. Well, there's no. Is there any nooks and grannies in this?
Oh my
game?
god, I am invisible.
Yes, you are invisible. You are invisible.
Holy shit! I'm so proud. Okay.
Yeah, you are actually invisible.
Holy shit, it's awesome.
Hey, they changed the maps. No, they
What?
haven't. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay, so I found a trick. Not a trick, but just how to paint. I learned how to paint.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mills, now I see what you mean.
Learning to paint is kind of big
I
part
know
of
what
this
you
game.
mean now.
Yeah.
It was something we talked about yesterday.
We'll see about how handsome I am,
Yeah.
because you need to stop talking about how handsome I am. I get embarrassed.
Okay, sorry.
Can I say how desperation oozes?
Oozes? It does
it
really
does-
ooze.
Yeah, desperation oozes.
Hello, pretty milky queen. Have a nice day, honey.
Yeah.
If I could be your sub, could you remove my DM ban? No!
Please do not.
You cannot buy my unbanning.
You can
You
stop
have-
in my
you have,
channel and maybe that will happen.
You have crossed that line so many times now, lover.
You mean La Belle?
I would just
Lover,
ban
Queen de
you, man.
lover. No. He's allowed to watch.
I can't find any one of you.
He can watch
No.
but
But-
not
but
touch.
yeah.
Who did I
You
shoot
found
again?
10.
Oh, Kenny. Yeah, right.
No matter how much time you have, you would never find Muffin. Never.
I'm so
Never.
proud. I'm so
Never,
proud.
never.
This is my best thing ever. And,
Look
like,
at-
Next to
should
that
have done
muffin that one
I'm
time, this
really
is my
proud of
proudest moment.
mine.
Yeah, that's good.
But I really
Never,
like the face.
ever.
Wait.
Oh,
Yeah, but Mills, you're the
I-
face, the
I-
face.
I should have climbed this. Damn it! I just swooped
But
underneath.
take a look at the detail on the shading on Muffin.
But the face for Mills.
Nothing about it.
The face on Mills. I love that.
Look
Yeah,
at
I
the-
have so many colors.
I have not that much red flag.
I was just still
That-
painting. It was
that's
fun.
your camouflage.
Muffin is really good,
Yes,
but I'm giving it to
Yandaba,
Mills
I
because
have told
because of the
told
face.
you to stop.
Yeah,
it.
the
Are you gonna
face.
do this, William?
Oh, so many times now that. Sorry, I will not unban you because you are starting to get on my nerves.
the face of Mills.
Damn.
That's worth that's worth I can for me.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Did you see the comment from Vacuumist, by the way? He said, "Oh my Jesus."
This milk
No, he
is
didn't say, "Oh my."
taken and happy.
Whoop,
Yes.
It's the sound of the police.
There's a husband,
Thank you
know,
for the biddies,
and I
Willy.
told you that. So
Mills, Vegemus said at one point, like, Mills, why the long face?
Why the long nose? I usually stick it where it don't belong.
It was really good.
How old is this Mr. Quinder Lover 12?
You are my favorite film
13?
ever.
Milfy?
Mr. Quinder Lover 1213?
I'm
Lover
asking
13.
how old he is because kind of acting like a 13-year-old with too much hormones.
He's getting so many shout outs in my channel because of the Honor VIP.
Oh.
Yeah, I see that.
If you want shout out in my channel, feel free
28
to go and redeem that thing.
Whatever.
That thing.
I am 28. You have your answer, Kini.
Yeah.
In it.
Yes.
In it.
Yes.
Do you want to do the same thing again, but much bigger?
Oh, I'm gonna mute. Bye. I keep forgetting. Okay. People, what are we gonna be? Silk, you can choose if you want to. In the meantime, I'm just gonna color rainbow mode. Do you want me to be anything in specific? Should I just be Pikachu again, maybe? Start with a Pikachu. You can intervene at any time. I can also make myself a banana. Just a very, very shiny banana. Could be fun. Very. You know what? Fuck it. We're embracing the banana. Nope. Nope. Whoop. Rainbow clown. Oh, but now I'm a banana. Do I still make myself a rainbow? I'm going for a banana look. Archbox has a new emote? Do that. More booties? Okay. If everyone has booties and everything, then I still want them back. We're gonna fix it this streaming. Check it out. Okay, we're a cute banana. Yeah. Alright. Blah. Nah. Yeah. And one more for the benefit. Banana. Correction mark? Okay, I'm proud of my banana. Ready or not, here I come.
I know some of us is gonna say not. I am. I'm gonna. Muffin,
Yeah?
I'm gonna give you a hint about me.
Oh, thank you. I need hints.
I'm not even painted.
What? Well, are you gonna
Sit
paint?
down.
I'm not painted.
Wait, you're not painted?
I haven't painted.
Hide, Looney, hide!
Can we go up here? Oh my
Really,
god, I can.
if
But
you
that's
Oh
a
my
little
lord,
more.
okay.
Ian, if you don't paint and are next to me, then
Oh, I'm painted.
yeah, it's too late for you.
Yeah.
What? I ran past everyone.
Yeah, do you want a hint?
Yes, you did, and there's no one down there. There's no one in the staircase and stuff.
Do you want a hint?
We're all in the police station area, not in
I
the
just
staircase.
realized I'm somewhere else.
Yes, I do want hint because I suck at the finding and I want to
I'm
find
very
you.
You
bright.
don't suck at finding. You always find me.
I'm really good at finding Mills and that's it. I don't know why.
Even though I'm
Because-
so good at hiding.
I make
Yeah, you
the
are.
right.
It's a muffin magnet.
But
Ian is
but
right in my day.
those lints were maybe too much. I don't know. Now I'm just gonna stare at every light.
Hey, you haven't seen me yet.
Don't shoot if you don't think there's. You have to think there's someone there, right? Or else I'm gonna turn on restricted ammo.
Oh.
No, no.
Oh, that's a thing too.
Yeah, you have to remember to turn that off when you start a game.
I
I
don't
have
any points.
looked and stared at Keenie's face for very long.
Oh yeah.
apparently.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, your
You're
audio's
muted.
on.
Uh-oh.
It is
Uh-oh.
really good.
And I still though, like you sounded like you were in my head. Like I don't know where you are. Except for probably a light, but are you on top of the right? I keep staring at you.
Yes, you do.
I get all the points. What?
Do you want another hint?
Are you on top of
If
a
you-
light
if
or
you
in the
look-
light?
If you look below the light, you can see me.
What?
I'm gonna give you another hint. Me and Ken is in the same room.
Oh, okay, sorry. Like, but
You are in the correct room. For me.
You haven't even been in the room I am in.
but now I'm
You hit me
hyper
so
focused on
badly,
Kitty
like,
because I am staring
way
at his
back
face
there.
continuously. But
Is-
where?
Are those the only lights?
Yes. No. Just yes.
He's too focused on finding Kitty right now.
Yes.
2,300 points.
Hi.
What?
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 What? How the hell? Okay, thank you. I shot in there, but then I didn't hit it. But you could fit perfectly in there. Okay, that was awesome. I was get stared, but how can I? Oh, because I just paused there. Wow. Look at your points. Holy shit.
The plan was making the mirror again, since it's you hunting.
How do you know?
I was going to make it with Kini,
Oh my,
but
Camilla, oh my god, Camilla, you are perfect.
I forgot we don't have time for it. Especially not two of us. So we kind of panic, run around to find spaces again. Kini just went backward to where he came from.
Yeah.
No one up there.
No.
If you see stairs, just turn around.
Do you want hint about the two others?
Yeah, I always
They
wondered.
have to.
You would
I
need
think
to
they have
walk
to give
through a
it
window.
themselves.
You would have to walk through a window to find me.
Walk through a window.
Yes,
Um,
through a window. Not on this floor.
This other floor, other room.
Let's just say Mills would be able to cool you down.
Oh my god.
And this
Oh,
is not
nice.
in the room I am in. I am on this floor.
I
What?
love that. I love this.
What other floor? Other?
She's
Oh, can you
looking
get in
at-
here?
She's
Oh,
looking straight
oh.
at me, and I have not painted at all. I haven't touched the paint.
I love
It
your
just
text
feels
on-
like an insult.
No banana, na.
What's that? Oh, blue
my
wheel.
lord.
Oh.
Oh my lord.
Nothing. Look up.
No! Second. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to check upstairs. Holy shit.
Oh, come back and look where I am.
Oh my god.
Because okay, have you still not been painted?
I never touched the paint.
Oh.
I am unpainted. I'm in the bookshelf.
Stop,
Behind you.
stop, stop.
I'm not painted.
I'm not painted.
And find Camilla now.
Oh.
Milk is
Okay,
outside. You have
but-
to go out.
Out?
Out of this office.
You see the flashing. Look up.
Yeah, you see the flashing. Get out. Get
Out
out.
of the-
Get out.
You're right.
Get out. Look up.
Up.
But yeah, you're fucking. Oh my god, your feet's just okay.
I've told you she could keep her head
Cool
cool
me
you down.
down.
That's a good one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the first time she heard is, "Are you my biggest fan?"
I was meaning shady because
Congratulations on catching that whale. Oh, comrade! Hi, comrade.
Okay,
Hi, 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 hi.
pointing back,
Hi, 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 hi.
back up.
Oh my god. And
How you
and
doing?
when I was like painting myself, I was zooming in, so I just painted around, and then I zoomed out, and I was like, oh shit, I have so much more to paint. Kept on moving out, moving out.
I should
Didn't
change
see.
that.
But that is okay. It felt so. How do you say that? Like a flex from Yoke. Like I haven't even painted, and I was like, I should be able to see you if you're just white. But no. No. Just
I didn't tell you what shape I was
Oh,
in
maybe
because
I
I
should,
figured that would kill me.
yeah, that would have made it too easy, probably.
Look at Mills being different.
Why do you all square
We
off?
interrupt our program to bring you
Where
this
we're
important
just- yeah.
message. I love you. Now back to our show.
Love you, Suki. Okay, what should we be this time? Mm. Oh, oh.
So,
I need to grab a drink soon. Like only have a glass of warm wine and that's just bleh. Bleh. Can I get in here?
I wonder.
If I do this, this.
Okay, I have to find a place to hide soon. Very soon.
Yeah, that would be smart. SMRIT.
SMRT, yes.
Oh shit.
Oh, down! Okay. Yelling at my character. I cannot get the positioning like I.
Right.
What if I
No,
hit the
yeah.
exact same
No,
place? That would be.
Do it.
Yes.
Do it.
Oh my god. That's not the exact same spot. Muffin, that's so evil.
I know.
She's called Evil Muffin.
I know. No, wait.
I-
She's not evil Muffin.
Not oh.
Not so
okay,
evil,
not so
Muffin.
Muffin.
Yeah, I have that now.
Mela, you should maybe duplicate yourself.
Yes, that's the plan, but you have to paint yourself.
Oh, Mills, that's good.
You don't
That's
have to paint
brilliant.
yourself. I didn't paint myself, and that was fine.
But when you are trying to blend in, you have to paint yourself.
I like that. Dini, can you go up more or no? Kind of evil muffin. That's nice middle part. The not so evil muffin or evil muffin or just kind of evil. This is kind of evil. I am invisible, but not because of skills. Just kidding. Oh, Dini, you keep typing. I don't even know how to type.
You click on T and then you start typing. I always mix up R and T. And yeah, can you find me easily or not? Like from one side, yes, but from the other, not so easily, right?
10 seconds.
Nope.
The other side is better. Oh, you come from that side.
Okay, I'm coming.
Nope.
Oh! That scared me!
Didn't even.
That was
give
just
me
one.
time.
Oh, Keeney is missing a strap on the back. Oh, oh.
Oh,
yes.
Muffin. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm evil this round.
Oh,
I'm
no.
sorry.
Where's Mills?
You shut yourself, Keeney.
Not so good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the IBS. I can't control it.
It's in there. He still has his butt part, but it's hidden by the poopies.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's so good.
I can't believe.
Have you seen my
Keen
eyes?
is-
Yeah, they're
How did-
gorgeous.
How did you see me that fast? I mean,
don't
I know I was obvious, but how did you know I wasn't supposed to be there?
I don't know. I just thought that looks weird.
I feel like Muffin is
You
the
look
hardest to
weird.
find.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
I-
yeah. I feel a
I
little
look very
evil.
weird.
Yeah, but it's Keeney or something. I mean, he
I'm gonna
he
quickly
beat me
grab a
in,
drink.
2.5 seconds. No, not even that. No one.
Wait, is
no one.
downstairs?
Wait, let me check.
I wanted to
Just let
check if
me
someone, if
check.
I wanted to see
No one-
if you or someone else actually used the same hiding spot, and someone kind of did, and that was you.
Oh, I can tell you,
Oh, I
nobody
went.
has walked in stairs.
Oh. But I have seen Mills.
You should have seen everyone. No. Yeah.
Except for
Mills and
Muffin.
Vinny. Not Muffin. You should not
How,
have seen Muffin.
how often? Oh, 10 seconds I see the next update. So. Whoa. What? What? And
Oh
you
my
have
God,
not
Muffin.
walked in
Oh
stairs?
my god, Muffin.
No, no stairs.
No one have walked
anyone.
in the stairs.
Hey, get me a drink.
So they
dog
might
is so
have
squeaky.
jumped off the
Potato?
stairs.
What are you talking about, potato?
No.
Potato?
They
Potato?
are not downstairs. They haven't
Excuse
gone
me?
downstairs or
What?
upstairs. We are all in
Oh.
this on the same floor.
Oh, is there another room over here?
Yeah,
Okay, I
for-
watched the posting.
You potato? I'm not the potato. You're the potato.
17 seconds.
Hmm.
Did I whistle a little for you?
Always.
Always.
What?
Oh.
Muffin, you're in this room, aren't you?
Yes?
What the
Or
hell?
maybe it's me.
No.
No, not me.
Oh, Pookie is live too. Wait, let me give Pookie a big shout.
What?
You're going to be hearing the squeaky in your dreams tonight. Yep. What is this orgy with a potato? Who is a potato?
Actually, what the fuck?
I'm surprised the amount of points Muffin gets.
Yeah, he kept staring at me.
What?
Yeah, but still. 666 points.
Yeah,
That's a
Yeah,
nice
so
number.
fast.
That's appropriate for the not so evil muffin.
What?
What?
What? Are you getting
Okay, let me.
Yes!
Oh my god, I'm hearing the squeakies.
I don't understand. What?
Okay, I'm going to say only she is in that room.
Yeah. Only I am here. Just keep watching and I will get more points.
Yeah. Muffin did a good job. She's packed.
Honestly, I'm surprised she's getting so many points.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Same.
Because there's no.
There's no way
uh,
he should be seeing her.
Yeah, it's in the line of sight, so.
Yeah,
There is-
that's exactly it.
There is no line.
Why am I not getting more points?
That's because Keen is just running past you and not actually staying to look at you.
I am whistling extra for you.
I know. What?
Ah.
Oh no!
I was just here, but I cloned myself 2 times, so I was 3 muffins.
So where's Mills?
I was just 3 in a row.
I want
Oh,
3 muffins.
That is so good.
Yes, I
Mills is
know.
good.
And Linny, I knew I heard some
Mills?
whistle
I
up
think,
here.
Yoka, because you were sticking out, that you were just more obvious this
Yeah,
time.
but I can't hide in further because the wall.
And you were so bright red.
He didn't
Yeah.
even try.
Yeah.
I tried to look like an item that's been placed in the shelf.
Yeah. Then no.
Help me, I'm under the water.
It's fun to be brave.
Shot. How's the gaming going? Yeah, it's
Very
going. It's going good.
For the jump
We're
scare.
hiding, we're
that
seeking,
one
we're
was-
finding.
That was good. That was really good.
Merci beaucoup.
I wouldn't have even thought about that one.
Nah. Nah. That was an original Emils.
All
I
right,
have to
but
stop painting.
But
but
Last round.
I'm gonna end it here.
No, it's
Oh!
an hour.
After
Hour
Simpsons.
too.
Yeah, but I wanna watch some of the build up.
Yeah, but isn't that starting to
Build up.
build up in a half an hour?
No. It started 7.
I'm under the water.
So I'm gonna leave you guys.
Boo.
boo.
guys-
No.
you guys- Thank you so
Boo.
much for the games.
Thank you for the game.
And you
Thank
guys have a
you.
great
Have fun with the
evening.
soccer.
You too.
No, too
What?
late. Now you have to
What?
paint.
Wow. What did you call it?
Oh, he left already. Damn
I
it.
said have fun with the soccer. Football.
Whoa.
Soccer?
Whoa.
Football.
It's not
Whoa.
called soccer. It's not called
It's
soccer.
called football.
What?
Whoa.
Have fun with games. Have fun with sports. I don't know.
Whoa.
Have fun with the football.
Football.
Oh,
Yeah, okay, but
are
in
you-
Dutch it's whoa. In Dutch
you
it's
American?
football.
Are you
No, in
American?
Dutch it's football, but then in Dutch,
It's not
like the
American,
translation
it's
is just
American.
it's soccer.
American.
All right, that's an
Americano.
unfollow. That's an unfollow.
No, no, it's okay. In Dutch it's football. It's football.
Yes,
But that's the
football,
thing. Like
yes.
when I tried to English it, it's not football because then everyone got mad. So then I taught myself to say soccer, but
Wow.
No, soccer is the
Yeah.
American way of saying this. It's not correct for anyone else.
Soccer is an American thing.
okay. I'm calling it football from now on. Then. Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. Have fun with football.
Thank you. And you guys have a great evening.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Can I be a book?
I'm just being lazy.
There's so many poses, and I basically never
Sorry, I
did
forgot.
any other pose. Hmm.
I will be found right away.
Still running. Adventure.
I'm fine with it. I'm taking risks. That's the important part.
Yes.
No.
I'm brave.
I want to go upstairs, but I forgot how to go upstairs. I accidentally went to the garage. Yeah, but I don't know where upstairs is again. I'm lost. Okay, I'm finding. Yep. Okay, got it.
Main entrance. All those stairs are hard.
Yeah. Fish. I do like whoa. But that's the thing, as I said, like okay, so yeah. Soccer is the English translation in Dutch for
The
football.
American translation.
Yeah.
There's a difference between English and American. I don't care. I don't watch sports ball anyway. Sports ball is for sports ball people.
Can I fit? Fit. It fits,
Oh
I
my
sit.
god. That one is good. Okay.
Quite well.
What the hell? Muffin, what the hell did you do?
If it
How
fits,
the
I
hell did you
sit.
do that?
Look. I'm half painted, so let me paint the rest.
Oh my god. This is
And then get back
brilliant.
in. Go in. In. Yeah.
But
Am I
it's
sticking
really-
out? No, right?
No,
think
you're
I'm
not
good.
sticking out.
Thank you.
But it's
Ready
Is it
or
before
not, here I
more to say?
come.
not ready. Can you stop coming?
Yeah. Just no, no, no.
never
Thank you.
tried
Bye
it
Depends on
bye.
how
in
you
this room before.
treat me, Lenny.
Oh, Yoke, that's good.
If
How
you know
did?
I'm
What
saying.
shape? What?
Mini is that's good. Wow,
I'm just so visible from
I
the
can't
street.
see
What
where
the
Muffin
hell?
is because she's blocked off by everything. Oh, here you are.
Yeah. Oh my God, you are a football.
I'm a soccer.
No, I was like, I was trying. God damn it.
No soccer.
I'm a sucker for you.
Wait, let me give Kenny a big showy here as well. Kenny, wait. I do like it when there's like Oh, Kimi got a warning that he couldn't spam emotes. Oop. But then in the share chat you still see like the rates and each other, that's awesome. Why did the big shouty not work?
I wonder who's gonna be found first.
All depends on what floor you're on.
Who's the soccer ball? Thank you, Fetchy.
I'm the
That's
sucker.
you're the sucker. That's amigos. But yeah, like I do the big shouty show with like slash shout out thing, but I don't know.
Ooh, hello. Where are you?
Now it works.
Oh no.
No, I was hitting so bad.
Sorry.
No, okay, fair enough, fair enough. But I could fit in there perfectly. It was nice.
Yeah. Okay.
I am back.
I know it's football, but we
Well
call it
done.
soccer here.
Yeah, I just had to talk
Which
to
floor are you on,
Kenny's
Bella?
viewers coming in. I had to,
Ah.
I had to
Now
ask
we have-
what he was he playing and stuff like that.
So
Who's
you
left?
have you been hiding?
Oh, I'm very hidden.
Yeah, he's still hidden.
Yeah, I'm hidden in a place that I never hidden before.
Oh.
Emily, I'm gonna tell you one thing. Nobody's in that room.
Hmm?
I kind of want to tell her.
Nobody's in that room?
No one.
Like
kinda,
which
no one is
room
on
or
that
something,
floor.
yeah.
Yeah, kind
No,
of.
I think
that's
I was the
true.
only one at the top floor, I think. No?
Is no one at the top floor?
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, you passed. When you were on the first floor, you passed back.
Oh! I did not
by
make
Yeah.
the point.
by me.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did not.
I think, yeah, I was the only one sort of on it. Yeah, no, I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna change the hint to if you go up the stairs, you will find no one.
No, but that's
On
still...
the up there. If you go down the stairs, there's people. So the stair is the limit. I can whistle.
Technically,
That's a sneaky, yeah.
she could
Oh,
find
no, I
someone
suppose.
who goes up the stairs. But
No,
actually, it's not.
if she walked up the stairs, she wouldn't see anyone.
That's true. Wait, this is too complicated.
Yeah, what the
Yes.
oh.
Please go up.
It was last hint there. I can see somebody, okay.
Yeah, if you walk down the stairs, I try to be not that open about
Yeah.
it.
Okay, maybe Yoki is not painted, I think. Is he? Are you?
Yes, he is.
I'm very painted. Thank you
Are
very
you
much.
painted?
I'm very well painted.
good
I'm
word
hidden
of
so well you can't
Him
see.
are 2/3 of him are
But you're
painted.
not painted for... Wait.
Aren't I?
His legs and arms are.
Where am I?
Oh, no. Yes.
Yes, his arms and legs are painted. But his body is not.
Oh my god.
I'm in
Okay.
the kitchen. Where we started.
I thought that was just
Camera.
you on top of other books. Holy shit. Okay.
Camera,
That's why I
don't
thought you were not
Go
painted.
back.
Oh my god, you books again! God damn it!
Oh, that's good. Yep. What? Silky? Oh my god,
Rule,
Silky.
yes, I am gonna rule later. No, I'm not gonna rule, but I'm gonna watch the rowing.
Roo,
Yeah,
roo,
roo. I like the sound, but I don't like the movement.
Oh wait, am I not in the shared thing anymore?
Stupid.
No.
Stop.
Yeah.
The Regent on Times Square.
Hva er det?
No, I
Rowing
am.
in tandem. Roo, roo. I just feel this shame inside of me.
Is the
Yeah?
share chat still working?
I'm
No.
Swedish, by the way.
What's Staga? What is Staga?
Who hosts the shared thingy now?
Saga?
People? Who is hosting the shared chat?
That's Kine.
Kine. And he left.
Yeah, because now we're not having shared chat anymore.
Oh,
Oh.
no. But I can share it. No.
Because
what?
it still says to stream together. I tried to rejoin the shared chat thing, but that doesn't work.
No.
You gotta start a new one then. Yeah.
The one who has the chat shared kind of has to be.
The shared chatter.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say live.
But okay, because I was gonna say like, okay, sorry for all the bots in chat, but then I saw like, oh, we don't have shared chat.
We have it.
No.
We have it. No?
Yeah, but it stopped when Kini stopped.
Yeah, because he unlived.
He unlived. Oh my god. That sounds...
Oh my god, this sounds so wrong.
Yeah, that sounds a lot
I'm getting
worse.
another raid. Welcome, raiders, come on in. I've heard. Oh, I didn't.
Kini got sick of all the fish, maybe. You're like, fuck this fish, I'm out. Fish. Yeah, because that's what I wanted to ask. Like, if you get annoyed by the fish, I am considering like putting it on a cooldown or something, maybe.
Shall we start a new game? Where's Linny?
Can you find me? Can you not find me?
Where are you? Where did you go?
Oh,
Oh, you're there.
Ah. You're bent over.
Woohoo.
Bend over backwards.
Oh, you can all hide in the lobby and then Yoko cannot find.
Oy. No, it's Simpson there. Okay, shall we start the game?
I think Yoko got another raid in, so he was saying hello to the
Yes,
raiders.
okay, stop with them.
Did I keep a streak it?
I'm sorry. I was. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, you want to play games?
Yeah.
Why? What do you want to play games for? I mean, that's so boring. Boring?
Yes, come on, start the game.
It's either what it is or mute. Sadly, no
By the
volume
way,
slider
did you
for
send me an
it.
invite for the shared chat.
Well,
What is
info?
this?
I haven't started the share chat yet, but
For the
okay,
fish.
shall we
What is
just
this?
leave it? But then
Night,
some
night,
of you
Wolfie.
have to do it because I am also watching the football game in an 45 minutes.
Yes.
I don't need a shared chat.
Can't you lead it? Can't you invite or something?
I can make one.
Yeah. Make it.
Make it. How do I make one again?
Who's
You
the
go on my
hideout,
stream
circle?
and press the
I'll knock. I'll come and knock.
knock my door. Knock knock knocking on heaven door.
Where
With
should
the
I go? I
I
think
have no
Lini.
idea. I'm trying to. No, I'm trying to hide. What the hell are you
I'm
talking
the
about?
I'm the hunter. Should I mute?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, no. Yes, please.
Okay, I knock.
Knock, knock.
Whee!
The thing is, it doesn't open the chat thing.
I don't know.
I
Can
never-
I
I
just
never
fly
shared
in
chat.
the air or no? No.
But we are.
Yeah, I
doing the
think we
same
have to
thing again.
leave the shared chat and then
Everybody
make a
has
new
to
one.
leave the share chat and then invite.
Yeah, I'm trying to hide as well.
Oh, I just realized one thing. I have to close your chat, your stream. I can't watch your stream.
Oh no,
When
because
you're
yeah, then you
hiding.
know. Then you know.
Did you see anything? Do I need to hide another place?
No, I didn't see where you're hiding. I panic closed your stream and I realized.
No. My doggo is exploding in the living room.
What?
Was that the dog?
Like she's barking like crazy. Yeah.
Shit.
Grandma, you okay, baby?
I don't
Yeah.
share chat.
I think so.
He
I
is
hope
all
so.
about the shared chat, and I just.
Go
I
get
just
him, Karma.
put
Go
it
get
down.
him.
You don't
Hey.
do this. That thing.
What the fuck? You can go in?
And
Ah,
what?
stop moving up.
What?
Am I stupid?
I am
No.
inside something that I
I'm
don't think you
handsome, but
should be
You're
inside
just
of.
you're just not that smart.
How did I get in here?
Different.
I'm
I'm
stuck.
also somewhere I'm not supposed.
Yeah, I'm somewhere else now that I'm not supposed to be, I think, and I don't know how to get out.
Yes, you're not supposed to be in there. Just hide there.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Uh,
I'm sorry. Mid-thorns. Like I
together.
can't get out either, so
start.
Just hide
it was good knowing you.
Just
There.
uh, uh,
Uh,
okay. Why am I
invite.
vibrating? Oh my god, look. I keep bouncing. Why?
I
Not on my
can't
screen.
invite you.
Oh my god, I'm bouncing
Yeah,
too
we'll
much.
check after I've done.
Oh no. Okay, no. I can't bounce and no, stop bouncing, please. Thank you. It's better. Now I can I couldn't move because I kept bouncing.
Okay, if I put you on favorite.
Okay, Camilla, do you think I'm gonna be found?
Nope.
Nope.
I'm still trying to share chats. Yeah, I sent an
Thanks.
invite to Muffin. Muffin, can you send one to Mills?
Yeah, wait, let me get out.
Wait, I forgot where I was hiding.
oh.
What the hell?
Oh,
You
this
forgot
map
where
is
you were hiding.
disgusting. This map is
Okay, it's
disgusting. I
a
hate it so much.
favorite.
It makes me nauseous.
Join Joker. If invite to meals.
Little poop.
You were really standing out.
Alright. Not from the
Yeah.
front. Why didn't you find me from the front?
What the
I
fuck?
did see you from
Okay,
the front.
okay.
You
You
did?
should have an invite
Yeah.
now, no?
Oh,
Oh, this map is
bit thick?
huge.
Was I a bit thick? What? I'm not thick. I'm skinny. Oh, I can't see Lindy though. What?
Okay, Mills, I sent you an invite
oh,
now.
man.
Maybe I
Oh.
subconsciously
Camilla?
stream sniped you.
That is so good. Yeah, you did. Yeah,
I will
you
probably not get any
did.
points, but I'm safe.
What the? Okay, but yeah, but I am somewhere where I don't know if you can even get. So it feels a little
Of course you
cheating,
can-
but
no, of
I
course you
accidentally
can
got
get there.
here.
And she can't get
Oh.
out.
I don't know how to get out either, so.
But it
That's
looks
what
like
she
you can
said.
get out.
I tried to, but I just got in like through the thingies. And then I couldn't get out the
Get
same
It's a
way.
tiny space. Let's see where you are.
Okay, I'm gonna just say I'm hiding in a spot somewhere
Oh.
under a roof.
There was absolutely no sound of whistling.
What?
I'm in the middle of the map. I was standing in the middle because I was. Okay, now I heard.
I will whistle somewhere for you.
Whistle, whistle.
Whistle, whistle.
Whistle, whistle,
Uh,
baby.
That's glass. Is there a door? There's a door.
Look at my.
Oh.
Woo! Wow! Oh.
I'm impressed by myself because my perception
Yeah,
skills
me
are
too.
usually on the other end of the scale.
Yeah, but
And I gotta be honest, I feel kind of seasick by this map, motion sickness, just
Muffin,
because
maybe
of
you should also
the
give
shapes and
him a
stuff.
hint.
yeah, like I will try to just get out because I don't know if you can get in. But I got in through this thing.
Aha!
I know.
You're close.
But
I
I don't know,
was
like this
really-
looks like
Muffin,
you can
stop
get out, but you
running
cannot
around.
get out here because this is an invisible wall. And this is also a wall. So I got in, but I don't know I don't know how or
It's like Mills hiding outside the map.
Well, yeah. Like okay, if you guys are
I-
looking at me, like I got in through this space.
I did not hide outside the map on purpose, though.
He says.
I
I mean, he
fell
should
out
be
and I
able
couldn't get in.
to shot you if he finds you.
Can I get out here? Also no. I will just stand here. Oi. What?
Oh, I see you.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you shoot me even?
Oh no.
Can you shoot me? Okay.
No, you might have the best hiding spot
Hi.
in the game.
Can't you get in there? There's a hole there.
No, but this is locked.
Where you just... Is it?
This is like an invisible wall. What? How did you get in? How did you get in?
I just jumped on the wall.
Yeah, but see, you cannot get out now. Now you're stuck with me.
No, help! Someone
Look, you can get in, but you can. Oh, you were almost out. How did? What? What?
He just knows how to move his hip.
But that's what I mean. So that's exactly what happened to me. I was like, oh, this looks like a fun spot, and then I was like, okay, wait, no,
Not
just
so
no.
fun, it's a
Oh,
prison.
here's the outside.
You got
Huh?
out.
Yeah, it's one way.
No, but I can't get out the other way.
No. This is inward.
Yeah.
Where you can go in, right? And you go out here.
But I.
Ah.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I would definitely sit in one of these cars if I was high.
But that felt like a little cheating moment.
I don't want
No,
to
it
do this
wasn't.
map again, like ever.
Maybe take the
Too many
batteries out.
I'm not that good at painting squares and... Yeah.
Okay.
Lines.
I don't know this. I don't think I played this before.
Oh.
No. Better download.
And I'm gonna see if I can invite Mills. Mills isn't on my list.
Yeah, I did.
that's the
I
thing.
invited Mills also, but Mills, you need
I
to
knocked.
rejoin the.
Didn't I
Yeah,
knock?
Knock harder.
No, knocking
Oh yes,
on
click to
the
accept.
door.
Can I accept on behalf of you? Yeah. No.
Why am I the hunter?
Oh.
Wants to collaborate? Accept.
Oh,
Yes!
there you are.
Yeah. Now I got. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Whee!
Ooh! I went flying.
But I can't share my chat though.
What?
Weird.
That chat is on.
No, it's not on it again. Then we have to turn it back.
Oh,
Wait.
it's on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay! Everything works again.
How many streamers does it take to start share chat?
5. We were missing out on one. That's why we took so long.
Oh, I think this map might be very big.
Is it?
What is this map?
Oh, I can smell popcorn.
Is it from the
Ball.
what do you call that? What is it, the game again? Like the shooting with the squids. That makes zero sense.
Good game.
Yeah, no. Like the
Squid.
the squid that have the paint and then you just shoot and then it's like a Nintendo game. How do you call that? What? That's where the map is from. I'm not making any sense.
No, you're not.
Yeah, damn it. I'm trying. I will look it
I
up as soon as
appreciate
I'm hiding
the-
somewhere. I like the Squid Game with the paint and the colors, and then you throw paint, and then you gotta collect but I don't know, but it's a Nintendo game, and that's all the clues I got because I never played it myself either, so I forgot the name. I don't know where to hide here. It's a big map.
I'm not gonna be found. I need to whistle a lot, I think, to be found.
Yeah, but again, it's Linny and she is a good hunter, so.
So what you're saying is no hint needed?
Hmm. She always finds me. Like she's annoyingly good at it.
I don't know.
Okay, 50 seconds to paint. That's nice. I spent too long looking for a place to hide.
I still don't know where I want to stay. Can I put my feet?
La 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 la.
Like there's a lot of spaces, but at the same time.
Oh, this is bad.
Keeps blinking. Oh.
What? I give up on the painting. I don't think I have
Give up?
skills to. Yeah, I don't think I have skills to do that painting.
Hello, hello. Are you ready to
Hello.
be found?
That's good
No!
news.
Go back out.
Just need a, when you're done coloring, that's gonna be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
not-
When you're
not
done
that you're gonna
coloring,
be
if you get
done.
the chance. Oh my god.
You're not gonna be done coloring, but
But she's annoyingly good at this shit.
I'm just passing by and then I see someone with a leaf on them. And I'm just like, that doesn't look correct.
we are all close by. That's nice.
Yes, Betty got what I needed. Okay, Splatoon. That's the Squid Game with the colors from Nintendo that I meant. Yes. Splatoon. Thank you,
I think
Vegimus.
it's somewhere.
Okay,
But I do
I'm
like
fine,
that
out of
we
it
all
now.
collect
Just
spaces
had
stayed
some
in
at
the same
home.
area.
Have a good evening. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow morning. I hope no,
This
because
map
that
is
means you
way
were
too big.
asleep. Sending all the love and all the hugs to everyone. Night night, Miss Relaxing. And yes, I hope I won't be doing like a long have a family barbecue tomorrow. But
So sorry
thank you
about
so
the
much.
noise.
Yes,
That
she
was-
does. Yeah, that was too fast. It was super too.
That was keen. That was how Keeny killed me last time.
I
I
didn't
was
get
just
the
walking
chance
by.
to show how good I am to paint.
It was good. It was just not finished.
Yeah, it wasn't finished. And
I think we
Oh
all
my
had the same
God.
issue. We realized how big the map is, so we like, without saying, kind of decided we're gonna stay in the middle somewhere.
yeah.
That's
I don't
not
know where I
good.
am. Like I got lost in the map. Like
Oh, you good, Muffin.
yeah,
You're
not too
starting to
far.
get really
If-
good at
if-
this.
Yeah, if you find Lynn there, go straight ahead, take the next right, then around the roundabout, and then to the left. There you are. You're welcome.
I need to turn the volume down from the fishing game for myself.
It looks like the
Yeah,
right
I have like a continuous
military
fishing game like in
uniforms.
my stream nowadays. But that's why like the chat keeps like that's why I said like okay for the shared chat if it's too annoying I will put like a countdown on it or like figure out how to hide it or whatever. But Silky is really dedicated keeping her number one spot in the leaderboard. You can
I
fish
saw
random
Muffin
stuff.
again, but I have no idea where she is.
What? Hi.
No, she's really good hidden.
It's well hidden, yeah. Oh.
Thank you for
Wait.
the follow, Lumira.
Yucca. Oh my.
Okay, I
keep
think I'm
forgetting
just
to
gonna
mute.
stand here for the next 7 seconds.
And see who gives you points.
Yes.
I'm gonna whistle like crazy for you. Whistle, 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 whistle.
She wasn't
No,
following
you
you.
weren't followed, but I do appreciate your face coming in here.
I wasn't
I,
followed.
I think you did follow once.
Wait.
Sometimes Twitch
Jan
unfollow people.
follow. They do?
Yeah, it's happened to me before. Or I just think I'm followed, and I'm pretty sure Twitch messed up.
Four,
It's easier to say Twitch
Ah.
messed up.
one.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of like, oh, I got sick of your face, but here I am.
Oh, but sometimes it happens as well. Like when my
Yeah.
phone's spaced out or something with the Twitch app, I click follow and then it doesn't follow.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you
Yeah.
for all those points. Finally, I'm over Muffin.
Wait.
Does
I'm
Lumira
winning.
also stream or no?
Yes, he does.
Let me add. Let me add. Oh, I already am. Nice.
Got it.
Never mind. Already
Oh my
am.
god, I feel so
That's
stupid.
wrong. I keep pushing the stupid buttons on the keyboard. That's not doing what it's supposed to do. Well, it's not supposed to do. It's just the wrong button.
It wasn't following Bandem. Veggie, no!
No.
See? Better ban me, please. No!
Oh my god, am I blind?
No.
It keeps chat active at least. I know. I do like it.
Oh.
No!
Wait. I'm really close. I'm really close, but not this way. Colder. Warmer.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's hot. That's cold. Yeah,
Colder.
cold.
But that's
Oh,
maybe hard.
There you go.
Warm.
Oh yeah, that's hot. That's
Oh, you're
so
so
Go
hot.
warmer. Hot.
Oh, that's so
Super hot.
I gotta be honest. I'm kind of surprised how long you took.
I was just
Oh,
telling
but
Katja,
Mills.
what I
Okay, if
saw.
Mills was
Speak for
finished,
yourself.
it would have been really good.
Speak for yourself.
And
Yes,
only
because
only
wasn't
when you're
finished.
standing right next to Mills, that's the only place you were standing where I actually got points. Otherwise, when you're walking around, I didn't get anything.
But oh my god.
But I like
was
that little
I-
leaf.
Mills would have been good.
Yeah. But that
Yeah.
sounds also so sad. Mills would have been good
I
if
would
she
have
only had the
yes, I would
time.
have
No.
been. You didn't give me the chance.
You know, the biggest regret I was not like there because I wanted to see a message from my friend, and then I just was like, oh wait, I'm seeing someone here.
No, this is a hard match.
Yeah.
Because
Maybe fun to- for
either
fun.
you're a little jerk and you hide way away, or yeah,
You need
or
more
you're kind of nice
time.
and you're kind of right in it.
Do the pool.
You're the pool.
You're the pool. Do the pool.
Pool. That should be one of the on the bottom. Mine
The
pops.
bottom.
Kitchen. The dusty to new.
By the way, maybe good also to remind people in chat again. I know Napkin played with us one time. If anyone
Sanctuary.
wants to join up, probably gonna do
The gallery.
games. Mills, are you leaving at 11?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
if some of you are still on when the game is over, I am playing again. I can play again. It
Yeah,
depends on how the further.
I'm gonna end it around 11 too.
Yeah.
Pool. Where is pool? Swimming pool. I'm stupid. I was just
No.
looking for P. Where's pool?
P.
P.
Well,
was
I
just
hope
looking
there's
for
no pee in
P.
the swimming pool.
I think
that
I
was
just
how
did a
it
mistake.
Mills. I was like, that's Mills. Where's Lady? What?
Why am I down to again?
Oh
Oh no.
no! No!
Okay, I will sacrifice myself for the next game.
Sacrifice yourself.
Yeah, I will sacrifice it. Oh, I have been this one already, but now I know how to so maybe yeah, I'm gonna just again.
I gotcha.
Gotta redeem myself.
I need to start being square.
Being
Where
square
is
is
fun?
nice.
Big is fun too, but it
No,
it's hard.
big is not fun.
Big is not fun. Big is scary.
Big is very fun, but it's also very hard.
Yes, it's very hard.
I wonder, can I sit on this thing? Oh.
If I have this one,
I wonder why.
And
Hmm.
is a good color? No.
Yeah, so this is just me running around trying to
Oh.
find a place to hide.
You find it?
No!
Okay, and then we. Hello.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Rich,
What-
what
what-
are you talking
Are you?
about?
Are you?
I'm just gonna hide inside you.
No. Well, you can be part of it. You want to be part of it? You want to make this together?
Uh,
Maybe that
with the
would be
time
nice.
limit? With this time limit?
Yes. Just yes.
Some of the maps are so mean.
Oh, this
Why
is good.
are they mean?
Because they are terrible to hide in.
Didn't you choose this one?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know it was so hard to me to hide in. I forgot it.
I forgot to eat.
I'm
Aren't you
not.
supposed to
I
be a
thought I
little
could do
grinder?
this, but I cannot do this. This is nope. I need more people.
What do you mean, banana? No
Banana?
for you.
Banana.
Banana flavour.
Go, 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 go.
See.
Okay, we're just gonna. This is not what I envisioned. I have to do a double now. Okay. No.
I decided
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a wall for reason unknown.
Oi.
No, I keep moving. How do I keep myself locked from moving again?
Right mouse button. Stupid
Okay,
eyedropper.
okay. So not done. Gosh.
Oh,
Banana.
Banana.
Can you go back to the room again, please?
Go back, 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 go back.
No way.
Oh, not done. I'm so not done. Oh my
I'm so
god,
curious
panic.
about what Nils was doing.
Panic.
You have to stop shooting
Panic.
Nils as soon as you come in.
Panic.
It's kind of rude, you know?
Just stop hiding exactly where in the room where I'm coming from. Like basically. Oh my god.
I forgot this one. Oh no.
Emma, you were hiding exactly where I spawned and I was just looking at you from the beginning and I was looking at it and being
Respawn.
like,
I was
yeah, but
running around the whole map and I ended up in the start.
So what we
Thank
do
you.
is
I only had one
what?
eye. I only had one eye. Oh, I fucked that one up. Like the cloning is so hard because then you have to think 1,000 steps ahead. And
yeah,
uh,
you have to think, what am I gonna paint next? And
yeah,
then you
but
have to
I don't know what I'm painting at the moment when I'm painting. So
I am so good. If you don't get too close to me, I am invisible.
Yeah. I can't
That's
see
a
you
good
from
one.
here.
Yeah, that's not weird. I'm not even getting point from where you are.
Yeah, but I can't see you. If I look at you, I can't see you at all.
Well, you have to come close. You have to put your face up in my face. You gotta
You
love
might-
face
if you
smashing.
tell me where you are, then I will see if I can see you.
Oh, yes, that's a good idea.
wanna be honor VIP?
Oh,
What's that? Oh no. I'm gonna fish. I'm gonna fish, Silky.
oh.
Oh,
Are you holding your breath?
just a little bit. It's okay. I'm a grown man. I don't need
my
breathing
God.
anywhere.
You don't need breathing, no.
No.
No, not anymore. I've done it so much already. It's fine.
I'm gonna sacrifice the next
Yeah, I
10
was getting
seconds
old.
to make sure.
Well, that's gonna be a waste of time in that case. Or is it the whistle you're waiting for? That part.
Oh.
It's somewhere.
That is somewhere.
Somewhere
I'm gonna guarantee you,
over
I
the
am somewhere.
rainbow.
I'm not gonna tell you because you are too good at finding people.
Am I?
Yes, you are. I have bragged you up in the sky.
No.
Yes.
I have the feeling I cannot find anyone.
I have a
I'm calm.
feeling.
You're stressed. I'm calm. Stop stressing.
How am I supposed to stop stressing?
Press harder.
Breathe.
Can you whistle
Oh,
again,
funny
maybe?
message.
Okay, no, this sounds like it's coming from every side.
But that is so hard, like the whistling, yeah. If you're close, indeed, what you said, Joke, it just
That's kind of interesting.
sounds
because
like
I'm
it's in your head.
basically behind in
Still behind me?
pre-cam.
No.
Yeah, in pre-cam,
Oh.
and I get a really good directional sense. But
Holding the
if I'm
most.
whistling where you're now, it's kind of hard to hear where it's from. Kind of depends
Can you
how
whistle again?
close I am.
Wheel.
Am I really that good hidden? That good? That good?
Yeah, but
I don't
I
even-
might-
yeah,
I don't
no.
think-
Oh!
Yeah,
I
no.
don't even that good. I don't even that good with English with words.
It's like yes and no because when you see you see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like from a distance, you're invisible. Yeah.
I had to look this way.
Now I can look on the others.
I'm
That's
above.
good. I like that muffin. Now, where's
I
Mims?
only have one eye. I'm an abomination.
Where's Mims?
That was a half finished painting.
Oh, yeah. That's why you got shot, for sure. 100%.
Yeah, the arm. The arm. It was the
Wow,
arm.
thank you for all the eye candies.
Oh, well,
Hi,
you're
Candy.
very welcome.
All three. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Can I see I-48?
Have you seen my account? Huh?
Nope, I never seen your account.
Oh. My
Yeah,
body
you're
count?
90 or something? You're 92 now.
I wonder what the other one, the 7. Mills is 20.
Wait, I said I would
What is
sacrifice.
What is that? What is that?
Yeah,
Is that
I
times
know.
I've been shot or something? No. That's
Times you
second
haven't
count
been
is how
found,
many-
maybe.
No,
Hmm?
the second one is how many people like you found.
Oh,
Really?
yeah, yeah. I'm the lowest. That makes sense. Yeah.
yeah, then it's right. Then it's that. Yeah.
Yeah, that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed of my skill issue when it comes to perception
Finding
skills.
people.
I am
Nope, that's good.
I am clearly aware. Okay, Viking dining. I don't think we've done
Viking
this before.
dining?
Okay,
No.
this might be my last round, I think.
Oh.
What time is it?
It's
45.
45. Yeah,
45.
that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, wait, I
Which
want to be a
method
square
is it?
again. I don't know if it's good to be a square here, but I want to be a square.
Oh, I also
Why
I
is it
forgot to be
saying-
a square.
Oh no.
Whoever is gonna be searching for.
But I'm the hunter, so I'm gonna hunt as a
Jeez.
square.
Oh.
Not gonna work, then I'm not a square. I want to be a
Punchline,
square
that scared the
hunter.
crap out of me.
You
Okay,
wanna be a
wait, we're
square
gonna do
hunter?
rainbows now, right? I want to be a square hunter, but yeah.
You can't.
No.
Oh my god, Yokia, that's no. That was
Why? Did I take your idea?
yeah. You mother,
This isn't a good hiding spot.
mother. It was.
Why does this look? lightning here in the lobby.
I hope
is
I
confusing.
get to finish my painting this time.
Probably.
Maybe you should start with painting and
Then
then
find the place, yeah.
yeah.
That's a good idea.
Let's see. Does that look charcoaly? I'm gonna be,
Yes,
I'm gonna
mommy.
be found so fast.
Yes, daddy.
What?
No, what?
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 Whee! Yes, yes, yes.
I'm gonna be found right away. What are you complaining about, Min? You did it anyway.
Yeah?
Abort. Abort. I abort.
Abort mission. Was mine battery, I think? What is this color?
No!
Why can't I get to the high drop to eye drop?
I just
You
fell down from my
need-
hiding place.
You need some special eye drop skills to be able to eye drop. It's weird.
What the fuck did I just do?
No,
I wanna die, 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 die. It's muffin time.
Exactly.
I wanna die, die, die. I wanna die, 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 die. It's muffin time. I wanna die, die, die.
I'm focused so much. Okay, my feet. I wanna try each. Each. My feet down, and then what's on my butt? Gorgeous. Gorgeous. This. Gorgeous. Thank you for that, Basil. That was perfect. Oh my, what's that? Okay, we're ready. Oh gosh, what's happening?
What's
Ready or
happening?
not? I'm ready.
What's
Here I
what?
I'm not
come.
even fully painted yet, apparently.
Your color confuses me.
Yeah, I know because I can't get the eye drop to work.
My. For
Did
me,
it,
You
did
just
it,
have
did
to
it,
do
did
it
fine.
yourself. You just have to match the color yourself at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Oh, this would have been a good map to be square.
Where's Muffin?
Ready. Ready.
There. No one is down there. It's kind of big map.
No.
Oh,
Let's just say
Oh,
everyone
wait.
is under our roof.
oh. I can free camp to the lake. Does that mean in the lake?
Maybe, maybe not.
Try.
Everybody is under our roof. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, no one is outside there.
Okay.
Go back inside.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to climb, but yeah.
Oh my god, my color.
What? I've looked at meals.
If you
And
want,
you have
you
to-
No,
can.
you
when,
haven't.
when Muffin is looking the other way, you can go and take the place you wanted to go first. I
No,
moved.
are you stupid?
I moved. I had to
What?
abort that. That
I
was a
don't
bad
dare
place.
that. We're
This map is
starting.
a little big.
Wheel. Where?
Whoop,
Where? Where's the key?
I forgot about the forest whistle.
Where's the few?
I feel like I done
Watching
very,
Muffin is
very,
funny.
very good. I think this might actually be my best job so far.
God. Oh God.
I'm getting a bit motion sick.
Yeah, because you hit in such a weird spot.
There are some animation in this game, in this map. But
Are you all in this main room or no?
Yeah.
well, I'm here.
There are no doors between where you are. Wait, where are you right
No,
now? No,
okay,
there are
no one
doors.
in this room. Okay, so everybody is
Everybody-
in the main hall. You can say
Yes.
from the room up with the throne down to the brick wall with the ladder, the staircase. No ladder.
Yeah,
that's the ladder.
like just like this main hall, because I was like, there's also room down there, there's room down
Yeah.
there, but
Yes.
there's also
big
tiny
area.
rooms there, but yeah. Okay.
Mills is hiding in the barrel.
What?
Yeah, Mills is hiding in the barrel.
And somebody else is hiding on the furniture. This is telling so much, right?
Oh, you know what would be a good hiding spot? You see the Viking statue thingamajig sticking out the wall next to Muffin? You
That
know
one?
you know the pose where you like hang.
Oh, there you can do it. Yeah, and
on
then in the
both
middle.
sides? Can you imagine hanging between the teeth, looking like the dragon ate your face? That would be
Oh my
amazing.
god.
That's the thing. I hear the whistle like as one giant whistle just coming from the inside of my head. Yeah. Feet. Okay, here.
I have to do this because I have so
I
many
want
points.
some more points. I need more points. I need more points. I need more points. And she's not even coming my way.
Muffin is so freaking close to me.
Now
I
come
hear,
the
but
other
I don't know
way.
where you are. Oh my gosh.
Come the other way.
Okay, bye.
No. Stay here. Stay
No,
here.
Bye.
Stay
Bye.
here. I need the
Go down the
points.
stairs. Go down the stairs.
I'm not
Go
on
down
the
the
first.
stairs.
Out the stairs? There's no one out there. Oh, down the stairs. Oh, no.
Yes. Yeah, right
Muffin,
direction.
come
You're
back
coming
and
the right
look at
direction.
me. Give me points.
Yes, you're close to me, but not looking at me.
I'm in the barrel now. Okay.
She's in
Why
the
are you
roof.
in a barrel?
She's in the roof. Look in the roof.
Oh!
So good, Yuka.
Oh, Lini.
What do you
Lily
think?
too. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my
where
god.
is Mills? Where is Yoka? Where are you guys? You're there. I knew you
I'm-
were
I'm-
somewhere
I'm
in
on the
this
table
corner,
and
but
walk
where?
around.
Muffin, come
You
the
that-
other way. Come
Oh
down the
my
stairs.
god, that's
I'm
so
a piece
good.
Of, I am not to
This
brag,
Muffin,
girl
but I
is
am a
on
piece of meat.
fire.
And look at the
This
fire.
girl
Look
is
at the
on fire.
No,
Oh my
don't
god,
eat
I
the
looked
fireplace.
in this like, okay, I thought like maybe in the flames or something, but I looked from this side. And from this side, like this. Okay, now I can see your head sticking out. Now I know. Now I cannot unsee it. But I just, because of the smoke coming out, I didn't see you.
I hid in the fireplace on the other side there. That was such a
Really?
bad spot.
But, oh my god, okay, so I knew you were somewhere in this corner, but it's so confusing with the whistle sometimes. But you were good, Yep.
Thank
That
you.
was a
Not to
good one.
brag, but I'm a piece of meat.
He's on fire.
You're beef. Oh my god, guys. Thank
My
you so
alarm
much
from
for
meds
that.
actually went off, so it is time to end.
Yeah.
This was fun.
Yes, I am also going to watch the game.
Yeah.
Yay! Football.
Best of luck, Gugu.
The games are about to start. Yes.
Yes. Gugu is on England and I'm Norway, so we are competing against each other now.
Muffin, are you continue streaming?
Yeah, because I normally stream a little longer, but I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. But don't feel obliged to raid or whatever. You can do whatever you want.
Well, I'm gonna raid. I'm a grown man. I can raid whoever I want.
Don't
Good
ban
job.
me when we win.
Don't ban me. Well.
Don't you unfollow me when we win.
Anyway, thank you so much for the game. It's been a blast.
It has. Thank you so
Yes, thank
much.
you.
I don't know what to say. It's just been amazing.
It's
This game is so
always a
fun,
pleasure.
and I'm not gonna be able to play this next weekend because next weekend I am out of town.
Mm,
Oh,
So this was a good end on the mecha adventure for now.
what?
we did
Wow.
4 weeks in
To
a
be
row.
continued.
To be continued.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to do Exile. We should do an Exile, by the way, Mills, with Keenan, now that you have the game.
Yes,
So
you
we should
will,
plan
and that
plan
wasn't
that
you.
for the future.
Yes, for the future.
Anyway,
We
thank you
should.
so much for playing. Thank you so much for being here. I love you, Faces of Death. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Have fun with the
Bye.
games.
You too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot to tag Mills. I don't know if I can hug in your chat. Okay, let me switch. Scorch. This one. Nope. Yup, yup. And this one. Yup. And then we can decide what to do. Like I still have Hufflepuff pasta. I might do a little doggo walkie first. Any doggo walkie first? I'm not sure. Let me first check on Karma because she was barking like an idiot. I'm gonna check on Karma if she's still alive. Is she still doing good? Because I did walkies already before stream, but I was like 5. I is tired. Oh no, too tired to game. Like I'm also a little sleepy, so I was thinking like I could also just do like 1 or 2 league games and then end it, and then maybe do movie night or something would be good. Maybe movie night. Oh no, movie night. But I'm also too awake, yeah, to go to sleep. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna put it on Be Right Back for now so we can check a Garby Bean. You can still keep fishing. If you do want to do something together, jump in the voice if you wanna. That milk scared me. Oh my gosh. Okay. First, before I went Be Right Back,
Welcome 5 from
because I
Silent
was like, I'm gonna
Mills.
say
Hi for
hello to the
joining
Karma
us.
Bean because she was
Feel free
barking
to
like an
drop A
idiot.
in chat and get
But I cannot
cozy.
leave
If
now.
you'd like
I have
to
to
see
say
more of this
hello and goodbye to
muffin, don't
Mills.
forget to follow.
Go watch the soccer, or football, or soccer, or football, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, hi. Oh my gosh, that's what I meant. Like you guys, you're
Welcome
not
aboard
obliged.
from Mr. Jock Live. Ty for
Thank
joining
you,
us.
thank you so
Feel
much.
free to drop A in
I
chat and
appreciate
get
you, and I
cozy.
really
If
enjoyed
you'd
the
like
Mecha
to see more
Chameleon
of
games
this
together.
muffin, don't forget to follow.
Now I gotta give a big shouty to Yoka as well, but I think I gotta wait for like 1 minute. But it's playing a clip. Thank you guys. Enjoy the football, soccer, games, sports, all that good stuff. And yes, if we want to do more Mecha Chameleon later after you're back, then let me know. This is so fun. It is a fun game. It is. I think you like it is fun as well. Like I just play with you guys, and then indeed, like every week we get like a little better. Like you know more of the hiding spots, or I don't know. I'm still very bad at finding people, so thank you for your patience. Thank you for having me and inviting me. I really like it. Thank you so much. Okay, let me check if I can do the big shouty to Yuka. There you go. No, I gotta wait 30 more seconds. Oh my. Okay. It's a blast to have you. Your skill level is rapidly improving. Thank you. Like I figured out last time that you can do like I don't know what you said. Like if you go like really quick, like and it sort of does like a little shading or like it mixes the colors a little better. And also just like yeah, if you're just one color, then it doesn't blend in the environment except for if it's also just the one color. So with the other one, I had like a shit ton of colors and just it is fun. It is really fun to paint. I feel like every time in the stream, I'm just like, like staring like that at the screen. But yeah, But thank you guys. Like I always love playing with you guys, and yeah, I feel honored that you guys keep inviting me. So thank you, and enjoy the games. And Joke, also good. Thank you for reminding me to also take my meds because I have to set more alarms again. I have to do it more consequent. I don't know what a good word. Consistent. Yep. This is the fishing, by the way, that I was talking about. I can put it up for the whole time so you can see. This is the fish. And we have like a leaderboard going. I can toggle it for a little bit because I still need to do that. Like I've been just saying it for the whole week now. But this is the leaderboard for the fishing. You can fish the whole time through the chat. Thank you. Bye bye. And you also, yeah. Have a good night. Thank you guys. I was gonna ask like standard for streaming. It's like, how is your stream? But have a good rest. Have a good night. Love you both. Thank you so much. Oop. Let me click away the fishing again because then every time it appears when you fish, it is nice. Oop. There it goes. Bye. Okay. I am gonna put it like really quickly on Be Right Back. So thank you all Raiders as well for coming in. We are gonna play some more games. I can put up a poll, but that's the thing. Like I was trying to see because I do want to continue like Stardew at some point, but I don't then want to continue together. That's more fun. And with the Don't Starve as well. And I think we are all a little bit too tired for that. So I'm either thinking maybe indie game. Because I did buy some fun indie games. Like cleaning simulator stuff and the librarian one. We can always do more tiny bookshop of Crawl of the Lamp. Like we have a shit ton of indie games. We can also just do like a couple of league rounds. That could be fun too. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna start a poll first. Well, because now it's too quiet for my new poll. Uh, what other games did I have? Let me check. Like I can just also Librarian Cast and chill and play that kind of stuff. Or do some Counter-Strike shootouts, but I feel like that's more fun together. Marble tilting is always an option for a little bit. But I do feel like we should stay a little more active. Tilting. There you go. Because otherwise I'm gonna be too sleepy, which can be good as well. If you're just having sleepy Sunday vibes or Saturday vibes, not Sunday. And that's also all good. Okay, sorry. I was just zoning out reading something. That's what I mean. It is sleepy vibes. That's fuck. I'm like, okay. I put up like a thingy. I think maybe I will just put some options. If you want something else, put it in chat. Because I'm always open to suggestions, and I do like that a lot. So thank you guys again. Thank you so much for Yakke. Thank you for China Mill. Thank you to Kini. Everyone for playing together. It has so much fun. I do enjoy this game so much. It's a blast. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna get check on the karma bean. And then if I walk, then I will put it on the word so we can also just still do words. Yeah, I'm gonna check 1 second if she's all okay. And be right back. For everyone watching the football game, have fun. I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no fucking Jesus! Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it. Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Oh, there's a Pokemon. Catch the Pokemon. Okay, catch. And let me give you guys a Danji as well. Okay, wait, sorry. I just gotta keep this for later because that was... Did you use the upgrade?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? I did. Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip from him. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses, we're no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay, okay. Does it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay, all your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good. We're good. Okay, that's great. Yes, I'm gonna kill it with my knife. I'm fighting the troll with my knife and I did it. Okay, that's the classic muffin move. I love fighting the trolls with my knife. Okay, that's one troll down. Okay, he just took revenge instantly. He was mad.
Okay?
No.
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 Don't follow after me. I just had this argument.
I'm very much not okay.
I'm so sorry.
I hope somebody clips that. Okay. Do we not turn or? Oh.
You can only go at one speed like this.
We sail the seas of chaos, with crowns all in their sails, with weapons by the dozens. It's a cozy wild tale. We hoist the flag of sugar and sprinkle all around a bit of playful
Or one
madness.
notch, I should say. So we
The
won't
ship
go
runs
anywhere.
aground. Yo-ho, muffins and mayhem. Let's raise a cup of tea with fashionably late chaos. We're sailing wild.
Oh,
and
even my
free.
muffin AI is calling me out of my fashionably late chaos.
We keep getting.
No, but we all need a purple. That's important.
And nobody can clip it. Oh fuck. Golly, I just hit the
We
greatest
can.
shot of my life. Can you clip it?
We can.
Oh my god, no! I took revenge! I avenged still! Hello. I'm gonna hide this. But we're still fighting. Fuck yeah. Ways to die. Ways to die. So many dumb ways.
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true. That's true. I prepared everything so I can make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, everyone. Banana muffins. Let me check. Did we make... Yes!
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay?
Okay. You make some.
I make 20.
Ooh, okay, I take... Oh, precision. Hold on a minute. Okay.
Oh, Jesus. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, bud. I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was... Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Did you eat? Are you stocked up on your food? Okay. Okay, bring one closer to the right now, yeah?
Skeleton behind the.
I built a way better ladder. Too.
It's like a giant slime monster.
The skeleton was destroying the. Oh, it ran away. Never mind.
Okay. Do you want to take one poison resistance?
Potion resistance. What's that?
Yeah. Poison.
Poison?
Oh my gosh, sorry. Poison resistance.
Okay, I took poison.
Yes.
Alright.
And go. Oh, duck. There's a duck. There's a duck. Fuck you, duck. No, I don't like you. Duck. No. Don't do it, duck. No, don't do it, duck. You're so cute, but not really.
Who touched it?
Someone touched the duck.
You bastard.
Save Sap. I didn't touch it. Save Sap. Okay, Sap touched it. Oh.
You shot her.
Yes, thank you.
This solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo round was fun while it lasted. I hopped a little, but now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude. I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chad Haven at the start, and then went and played Fortnite with
Marbles.
Chad Haven, and then I played Marbles, and now I am playing Repo with Muffin, and then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was
Like-
just having a quick word break, okay? Just a tiny quick word break.
Quick word break.
Okay,
You invited me to collab 40 fucking 8 minutes ago whenever we actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long.
Okay. Ready, dungeon? Yeah. Oh my god, that timing. Okay. Nope. I did a little outfit change. Have fair. And I'm way too bright. Yeah. Oh! There are 2 votes. There are no league votes. I was like completely like flipping. Like, looking cute. Thank you. Mooney, thank you. Oh, thanks, Mr. Butt. Yes. I was lurking before in yours. We just finished like the Mecha Chameleon stuff. I am trying out new hairstyle modes, but I didn't like, yeah. I'm still testing out if bangs suit me, but the bangs now are too flipped. I don't know. It's a look. It's a look. Yeah, I'm trying. Yes, yes, yes. I'm allergic because yes, all good, hon. All good. Yep, 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 yep. Let me play you Blippi. And I have it's my
No, but I'm still
audio.
host.
Because I'm taking off my headset for now.
Goddamn game. Fuck this shit.
Yep. Test. Do I hear things? Yes, now we hear things. I still have to start a fairly chill here. Kick. What is? Kick. Kick. There you go. That's some new. Oh my gosh. Okay, bangs. How do bangs work? Like this, maybe. It looks super cute. Yeah, thank you. And I did a little outfit change because I am gonna go for walkies, and I was wearing like only the bikini top and a small top thingy. But yes, like I look. I don't know if I can actually show you this correctly without showing. Oh yeah, that was so cute. I got this now. Look, you see it blows mist. Ah, and it's so good. It's so good. So now we're finally not dying in heatwave muffin mode. I'm just gonna turn. No, that's too fucking dark. This is a little better. This is so good. So I'm continuously just. And it wasn't that expensive. It's not an Ergo, so I still don't have an AC. But it's a air cooler with water in there. And like, I guess I still have to share the pictures in the Discord as well because Karma was just sitting in front of it the whole time, like, just so relaxed. Okay, let me check. Like, I want to do the librarian game because I was really hyped for that one. Hi, Pixel. Hi. I want to see like hours playtime because I kind of want to do it in one full go. Oh gosh. But that's the thing that I had. Like, I can start it and stop it, but I kind of wanted to do it like in one full stream, you know. But I also plan to not like stream forever today, maybe. But like, if you can do it, like I am like 100% completionist idiot. But there it says like if you're 100% completionist and you want to feel everything always, it takes 20 and a half hours. So maybe we do have to split that up. Hi, Gil. What is that one say? What is that little mousey? Ads. Oh, I like that. Let me check. So we did have like 2 votes for the indie game stuff, right? I can check for other indie games, or we can split it up. But the librarian, tidy up the arcane library one. That's a single player game. I don't know if any of you guys have already seen it on Twitch or not. Like other people play it. But yeah, you gotta tidy up the arcane library. That's literally the title. And there are about 3,070 books or something to tidy up. And that's yeah. I am a completionist. I know that for myself. So then I wanted to do everything. Why does it say it will take you approximately 6 days to complete if you play for 1.5 hour a day while focusing on some extra content? Long ads? Oh no. Speed run it. Yeah, I can do like only just the main story. It's like 5 hours. Your registration is like 4. That's still okay. It is still like early. It's early night in muffin comparison. That is a nice one. Otherwise, I have like the Cast and Chill, but that's like the fishing one. Then I can just blabber, but it is cute. Up Gross Arcade. No, that's a Five Nights at Freddy horror kind of thing. We also have No Place Like Home. What is this again? There's no place like home post-apocalyptic. I got it like in a bundle thing with the other one. But this one was moi. Or like, oh, okay. And I got Captain Blossom because it was called Captain Blossom. Muffin, what do you want to play? Thank you, Veggie. Thank you. That's the thing. Like lately, the other day, it's like I have so many games, but then at some games I want to play, but like at another time, if that makes sense. Like I do have, but I bought like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I'm so fucking stoked to play the new Assassin's Creed game, like the Black Flag remaster, because Black Flag was like one of my favorite games ever. But I still have to buy that one. I got to check if I have enough money and everything. And then I first want to play through other Assassin's Creed. Like the thing is why I'm overcomplicating this, because I have family barbecue tomorrow and I know my energy levels. I also know if I play something that I just want to keep playing forever, like I always want to play everything forever, then I don't want to stop. I got some games here that are free games that look awesome. But you know what? I kind of feel like it is like a slow, chill Sunday. We could do the librarian thing. I am excited for that one. And we can just see like if I'm too tired, then I'm too tired. But yeah, I bought it in a Steam sale like 2 3 weeks ago. I want to play Frames with friends and I cannot at the moment. Heal, are there go something that fits into your time frame and energy levels? Yes. Yes. That's why I was like, I can always do leave. No, I wanted that Eevee. Oh no, I'm sorry, Silk. Nobody got it. Eevee escaped, no one got it. No. You can throw an ultra ball or like other special balls that people need. Yum 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 yum. And Kale, is there like any possibility for you to play? Like you have an old phone? So probably not. But do you have like any laptop or something? No? At the moment? Like what are your possibilities? Because we can think like about the games that we can do also. Like you can just join on phone or a browser or stuff like that. That's why I also put like the Jackbox stuff up there. I do want to do that one time again. But okay, I feel like we're gonna start with the librarian then. But maybe quick word break so I can make smokies and do turbo wokies. So we gotta do words, and that does fit like the librarian again. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm too hyped for that. That's the okay. So the issue is not that I don't want to play it. The issue is that I do want to play it, but then I do want to finish it. You're trying for a laptop, okay? Okay. So if you like, I don't know how comfy you are with sharing stuff as well, but I wanna like share. I wanna help more. Like I can also just put out like a request or something, like if there's someone living in your area, because I do have like a lot of US people. And if someone has like spare laptop or a computer or a tablet or something, congratulations, I wish you all the best. The thing is, so Veggie, yeah, we did play together, but that's what I mean. Like I don't know how much I can share, and it's your situation, but due to some circumstances, he doesn't have any appliances at the moment. Um, but let me know if I can share, and otherwise, I still want to help or yeah, do stuff. Yep, yep. In the meantime, okay, mirror the game, Twitch. Tokyo, I could just do Evil Muffin, play sound, save. Does that work? That works. I understand. Fish. Okay. We're just gonna do a little word breaky. Then we're gonna walk, so mirroring there. And then boop. And then oh. What? I was wondering if I join Discord on my phone. No, because I don't hear myself. Like, I want to figure out like if there's a way just to keep talking while walking, if you know what I mean. So I can still chat and say hello, hello, hello. I was being silly, was using a reference to when people say they're trying for a baby and they were trying for a laptop. That's why the congratulations. Okay. I was like, wait, what? Okay. Okay. I get that. Akil is trying for a laptop. Any day now he will poop out the baby laptop. Maybe. Okay, let me update here. Oh, it works! A little techno baby, yeah. Just a little tiny teeny baby laptop. And then you have a new laptop. That's kind of nice. Yoki. Oh, damn. Nice one. A word. Big word. Nope. Is everything updated? I think so. And we can do kill. If you want to know the commands, we do have the W help. The W, yeah, how do you say that? WOS, like WOS, exclamation mark WOS. That does still work, but the muffin bot is still gone, so yeah. It says it as me. Wait, oh my gosh, thank you, game. No, tackle. Yes. It literally like how it was spelled. It was not, yeah. You know what the thing is? It's such a tiny cooling thing, but actually with the tiny cooling thing, I'm getting cold now. It's never good. No, but it is actually just it's cooling so much that I'm getting a little cold. Oh, we already had lag. 8. Doing good. We're doing good. How's the music? Should I put the music a little louder, maybe?
Ooh,
Oh, wait, the music is like super low here, I think, yeah. Now it should be as loud as it goes, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Better. And the fishing game still makes a sound, but yeah, softer. Should be good. Cold? Oh, I love the cold. Yeah, well, that thing, yeah, it blows like the cold. What do you call it? Like mist. Very. Just. I missed your response to my comment. I honestly do not care, but I do not have anything set up for online friends to help. Okay. I didn't. Yes, that's the disclaimer again from today. The last couple of days. Like, if I miss your comment because I didn't reply to your comment, I think Kill. Just tag me in it or post it again because I'm a little scatterbrained lately, and I'm still off ADHD meds for a couple months now. So I'm like, what's going on? Like that knocking sound that Factimus came into with the stream, well, that drew me off like crazy. I forgot about everything else. But okay, Gil, if you do not care, then we can set something up. We can figure that out, maybe. We could also try to see if you can set up like a PayPal or like a GoFundMe, or I have no idea. We can donate maybe through your Twitch as well. But thing is, Gil is as I said, like he has been like one of my main mods ever since I started streaming. He is an amazing person. His whole existence is basically just supporting other people, and he never asked for anything himself. But Gil has been in a fire. And that's also the reason why he's not streaming anymore. Most of his stuff got destroyed in a fire. So yeah, you don't have like a laptop or a computer or nothing. Yeah, yeah. And that's why I was like, okay, it's not my place to share, so I don't want to just say it or whatever. But I do feel like we can figure something out because at the beginning you didn't even know if you could be like on Twitch or on your mobile or anything. I don't know if you still have like your special tools for your shoes or everything for work is working out now. But you can make like a list of other stuff that you'd like need really really like how do you say that, like short term. And as I said, like we can see for I don't know maybe donations or GoFundMe or something like that if people want to help from across the world. But I know like I have some people like some friends in the community as well that live like in the States or live near I think you were also like near East Coast, maybe. And like we're all gamers, we're all streamers, we're all I don't know, IT nerds. Maybe someone has a backup laptop or like an old laptop. Like I would send you my old laptop, but my old laptop basically doesn't start anymore, so you can maybe just browse the internet and that's it. Um, but still, I want to figure out how we can help maybe. Because I do miss gaming with you as well. Because I was playing like a lot of played up with Keel, and Keel bought Karmasu for all of us. That's why I asked the other day, Silk, if you ever played Karmasu, because that's a game that Keel buys for everyone, basically, and it's a really cute, fun game. But yeah, Keel, just send me. Otherwise, send me maybe just a DM. What kind of stuff that you're missing, or that's hard at the moment, and then I can also do. Yeah, that's the thing. I have no laptop, but the best it can is rent solitaire. Yeah, so we can make like a list or something like what do we have in the community, and then we can miss and we can just send or buy or help or something. Because yeah, I wanna. I'm gonna put it as a little reminder. Dino Dolphin. Let me remind myself here. There we go. Why does Dino not work? Yeah. Will I? Bill. Bill is maybe just a name. But okay, I'm sorry, Veggie. You're guessing alone. We're trying. If you have hole, no, no. My brain is making Dutch words again. Okay. Pin, pill, pillow, pillow. Karmasutra GTA is less than $1 for me, which is that I don't mind getting it for friends. That's fine. But I still, it's such a nice. I don't know, such a nice gesture. I like it. Are we just gonna die here? Maybe? Alright, that's sweet. It's still sweet, even if it's less than $1. The fact that you're getting it for people, that's awesome. And you can play together with a lot of people. I would have played that again at some point. I liked it. Okay, I think maybe we are just gonna die here and just try again. Oh my gosh. Oh, I hate the game calls as a loser every time. What does the M mean? Fish, 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 fish. What's the craziest thing you caught so far, Silk? Oh gosh. It's 3:30 a.m. Brain is slowly shutting down. Oh my gosh. Okay, Veggie, did you already sleep or did you not sleep at all? Gotta refresh this. Fresh. Yes. Alright. Now we're good. Now we're good. I laid down and couldn't sleep. I get that. I get that. Got to bed earlier. Go to bed earlier. No, but that okay. You can already be in bed, but then just not sleep. Dungy, dungy, dungy. This is a really big board. Oh, should I move the fishing a little bit? Oh, my bongo is just behind there as well. Put this back. Everything is okay. Okay, I think this is okay. This is okay. Nice, line, nice. Kiln. We have kiln. We have some other word with it. Hey, maybe. Yeah. Go to bed earlier. Good one. Yep. Yep. So does that work for you? Like legit question. Like is it like okay, I'm tired, I can just go to bed earlier and you can sleep earlier? Wait, a ducky! You got a rubber ducky, rubber ducky ducky. Nobody guessed lick. Oh my gosh. There you go. I go to bed when my pain isn't so bad. Yeah. I get that. Like I tend to stay awake when in flare-ups or that kind of stuff. But now as well, like that's also the reason that I'm more distracted. That I don't tell that much, don't say that much on stream, but my pain levels have been so fucking bad lately as well. So then I'm like, I'm just happy to be alive. I'm happy to be here. I go to sleep early, but then still wake up in the afternoon sometimes. Like 7 p.m. and then wake up at 2 p.m. But then do you sleep the whole time? That's what I mean, Silky. Like, I know you can sleep like longer. I've had that sometimes. Like, I've had it like after our long ass gaming sessions the other day. Like, I went to bed in the morning, woke up at nighttime, then just continued sleeping and woke up early morning again. I slept so much. It was insane. But yeah. But then if you go to bed like 7 p.m. and then wake up like in the afternoon or something, do you sleep like consistently the whole time? That's still kind of amazing. Maybe your body just needs a shit ton of sleep. But if you can sleep through it, for the most part, yeah, get up and use the bathroom, let the dog up. Nice. You're a pretty heavy sleeper. Yeah, the winter can be pretty harsh with pain, yeah. Yeah. Eggborn, hi. How you doing? How your night? Oh, you got the mystery muffin. That's one of the special muffins. Fuck yeah. I go from insomnia. Okay, yes. Because you also had like the nights where you didn't sleep, yeah. I get that too, Silk. Like I've had the periods last year and earlier this year where I just didn't sleep for days on end. Terms and rain can make it worse for me. I guess it's from the air pressure. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, Willy! Hi, hi. Hi, hi. No, but that's the thing. Like, I've slept forever, like, as well, but I've also stayed up for like 3 or 4 days in a row. Just checking in, having smokies. How's the stream? We finished the Mecha Chameleon. It was fun. Now they're off to watch the football, soccer. Yep, 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 yep. Wait, we have what? Do we have a rat? Yeah, we have a rat. Oh, we're real sleepy today as well. What? Oh, what? What? Yeah. But it's going good. It's going good. Yeah, we finished the Mecha Chameleon, as I said. They have to watch the fucker. And I just now called it fucker instead of football and soccer. This is not going. This is not going great. But yep, yep, yep. Good. Glad you're having fun. Yeah. I need to go walk to Karmaveen for a little. And then I'm probably gonna do like, okay, if I'm too low energy, then maybe. Nah, that's actually not making sense. I was like, if I'm too low energy, then maybe I'm gonna do League, but then I'm just gonna rage quit like so hard. That's not gonna go well then, because then I can't focus like shit. So no, let's not do that. Yeah, no, no. I already decided we're gonna play like the librarian game. I don't know if you have it as well, or I saw that you added it to your wish list, I think, maybe, Willy, but like the arcane library where you gotta sort all the books. I saw it when it was released. I was like, oh my god, yes, I need it. Oh my god, Silk, you had another jackpot. What did you get? A tiger shark. Oh, Fetty was the tiger shark. Nice one. But yeah, no, the arcane library game was in the Steam sale. Yeah. But that was one of the games that I got for myself that I was like really excited about. Looks good. Yeah, we seen that the other day. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where did you see it? I forgot who I saw playing it first. But it is like it looks fun. But I can't talk for shit today, so I'm like blabbering on like I do. What? Oh, and actually, Willy. Awesome Wolfie recommended Fresh to raid into here at the very start. But we were already like in the Mecha Chameleons and everything was going so fast. There was so much going on. So I hope I did right by him, but I really appreciated that. Doing, yeah. Awesome Wolfie is your every stream now. She's so awesome. And Awesome Wolfie. Yep, it is fitting for the name. On the vertical one now I'm disappeared, but that's kind of good because yes, as I said, I will be going Karma Walkies. I think I switched off the auto continue thing. Yeah. Continue. Now we have a timer again. Okay, good. How is the moving going, Willy? Are you still building stuff up? Mm-mm. Go? Getting there, slowly but surely. Okay. Super. Usurper is the big word, I think. Wait. Usurper? No? Usurp? Yes? Usurper is not, no. Yes? No. Usurp. No, that's not the word. User? Yes. What bird is? Hi. How you doing? Let me also. Oh no. Let me play what bird is sleepy. Resub. Yeah. Pursue. That's the big word. That's the big word. Good one. Don't make rules. You're doing good. You're doing good. Yes, and yeah, I'm also I'm distracted as fuck today. But what else is new? Other than that, like that's been like the result of me just not taking any ADHD medicine anymore for like the past couple months. Yes, the worm is getting to me, but like the thing is, like if I have the cooler on, it is delicious. Now I turned it off because I'm making the smokes and I'm getting warm right away. Now, did you stream some more Tarkov today, Bert? Bert? My God, that's what I mean. I keep mixing words together. Or are you also following the World Cup matches? Like I know the Netherlands is kicked out of the game, so those were a couple matches that I was watching. I do like that, and I do know the Viking guy that has become like the mascot meme of the whole World Cup. He's awesome. How is he called? Hagland or something? No? Like he is one big meme. In the best ways. Oh, we're doing good. We're doing good. We were playing some Mecha Chameleon earlier. This is just a little breaky transition mode. With little pigtails up. It does work. I still gotta figure out what to do with my hair eventually, but I kind of wanna fish and fish. Nice, nice. Oh, that was smooth. Okay, okay. What other words we got, people? We don't have fake ones yet. What fish hook? Oh, good one. I will do hook. I will help. But we're also in the ads now. See, can you guys see? Yeah, you have the fishing there still. Oh, and I gotta click here because now the helper is not loading. You're welcome. Okay, I am gonna switch to mobile. I got my smokies. And I'm going over the biggest walkie, but I am trying to do like quicker walkies and then more often with the Karma Beam. So what's with the extra bit of words at the bottom? This thing, because this was like my accident. This is the world help. Word. Oh my Jesus. Word helper. Jesus. Okay, so here. You can also, if you want to, like, sometimes the thing runs behind, right? So this is a thing where I can help. So it shows the big word, the hidden letters, the fake letters, and what words are already guessed so far. Because the higher you get, the more difficult it gets, and then you have like all the hidden ones. Let me move the fish on my face in a second. But yeah, then you have all the hidden ones, and then you don't know which words are already guessed and stuff. So this is literally called the word helper. But I have it with screen cut thing display. I don't know. Yeah. So if I do this, you can't see shit. But then you see other stuff. It's just a screen thingy. Good luck, have fun with the walkies on the stream. Thank you. Bedtime for this old man. Bird, I'm older than you. I'm older than you, man. Thanks for checking. But have a good night. Thank you for the dungeon. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for everything. If you haven't followed Bert yet, he plays a lot of Tarkov. He participated in a tournament the other day. And he's really nice. And I'm older than you. Are you sure about that? Oh, seems the AC is working. Yes. It's okay. See you at bingo tomorrow. Oh, fuck yes. Thank you for the reminder. I gotta do bingo. No me bingo. Okay, maybe you win then, Veggie. Are you really? No. Really? Okay, Veggie, you have a baby face. You fake? Yes, yes, you is fake. Yes. I like birds emotes. They're cute. Okay, Bird, see you at bingo tomorrow. Have a sweet, sweet dreams. I'm gonna run the karma beam, and then we'll be back. I'm also gonna switch some music. This is not the vibe. I don't know. You know what? Fuck it, we're gonna go for this one. I wanna let you guys listen to this if you haven't heard it yet, because this is the latest album from Muse. And oh my fucking god, I love it. Maintain. Yeah, oh my god, mean. Okay, I tried. Silk. You. Oh gosh. Many. There are too many the same words, that same letters. Does that make sense? There's too many of the same letters. Yep. Okay, I've been listening to the Muse album. I'm gonna run. Did I pin that mirror link? Nah, we're good. Plop. Run. Yeah, no, I'm gonna walk fast. I'm not gonna run. I never run. Fuck running. That hurts. Okay. Okay, I can do this. You guys can continue and restart as well with these. Let me put this one here. Give me new gloves, dungeon. Oh no, you still don't have the gloves. I'm sorry, Gil. Okay, I'm gonna hide this over my face. There you go. Yeah. Deborah. That's not a word in English. Okay. Red. Good one. Okay, I now gotta move my butt, otherwise I'm just not going. Yeah. No, Leon, it has to be at least 4 letters. If we had a T, we could make bread. Okay, bra is good. one last fish.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording. How is everyone?
Fuck it all,
Okay, I'm back. We got this. Oh, I hear double sound now. 1 second. Okay. We got this. Whoa. Yep. Why did front not work? Oh, we already had front. But we can do font. Okay. Oh my gosh, but okay, Dolphin, go to the bathroom if you have to go to the bathroom, okay? Okay, what else do we have? Um, You did noon, that's a good one. I was now just guessing words, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, what the hell? Got my bag on and everything from walkies. My gosh. I ran here. Was just standing like in front of the house for a little bit because yeah, it's nice and cool out. Oh yeah, hi. Okay. I can quickly pause. Oh, auto. Okay. I hope Dolphin is going to the bathroom because please go to the bathroom. Thank you. Okay, we got this. Me. Um. Yes. Okay. I knew it. Okay, so the Q is fake. Robot, no. Bird, no. Nice. Carmen, no. Without a U, the Q is useless. Yes. You cannot make any words of it. I did Cobra. Yeah. Carbo. Carp. I'm locked in. Oh, I think I'm locked in. Carp. Carp. Okay, never mind. What? Unless you are me? That is true. Then you can make your name without you can make your name without a U. You don't need no U for a kill. Remember you do? You have the best walkies ever. Are you the cutest, patootie, snooty? Yeah. No, but we don't have cookies, and I just fed you, baby. No. I'm gonna put on the cooler again. Yeah. So good. It's so good. But yeah. That was a good one. Oh, stretchy. Maybe I am gonna save the librarian until another time. Nope. Wait, I can put myself back here. Sounds like a good idea. Yeah. There's now like, okay, Silky wanted to see it as well, and then Silky is already to bed. And we are already like a 5 hour in stream. And if it's like, I want to play it, as I said, like, I would love to do like just a full stream. Because then I can just do like the full. I'm already locked in. I'm in locked in, but we can also do roll. I'm gonna do the same. But yeah. Yeah, we can just do some words. Maybe if in the mood we have people active, we can do little marbles. Maybe yeah, and maybe some league. It can be good, maybe. Yeah. Gil, did you already get your gloves in the dungeon? Oh my god, I still have the fishing like right in my face. There you go. Where should we put the fish? There you go. Light. There. Oh. Rings is in. Rings. 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 I think the H might be fake. Oh my god, it's hard. I think the H is fake because no word with the H it seems to be working. Okay. Oh gosh. Daring? Oh, but we needed 83 points. Okay. Yeah, but that threw me off. I was sure the H was fake, but it was the T. But every combination we tried with the H was with a T. No, don't be so hard on yourself. You're fine. You're good. Okay. Now I kind of want to. I'm back. I'm kind of locked in now. I want to try one more. You guys want to try one more? Let's go again. Yes, okay. One more. Because we are getting higher. We're doing better. And then I can decide what I'm in the mood for. Ooh, big X without an E? Wait. I didn't know that. What is the word without an E? Ika! Gotcha. Oh, Pixie. We would need another Y for that one, but I do like it. Do we have cape? Yeah. Do we have cape? And something with a P. P-E... Peck? Peck. Yeah, I figured it out. We're doing good? We're doing good? Okay, but Kill. Do you already have your gloves? Yeah, you well done. And Veggie is well done, and Kill nice try. Okay. No, there's no S. Like if I don't know a word, like a big word, I'm just gonna do like a short word, so at least have something in. Can I make minion? No. Manic? Cinnamon! No new gloves, are there no better than uncommon gloves? I don't think so, actually. I'd have to check, but maybe we can add them as a custom one as well. Why didn't Kane work? I thought Kane worked before in other maps. We can still. Oh no, we have main. Yeah. Moon. Chimanim. 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 Moon. Hmm. Anna. We don't have to eat ass. I don't know. What else do we have? Chow, Goma, Mika, Maniok, Street pan. No, I'm also eating like a little snack. Yum. Cookie. Mm. Wait, can you hear me? No. Yeah. Okay. Not sure if anyone got my reference with Shiny Mini. I don't think so. I'm not sure. Animaniac? No. Shiny Mini. Mini. Yes. Elliot? No. A Quetzal. I know those from RuneScape. Now we have a Q and a U. Yep. Wow. I know, but I know it from RuneScape. In old school RuneScape, you have a Quetzal system, and they are giant birds. And you can ride on the back of the giant bird, and it flies you to the other area. So they're also called Quetzals over there. Nekopara? Cinnamon? I don't know these words that you're talking. Yeah, you can fly the Quetzals. What is Nekopara? Ah. Oh. Oh, okay, wait. Wait, Neko Power. Neko Power. That looks cute. I want to watch this. There's a game? I add this to my anime and watch this thing. Anime. There. Oh, dogs. I got the and these. Nice. Dogfish? What's a dogfish? Is that an actual thing? Dogfish? No. Princess Connect Relay? Oh. Oh, I don't know that one either. Mm. I don't know. I don't know. I tried. Whoa, you still got it. Good job. Okay. I'm also gonna look up this one. Ooh. Nice. There you go. I added them. Dogfish says woof. The catfish says meow. But a dogfish is not a real fish, no? Is it? My fish is dead. Hey, Crochet! There is a dogfish shark. What? Ah. You're welcome in, Crochet. We're already at the 5 letters, my gosh. Starting like the 5 letters, then my brain just goes crash. Oh, we can also do trial. Yeah. Arctic? No. Oh wait, the C is fate. L is the hidden one. Fish. Fish. Pirate? Later. Oh my gosh. Hey, McKeem. Hi. Welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Long time no see. What? And join the dungeon. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Let me... There we go. Clippy. Oh, we have a logo. It's also nice. Peter? What's the mirror link? Ah, yeah. Now I'm back at my PC. Wait, I can also give you this one. Then you have the chat and the stuff in there. Like a lot behind, yeah. Do you want it with the word helper or just the mirror link? Like this is the whole thing. This is just a mirror link. That is a big pin. Pin the other one. Where is Pity Wonks? Are you guys gonna summon all the word people? Then we're just gonna continue with this word stream. I don't mind. I like the vibes. Just listening to music, chilling. It is good. What? The stream streak. Thank you, Crochet. Thank you for lurking in the other streams. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, linear? Nailer? Airline? Yeah, I can do airline after luck. I did liner. Yeah, I already did that one. Neil, you got a stormtrooper helmet. Oh yeah, I should check. Let me check here. Whoop. Like, okay, Twitch, Ninja Dungeon. I think I also have just normal gloves. Well, I do have pink mittens. But they are still uncommon, but I do have the pink mittens, which are like a custom one. Good job, by the way, people. Good job, good job. I also do full maid outfit, which is interesting. How does the maid outfit look? That's a silly hat. Yeah, some weird custom outfits, but that's because I just selected some that looked interesting. I'm changing my outfit. So 1 second. I am. Oh, and there's also Poke. But to answer your question, DM, I got banned from this channel. Oh, Vegimus. Okay, train is in, people. Train. Training. Rating. Train, okay. Oh my god, that was a good one. Like, as soon as you have, like, the first one, then... Oh, my karma cookie. Karma. Okay, can I leave you guys alone and go get the karma cookie because it was already 4 minutes ago? Oh my god, I saw it way too late. I'm sorry, Makeem. Grand. Never did mine. What? Oh my gosh, I'm so bad. Like, I just keep seeing like all the dungeons. Wait, what did you redeem when? I'm scrolling through all the things. Good dog deserves a cookie. Oh my god, that was at the very beginning. Oh my gosh, but that was like at the collab, and I was trying to see as well. Like, that's the thing. I have the activity feed very tiny there. Okay, I should just have the big thing open. Oh my gosh. Okay, Karma's gonna get 2 cookies. Oh my gosh, I feel bad. You can remind me if I'm not paying attention to it. Like I'm very distracted sometimes lately. Like I'm sorry. Okay, gonna let it run auto so it just goes on, continues. And I'm gonna grab a cookie for the little baby. Oh, oh god, no camera. You can do it. Go back. There you go. Okay. There's the bean. There's the bean. Little bean cam. Okay. You got this. I'm come back. Okay. First of all, because you are just a good dog, you get a cookie. This one is for Benjamin. And because I forgot it, you get a bonus one. Yum, 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 yum. Oh. Okay. And for me, you get one bonus one. And then we had one with a trick. So let me scroll. Yep. You gotta do a paw. Oh my god, we had 98 points. No, 89 points. I was typing still, so you can use these. So you can do this. Like if I am not locked in. So sorry, there was an ant invasion. No worries. We can do one more. I can do restart. Okay, but we have there Tiny Carmy Bean, who is gonna give us a little. Yum. And lollipop. Yum. Okay. The pupper got spoiled. Thank you for the cookies. Sorry, I forgot about it at first. We are all caught up now with all the cookies. There we go. Oh, let me. Zip up. Oh, slime. No. Gosh, what aisle? There's so many guests already. Nope, too tired for this. I get it, Reggie. You can also just fish and chill. I think after this I might switch to doing just like 1, 2, 3 league games or something. Perfect. Oh, I wanted to have Pando. Like the lurk bait above the Pando, but Pando is still on top of the lurk bait. Why? What? Lurk bait. Yep. Bait. Hi. You're behind. Okay, continue. No, it should be good. Oh, I'm too late for the dungeon, I think. Is Kill doing a solo dungeon? But yeah, Kill, I looked up the stuff that I have in the dungeon, and I only saw an uncommon one as well for the gloves. We can check if we can maybe make custom ones. Nice. Need to make one from Conan? As an outfit? Which one? The golden bikini? The dark castle one? Both? Yep. I know, so you do DMs in Veggie. Veggie. Oh. Oh my gosh, dolphin. Like, why this game sometimes? You can do ass, you can do arse, you can do anal, but you can't do cock. Still. Eris? Yeah, we got a perfect one. Nice. Always getting arse and anal. Thank you for that one. Oh, great. Oh, Leaves. Easel. Buddy, welcome in, Freckle. Please, okay. There's no C. Yeah. The fake one is a C. Beans. Trying to fix my... It's Freckles! Okay. Not working. Do we have like bills? We have bills. Let's go! Okay, this is kind of working. I still think it kind of works. Like if I blow hair dry my hair, yes, that works. And I can make bangs. It's so windy and cold. Really? Oh no. You like it? Like I still have to get like a haircut someday, but because like so far, like with the growing out, I've just cut it myself like 2 or 3 times in the beginning, and then I never cut it again. But I use a shit ton of hair masks and whatever, so yeah. But I do gotta dye it at some point. It's now turning like a weird blonde, orange, pink. I don't know. Oh, it's already 5. Okay, Epsis. So the hidden one is a P. Pink stairs. Pink gold. Yeah. Ooh, passion. Pianos. Piano? Oh, we already got piano. My gosh, you guys are so fast. Oh my god, I love it, but I'm trying to contribute, okay? Fake one is an R. Oops. Oops.
Clear.
Did it. Gonna fish some more. Fish. A passion for soaps, yes. We're very passionate about soaps here. Mounted mouth. Moths. No. Moths is. Oh. 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 Okay. I did not expect to find the word. Oh my god. I'm proud. There's also a poke. That's a cool burp. Method? Hosted methods? Oh, nice. Modes? Okay. My god, there's so many words. Tones? Yeah. Tones? Okay. Home? Oh, I'm already locked in with homes. I will do homes in the next one, yeah? Yeah. Okay. One with an M. Modes with a T? Like that? Clear. Yeah. This one. Good job. Fish. Now we're doing good. Now we got 3 word people in. We got a lurking Shilky, a fighting kill, a half asleep veggie. Oh, night. Okay. Okay, night and thing. Tiding. Okay, so hidden is the G. Hiding. Gotcha. Okay. But still, we need more. We need more. Okay. So the fake ones are the X and the Z, and hidden ones are the G and the M. For if you can see, like it is displayed like on the bottom thingy, and then the big word is the midnight. Thing is already in. It is a good one. Timid. Okay, we have one with a D or an N or something. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I don't know. Might! Good one, Freckles, good one. Oh no, the water tank is done. I think, yeah, okay, we gotta refill later. Nice! I know, right? Okay, continue. You have to keep cool. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Sarah, share. Oh, share. No. Share. Oh, sure. Oh, okay. So fake is the X and the O, and hidden is the R and the W. Washer. Gotcha. Hit where? So we can do something with an S. Share, shrew. Door? No, an O is a fake. Or something with a W. Yeah. Where? Are you just waiting? Oh my god, you were spelling it out. For fuck's sake. I was like, yes, I am like swear, like for fuck's sake, god damn it, why haven't done? But oh my god. Dolphin, I love you. Like you're waiting like to the last moment, like, is she gonna get it? Is she gonna get it? And I was like, yes, I am, like for fuck's sake, you as well. I don't know. Okay. Okay, that was a good one, thank you. Okay, are we ready? Toads? No. Um, um, oh, location. Okay. Oh, okay. Action. Okay. Ocean? Oh, I was already locked in. With what? Kento? I think with Kento. With the bot, probably. I don't remember typing that, but. Octal? Okay, gotcha. Oh, I'm still locked. I gotcha after the lock. Oh my god, are we gonna make it? No. Dolphin, you can still say something yourself. You can do something. I already did Octal. Oh no, Dolphin, you have a word. Clone? Clown? Clone? Clay? Clothes? Tonal? Tonal? Tonal.
Loser!
But that was so many words. But okay, this is our daily record now. But I should keep the link there as well. Okay. No worries. Okay, I don't think we would have made it even if we had one more word. Okay. Freckles, Dolphin. Thanks. You want to go one more time or no? I don't know where Crochet went. Is she okay? Yeah, Dolphin is on a roll. Okay. Oh wait, then I don't can continue, but we're just gonna restart. I am just gonna change the title because yes, now we have decided. Because I called it a little word on stream break, but we're just calling it words on stream Saturday. Oh my god, but this is a lot. Yeah, I need bigger words, I know, but I'm just putting in words. Because we do have a lot. Like niche? No, we don't need. Yeah, I have line ready to go. No worry, Crochet. I was just worried where you went, but you're all good. We made it to level 41. That was so far. We have cycle? We have cycle. You have she click? Yeah. Oh no, my camera is spacing. Oh no. No. Is that happening the whole time? No. My god, if it's gonna die again, then we just need a new camera at some point. Unit?
Not too shabby.
That's a really big board. A really big board. Continue. We're just gonna keep rolling. Because then we're gonna get ahead. Corner? No corn. Kung. Use the other one. I wanted to do corn, but then I was locked in. Now corn. But we had corn there. Oh no, we do. Yeah, we don't need. Yeah, we need another R for that. Lino? Corn with a key? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Heck, yeah. Corn. Corn. Okay, okay. We need one more with an R. R or an N? An R or an N. Nor.
Not too
There you
shabby.
go, Reno. What was it? Once. Ah, damn it. But still, 3 levels up, 3 levels up. We're moving up quickly. For light. Have tiny words. And the J is a fake one. Blot? Blot. Oh god. Belly? Belly? Exile. I'm trying. Uh, okay, I don't know. I tried. I tried a lot. But yeah, I don't know. Jimmy, thank you for the first time chat. Yeah, I thought you got Pearl too, but not. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Are you here for the words? We're advancing pretty good. Yum, 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 yum. Welcome in. Ketchup. Good one, good one. Oh, I'm already in. Okay. I will do cook. Cook. Jesus, I can't. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I did cute. We have one more. Oh,
Clear.
good job. Now we're flying. Kept the last word. Always with the jokes. But it was a good one. You kept it for the last one. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, very sorry. Gotcha. Do we have rules? Yeah, but we can do rule. Rule? Rules. What? How? Why does it say 99 muffins? Star.
Clear.
Wait. Okay. Maybe. But I thought he had 100. I'm sorry. Wait. Okay, we can continue. But okay, wait. Daily muffin. Now I gotta make sure that you can add 2 more because you have like 101 now. Okay, it's in the inventory, the Twitch team consumables. I'm gonna try to fix this, okay? Okay, Forge is in, Goner. No. Forge. Might be 2-digit counter. Yeah, that's in inventory thing. Check if I can edit it here. Max amount default. Default max amount 99. Yeah. Grief, gotcha. Okay, okay. Oh, I saved it? Now, let me go here. Thank you for the done, thank you. Okay, Gopher. Okay, because now I want to fix this. Okay, I'm setting the limit off for 1 second. So Star, go ahead and claim another. Okay? And you can claim one more because you got them. Yeah, you got stuck at 99 for 2 days now. And then you have 101. Yes. And now I'm putting the limit back on. Now I set the limit to like 1,000. But the limit was 99 because that's the default stream to like the inventory thingy that I made and mix it up. That's just the default setting. And you beat the default, so it was stuck. Yep. I have never seen that before, but yeah, you had the record too. Oh, nice one. But yes, so see, Star Wars is the legendary muffin keeper. Yep. You went to the bakery already more than 100 times. I have figured out already at least one thing that I want to do. Just like in my about pages, like in the info pages and stuff, I'm gonna give you like an honorary spot. You can come up with like a title if you want to. But yeah. Nasal? Yeah, I did sandal. But we can also a scandal. Candle. Lanes? Yeah. Lanes. Lens. Yeah. Oh, okay. Star Wars, I need Baker's Dozen. Baker's Dozen. Yeah. Yum, yum, yum. Well, and a 7 stream streak. Nom, nom, yum, yum, yum. Thank you, Star. Appreciate you. I love fruit salad. Salad. Oh, Shelef! Salaf. I love fruit salad. Star Wars is a baker's dozen. Yeah. Yep. Continue. Yeah. Um. What? Okay, Glare is in. There you go. I did large. I did large. I do not like my mobile keyboard auto-putting letters. I know, right? Yeah. Like if you're trying to type with more words on stream, on mobile, it fucks it up so many times with like autocorrect. It's shitty. Real? Okay, so we have an I, so we can combine everything with an I now. Glare. Peace. Glacier. Glacier, yeah, I got glaze. Oh no. Oh no. One more. Oh no. It's already locked in. We're all locked in. Someone glacier. Glacier, I know. Okay, but yeah, no, we can do it. We can do it. Jimmy went and Jimmy went, came and went. If you're still here, you're welcome to guest with us. I'm gonna start one more. Small cigarette. Where's my there? This is like the slower level, so everyone has a shot because the higher ones are hard and they go hard. And oh my, oh, Angel's life. Coco, June, June, Thorn, Lot. Roll? Root? Root. Okay, gotta wait because we're locked in still. But there we go. Root. Root. Noise, noise, noise. Tool. Tool, tool, tool. Tool, 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 tool. Tool, tool. Can I do two? And color. Color. Color.
Not
Color.
too shabby.
Ah, but not too shabby. Not too shabby. Just dancing on my stool thingy. Oh, nice round. Sound. Round. Sour. Too sour. Anyway, I am gonna do this. Because my friend, who is still lurking the whole time here as well, is just gone live. She is playing like a lot of League of Legends. If you are into League of Legends, go check her out. No, she's not doing League of Legends. She's playing a new game called Mazebound. I've never heard of that one. Okay, okay. But she's one of the best VTubers I have ever seen still. Like, yeah. Onus? House? And now we're just making up words. Nuts? Rats? Hi, baby. I don't know. I feel like we're missing a lot of obvious ones, but my brain is just going blank. What words are we missing? Duns? I thought I did duns. Duos, hours, run, surge, in undo. Okay. That was, yeah. We could have, yeah. Yeah. Runs and hours, yeah. That were, yeah, out duos. Those are still normal words. We're doing dun. Yeah, just a brain fart moment. That's okay. It's okay. All good. Uh, Why doesn't it ever want to do that? Never mind. Oh, there is one. Okay, good, good, good. Salty Voice Finance. Gotcha, gotcha. Beyonce, yeah. Okay, we need something like with an A-E-N. Tina? Cafe! Cafe! Fine! Oh, good one, good one. We got fine. Salty got it. Fine. Naive. 9? 9. We need more with a C. Acne, nice, nice. One more with a C. What would be the one? Sun? No. Zine? No, we have Zine. We have cafe. Yeah, I'm trying Kane every time. Okay, Kane. But Kane with a I that doesn't it doesn't work. We got a perfect one, and we're up 5 levels. Fuck yeah! Now we're cursing. Yeah, it doesn't want to do it. I don't know why. But the big word. And the M is fake. M is fake. Good one, good one. I was really proud of the big word, but it was basically spelled out already, so. Lens. Noses. Nice. Loses, yeah. What else? What else? Big word. Owns. Sons. Owns ones. Souls, nice. Well. Loans? No. Lose? Lose? Oh. Lu. We have less, right? Yeah, we have less and we have loss. We have lens. We have everything with the L. We need something with the N. No. Oh, so. A solo, not a word. Solo. Solo.
Not too shabby.
Souls. Oh, we had. But solo. What the hell is souls? Why solo, not a. Oh. I was so determined. Okay. Okay. We can let it run and then continue. I'm gonna quickly grab turbo drink. Turbo drink. Yep. I'm gonna run. Okay, 1 second. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I'm back. Oh, see, you're doing great. You're doing amazing. Um, you know? What's the last one? X? Yeah, but next? Ah. My brain was also going to accent. Okay. Back. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, raffle. Donor? Is this fake? I think the S is fake. Enter? What? Okay, wait. Enter. Oh, I'm locked in now, but okay. Defend. Deferred. Ah. I know for sure the S is fake. We have Fenter, yes. Peter, yeah, we need like the hidden one. I'm still blank. Overtone. Holy shit, you did it. Oh shit, that counted still. Holy shit, thank you. Awesome. That's okay, yep. Push. Just in time. Okay. I grab myself a drinky. Yep. Take this time as well to grab a drink, go to the bathroom, do whatever you need to do. It's important. It's finished. Nice. Okay. Welcome back. Then we gotta continue. Yay. That's the thing. I suck at the 5-letter ones. Image. Imagine. Go. I still don't know what that word is, but I know it's a word. Ooh. Hey. Anime. Ooh. Oh. Weeming. Pokemon. The little weird flower. Enigma. Noise. Okay, we need one last one. Ah. Yes. What? You're a genie. Dolphin is a genius. That's for sure. Yum. Ah. No. Oh my gosh, are we fucked? Maybe. But I'm not gonna give up as easily. We might be fucked. Ah, okay. Yeah, but yeah, there's 3 words. Like
Loser!
sure, well look at all the options. I know, but like that was really hard. A P as a hidden one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I feel like we might have lost Crochet, we lost Jimmy, we lost Mickey. Yeah, Two Fakes was cruel, yeah. We did had a good ass record. Long hour stream, what time is it? I'm so awake, but also not yeah, I'm awake but not too awake to start like still a completely whole new game. But I think I am gonna call it with the words for now. What do you think, Dolphin? Good idea? I think so. Yeah. If there are more people coming in like wanting to word later, then they are welcome to. Yeah, 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 yeah. Broad daylight. But yes, I do still wanna. I wanna play like a little bit of League. I'm gonna switch to my comfy chair. Yeah. But then if there's still more words or people wanting to come in, we can always do them later. And we are like I am now doing words at least every Wednesday. So every Wednesday I'm starting with words. And always thank you for coming in, Dolphin. I was happy to see you. Like thanks to you and the other people coming in, we reached level 41. That was amazing. It was a good daily record. Thank you so much for being here. Let me give you a little huggies. You're always amazing at the words. They're so fanatical. Like, it's good. But yep. Let me switch back to this one. And fuck it. Yes, we're gonna like still people call me crazy, but we're gonna wind down with League. Go. Oh, but thank you so much, everyone that joined in. It was good. It was good. League of Legends. Plop. Yes, Sea Dolphin is amazing. She is so good at the words. It is intense. It is good. Fish. Oh. Okay, now let me think. Then we're gonna start up here. I'm gonna switch to this one. Do I work? Yeah. And then we're gonna switch to one. This one. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And put the big that there. Okay, if I missed stuff, I'm sorry. Yep. It cuts off my hair every time. It is so mean. I don't know why. Should I sit back more? It keeps cutting off my hair. It's a mean filter thing. Fish? Do you now see double fishies or no? Oh, we're good. We're good. Okay. Look, this is such a cute karma bean. Such a pretty picture. Yeah. starting. Yes, it is. Ah. Okay, this is so mean, no? Every time it cuts off like my ears, my hair, my everything. Then I don't know how to do this. If I do this, I have hair. Just sit like this casually the whole time, yeah. Okay, GG. This is Abakakodo, by the way, if you don't know him yet. But yeah, I don't know how to fix this. But this is actually kind of comfy. I cannot hold it the whole time, but it is kind of comfy to sit like this. Maybe if I just cut it off like this. But then, no. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we just don't have hair. It looks so weird. Okay, okay, fuck it. This is mean. We're going. Hmm. That's the thing. I'm still trying to level up my account, so I'm just gonna play some Arabs. We're just gonna do some, yeah, some leveling. Play the game as a major assassin. Okay, okay, okay. Have more stuff, thank you. Our gold here is what a not so evil muffin. Wait, does it work if I put on this one, this one? Okay, then I don't have hair, but I do have horns. Fuck it. I don't know either. Which one is that? Can I do another one? The support one. That's kind of nice with Abram, I think. What does Saraka do? Matching damage and slowing. Portion of our own health to heal another friendly happening me. Ooh. A zone at location that silences everyone. Someone slider rooted. What? And the last one is, I'm thinking, Mega Heal or something? How is everyone doing, by the way? Are you all having a nice weekend? I'm gonna switch to music vibes. Oh, too much. Better. Sorry. What? She is strong, but hard to master. Soraka? Yeah? Wee woo, really? Oh. Yeah, because then I can help. It's like an ambulance. A good one, actually. Yeah. Okay, and then we shoot. Whee! I got right away, you meanies. We're just gonna let them go? Guess so. Can I heal myself? I don't think so. No! Okay, I have never played Soraka. Oh, yes. Slowly dying. Oh, no! I did not get the heals and I'm now just dying. Yep. Okay, do you have any tips for Soraka? Let me get it shut up. Look. Oh, Keyblade, yeah, yes. Yes, please. Oh, do you wanna send that like in the Discord thingy? Because I had the thing open where I wanna have like more, yeah, custom rewards or custom stuff. I also wanna have like the Karma End boss as one of the Tenjia bosses. And Salty actually made like some custom dungeons. But yes, Keyblades as a weapon, fuck yes. That is such a good one. Like I still really wanna play Kingdom Hearts on stream as well someday. I'm not gonna be able to rescue him, nope. Carmen, no. No. Wee woo, I'm dying. Carmen, no. Oh my god, Carmen's barking. It's the middle of the night. Okay. But yeah, Scale, do you want to put that like in the Discord as a little reminder? Because fuck yes. Fuck yes. Okay, I am at 2 My gosh. My mouse is way too sensitive. Oh. Like the W goes also, like it also takes away from your own health. That's not good. I'm so fast. I'm so fast. I'm faster than I normally am. And it confuses the fuck out of me. I fly across the map here. This is insane. Oh god. Oh god! In AIM you kind of focus more on damage, yeah. Bark? Yes, Kimi, yeah, but I heard the bark in the back. She was like, "Woo." But I think then there's a cat, because there's like a neighbor cat that is sort of, I don't know, I think she's kind of taunting Karma more. And every time she sees Karma nearby, she will, walk there, how do you say that? On purpose, basically? Like, she will, like, taunt by walking back and forth exactly the areas where... Oh, no. Ah. Where am I? I was still being eaten. Okay. Thing with her... and HP items? Okay. Now I'm just sucking, so yeah. Let me buy this one instead. That's, yeah. So is that more like the... This is like just a shit ton of mana and HP. This is a lot of HP. And it will be like invincible. Oh, we got an ace. Nice. All we had to do is for me to just be AFK for a bit. No, that's not nice for myself. Okay, this silences the people. This does the oh. I heal you. I heal you. I heal everyone. I heal everyone. I'm healing you. Don't die. I silenced him. That does work because then they can't do their abilities, right? Oh my god, we almost have him. The other one is in the way. In the way. No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, they're just hiding in the bushes. Okay, I'm dead. Is this an ult from them? Is this an ult from me? Is that an attack a card I got? Ducking is all part of the learning. Yeah, thank you. That is true. That's true. That's very true. But okay, like I feel stupid. Is the thing that I turn into like the underwater shark? Okay, because this is the start. This is magic damage. Magic damage. This is the healing. This is nice. But is that thing that I turn into a shark? Is that a card or something? Like, what is that? Get them, nope. Get them! Oh. Oh my god, I tried to protect his butt, but that did not work. I'm so fucking fast, I'm not used to that. Oh. I'm running away forever. I'm still running away forever. Meeting everyone. No! This, what does this do? Can I kill him like this? Is that my thing? Like, what is that? Remember, the more you suck, the better you get. I will remember that. I'm trying. It is. I can assist and stuff, but I don't have anything. Where would you like the dungeon ID posted? But you can do it like in the feedback thingy, or you can just put it like in the mod thing if you want to. Okay, more mana. I already have this one, no? Pardon. No ID, that's new to me. Yeah, it looks strange. No. Meanies! What? Nope. Okay. Check. It does do damage. I think that's one of the cards. Yes. Yes. We can surrender, but we're still. Oh, okay, maybe we do surrender. Maybe we just surrender, and this was a good attempt at sucking at Soraka. Like, oh my Jesus. I made my camera a little smaller here. Whoop. Better. That's better. That's also the thing. I saw people like hiding the thingy. That makes sense, yes. I can put this one in here, maybe. So it's hidden a little bit. Oh my god, I can't talk. And this one? Put everything in here? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. Now you're just giving up and getting distracted. Okay. We do want to give this a better attempt. This silences and should get them stuck. Then we can do the Q. And then we die from the other one. But no, we don't. We run. We do the Q. We stun him. But damn it! You're way too big. Fuck you. Why is he so big? Look at that. That's not a normal enemy. Watch that. But okay, why do people hide their map when they're playing? Is that against like the stream sniping and stuff? That kind of makes sense, but still mean that I don't have my ponytails here. Okay, I kind of want to surrender because what the hell is this? And what are you? You're bigger than anything I've ever seen, and you can kill me in two attacks. Yeah, that's what I mean. What the hell is that? Just what the hell is that? What are you? Why are you? Why do you exist? Stream sniping. Okay. I did put like I can't put the fishing on there. That's a good one. I will put the fishing there. I don't like this. Like I'm helping, but that's about it. My gosh, I'm going so fast. A boost. Okay, I'm dying. But I'm murdering this one, no. But I am doing a lot of the. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. Lure bait. Where's my fish? Why am I fish? I ask this sad question every morning. Why am I here? Why am I here? I know. Every time. I'm also like I don't know. Just yeah. Okay, let me put my fishing on top of this one. Hide this one. Get my pando back there. I think that's okay. Yep. Surrender, please. Yes, for the love of God. Yay! Okay. Surrender for the love of God, okay? That was just horrible. I want to go again. I want to do something else. I got to change this. Like I have like a little exercise bike thingy under my desk. And that's why I was also wiggling the whole time, like. And the music does match the vibe, but not in the way that I want to. So we're gonna switch to this. Plop. No. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that was horrible. So we just not gonna watch the stats. What is it? Look in the mirror and ask, what are you? Why are you? Why are you here? You know, every time. Pookie's what? Pookie was also playing. Pookie also playing League. Wait, is Pookie still streaming? Pookie? Which? Pookie? No, okay. Okay. You know what? We're gonna do a normal one with my good draft, hopefully. Also is playing, but he's doing ranked and on a level that I don't even. I yeah no. Just yeah, that's yeah. Just yap. But now we can have the fish to hide everything. That's good. Fish. You can also have key billets in the fishing pond. Just put everything. And I want muffins. Okay, wait. We can ban someone. I want to ban the one with the stupid. This one. That's my nemesis. I hate him. But I didn't pick that I wanted to be Morgana, but okay. Should be good. It should be good. Arim is good to learn team fights in a way, especially with random. Yeah, it does help a lot with just picking. How do you say that? Like getting familiar with the champions or the heroes or stuff. That help. Yeah, but this is basically the only one that I'm kind of confident about. Yeah. Oh, Pokemon. Wish cash. Yeah, let me get a great ball at your butt. And fish. So now I'm gonna prove that I can do it. You are fair, I promise. This is something. There we go. I did like play as well. Like I played mostly years ago. So like I just buy the recommended stuff and made it and all that stuff. And I just pray for the best. Yep. No. Goodbye. I went too far, like right from the start. It was silly. I can't stay. Yeah, I can stay. That was silly. Oh, no. Okay, I'm going back quickly. Yeah, gotta heal up. I do like Smolder. Smolder's cute. Chatman, well, Jimmy is beard. That's our latest follower. Thank you again, Jimmy. I think this one is okay. And also, yeah, welcome again. If you haven't known Evil Mugman, we have some new people in today. I think we got like 3 or 4 new people. But this is also the vibe of the streams. Sometimes we stream just one game in one stream. I had been aiming for that more like the last few months. That we just focused on one game. And that worked, but I still like guest streams like this also the most, I think. Also the most? Okay, this is also why when you hear that English is not my first language and when I get tired, it's just a mess. Yep. But we ignore it and we appreciate. Okay, I was supposed to be more support, but I'm trying. Ah, no, 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 no. Yeah, still good, still good. I am still gonna stay here because... Yeah, no, no. No, no. Okay, I'm not gonna stay here. Goodbye. Good life. Goodbye! Oh, Jesus. A wild chat, man. Did we already do the poke look today? Wait, wait, wait. Poke look? And the fuck Mary kill. Oh, it's now P look. No, I don't want to kill. Okay, what Pokemon is that? If you know, let me know in chat. Boop-a-doo-boop-a-doo. It's okay. No, I don't want to kill. This is too much. Like a midway song. We're now just giving in to the ADHD. What? Why are you down there? Excuse me. What do you think you're doing? What do you mean? Ugh. Staying way too careful, but I'm trying something, okay? Trying some. No life insurance schemes for you today. Ah, okay. You're just gonna fuck Silky, to marry someone else and kill the bot. I think Odin is the bot, right? I think so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I helped. Ran right in here again. God damn it. Smaller is going too far in every time. Then either like one of us is just low the whole time. It's not working. Nope. Oh, please, thank you. I knew it. If not, you're gonna have one less follower. No, don't kill them for real, she's. That's not nice. Yeah, okay, let's do a dragon. I don't know anymore. But okay, if we're gonna do dragon and all the enemies here are gone. Oh fuck, wrong ping. Then they're just gonna be waiting for us there, no? Oh, okay, they just where the hell did they go? What? Okay, I don't get this game anymore today. Like, what the hell? Like the bot lane is just completely gone, so I was sure, or they're already going for the next dragon, which doesn't make sense, but it just looks like they all went back. Oh. Oh. It is what I mean, this is not working. He is low, but I'm even lower, so. This is not, yeah, okay. Meow, meow, pretty, meow, meow. I mean, you calling them a bot. Yeah, no, but the owned one, I think that is a bot. I know. And that's what I meant. Like, okay, don't kill him. And if less, then otherwise, yeah, I have one less follower. Yep. I know. Uh, but hi, Silent Spider, meow, meow. Meow, meow. It's a little, no. Did he? No. God damn it. Good job. It's winding down with League, people. It's just not going as I want to. This is just a bad combo as well. Oh. Alive. Oh, nope. They're still hiding there. Okay, let's go back home. Yeah. We're gonna line up with Smokey. I'm doing good. We had another Mecha Chameleon collab. This was like the 4th week in a row. We did it 4 times. It's awesome. It was really fun. Then we did a couple hours of wording. And now we're just finishing up with, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 rounds of League. And then I'm gonna call it a night. Yeah. Oh, and I do have, look, I have cute pigtails in. But it cuts it off, so it looks like I have no hair. But this is nice for League with the clear filter thingy, I thought, because I just play full screen and then you see the most from the games. But yeah, I need another filter. It bugs me way too much that I don't have hair. How are you doing today, Sand Spider? God, he's gonna die. He still died.
Righteousness, a splintered shield that I will shatter.
No, I am taunting them, but it's a tactic, okay?
Betrayal never comes from your enemies.
Well, because now I at least spent like all my mana. My enemy, no, my enemy, my partner is back, and now we should be better. Yes, it changes your look a bit. I know. Look, and 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 Okay, sorry. It's meanie. Now it looks like I have a bowl cut. You ever played League Sand Spider?
Not.
Oh, Vegimus, I am gonna educate you on the silk button. Because, you know this.
Not.
Yes, good job, good job. You know it? One more time. Yes.
Not.
Okay, you are now real deal, real part of the Muffin Madness. Because without telling, you knew already that you had to nut for 3 times. I am getting fucked over hard here. Oh my fucking Jesus. Okay, so I was telling proudly, like, oh my god, this is my best character in the game. Yeah. Until the moment that I was actually getting fucking wrecked the whole time now. But it's good, it's good. And yes, GG's Vegimus. Always not 3 times in a row. That's the rule. I don't make up the rules, I just enforce them.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. We are all bound.
Bitty bitty boo. Bitty boo. Bitty boo. Bitty boo. Oh.
An enemy has been slain. You cannot break a shattered soul.
No.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Circled by your sins.
I mean, I'm sucking. Yes, you can fish. It is true. I didn't make the. Oh god. I didn't make the 3 times nothing rule. I think just still came up with it that you just have to nut 3 times always. I am just retreating the whole fucking time. This is. I'm like waiting for my momentum, but normally. I think it's just like us with bad matchup with the stupid bombs. Because they're arranged. They can also just stay farther away. And it doesn't matter that much if they're bind because they can still just keep on attacking me. Yeah. And kablam. Okay, we're getting their tower. Excuse me, where do you think you're going? I forget to buy heals. Oh, no, the minions. That's a waste. That's what I mean. I kinda hate the bomb guy. Eternal Nightmare! How are you doing? You were already here, right? Did you forget to claim your muffin? Or was it... Oh no, oh no, oh no, no, no. Oh no, 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 no. We're gonna take a gamble. You don't know where I am. Okay. How you doing, Eternal? Yeah, I got this for free. No heals. Okay. Yes, you were already here. I was like, yeah. Wait, okay. You still mean if I no. No, it's just gone. If I do this, no. No. No! I can't even walk. I can't even walk here! Stupid bomb guy. Leave me alone. Mean. I am defending this turret, even if it's the last thing I'll do. I'm defending it like my life depends on it. God, I died hard. Prettiest lady on Twitch doing, you flatter me every time you come in here. Your favorite muffin! Yay! At least Silk has her limits and you then, yeah, always 3 times. Yep. Yeah, and if you're here, don't forget to claim your muffin because then you get your daily flavor and it's fun. It's just fun. I do keep like a whole record. And that's just that, like, I do want to figure out like what we should do. I want to figure out more rewards for the channel for people. Because I keep saying I appreciate you guys so much, and I do appreciate you guys so much. But then I want to give something back. For example, Star is the one that now reached 100 muffins. 101 actually. And that's awesome. Yeah. But then I feel like that should be rewarded. It's important. How are you doing tonight, Eternal? Are you having a good weekend? Are you kidding me, stupid bomb guy? Jesus. No! Okay. This is just okay. Just forget that I said like this is my good one, and I'm proud of this because this is very shitty. I rushed by the bombs. See, I figure if I tell you the prettiest lady, how pretty she is, she won't forget it. She won't be depressed thinking she's ugly when in fact she's not. Speaking of, you're beautiful and your smile rocks. That's what I mean. You flatter me every time you come in here. Yes. Surrender, yes. Okay, normally I was like, never surrender, always keep fighting, but either I'm gonna switch lanes completely and just go middle or something. Like, I don't think this is. Yeah, this is just not a match. 6 is fat now. It's gonna be hard to find your lane. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he keeps just, yeah. Like we can take all the drakes we want. It's all nice and good, but we're not really gonna get far. Oh, okay, nice. They already got the dragon. Like I feel like the team itself is doing okay. That makes sense. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna fight. You're gonna fight and we're gonna see how far we get. You're good. You bought a new drill. You bought and built a new grill. Then cooked on it, and it's amazing. And the weekend is starting off well. Nice. What do you mean you build it? What kind of grill is it? Is it like a stone one? No, no, go away, bum. Thank you. I keep forgetting everyone's names. Thank you. Go away, Six. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. No, double fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Go away. No! Why is the entire team here? Fuck everyone! Go! Run! 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 Wait! Whoa! Ah! Whoa! 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 Ah! Okay, you're far enough. Now we can kill you. This is for getting me. This is for chasing me and making me panic. Because now I'm like, now I have the rest of the team with me. Now I'm a badass. I didn't just piss my pants and run them through the entire fucking map. I don't know what you're talking about. If you can get team fights and win them, then you can come back. Was that a good one? A metal barbecue grill? It comes in pieces and I had to take it together. Took 3 hours, damn. Okay, we're just pushing like crazy now. That's what I mean. Like, I feel like the rest of the team was doing pretty good because we were killing dragons like crazy. And our score in general is higher. Okay, thank you for the push. Now what do we do? Go back? Okay. I'm just following. Go back? Okay, back. But now we did push forward like very hard, and then I can also just regain mana, check for this. Maybe, okay, no, I can defend mid. But they switched as well. Now the 6 is on top. Yeah, 6 is on top. Okay, that's the wrong button. We're doing good, we're doing good. It's a good start, play it safe, yeah. Nope. Oh, excuse me, that was not nice, sir. You didn't slam me in the air like that. Okay, now we just push bot back again. Okay, what do you like to grill, Eternal? What kind of things do you like to put on the barbecue? Nope, that wasn't what. Don't mind me. Okay, now 6 is back, so what will be the best tactic? Let's check, okay.
Once I had grace, now I have pain.
Like, I don't want to feed the birders, so that's why I just stayed back a little bit. Because now we can just continue pushing while they're distracted. They think they made it safe, but nah, they know. No. Yep, we're good. We're good. Okay, I'm getting the tower. Like, we're at least making progress. Like, we have mid pushed back all the way. The rest of the team is good. Okay, never mind. We're doing it. We're still okay. Okay, getting the tower. I think we're gonna win this. I think we're gonna win this. Yes, I'm winning. I'm winning, McNapkin. We're doing pretty good, actually. I was trying to give up, but we're doing okay. I'm just killing all the things. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Now what do you do? I'm the only one here. I do not feel comfortable with this. I know. But retreat where? Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna wait for the rest of the team. I'm just gonna go top. I don't want to go there by myself. We're just gonna back. Amazing! I know, right? No, I'm doing better than I thought. Losing your lane stuck, but if your team's doing good, then don't give up your work with the team. Yeah, maybe that's the thing, but I just kept on pushing the lane. So while the rest of the team was just like, yeah, more focusing on all the enemies, I was still making all the progress and helping a lot. But look, they're just higher level now. See, because like I'm a good distraction. No, 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 no. Ah, goodbye. Okay. I should have gone back sooner. But still, that was a good push. And like, okay, I did make like just the one kill, but I'm playing more as a support role anyways in this game. There's a pokey. Pokey pokey. Pokey pokey. Oh. Wish. Okay, catch. And let's also give you guys a dungeon. And we have a bonus. Okay. Can we buy anything? Not really. Okay, well, they are pushing back. We're away of the mega minions. Did I just join them in the mid or go through the bot? I can go through the bot as a distraction. I think I will do that. Yeah. Yeah. Or I can just run in the mid. Okay, by the time I'm there, we're already won. GG's! I'm helping! I'm a nice distraction. It works, it works. I'm like, hi, I'm attacking here. And then they came over there. That helped. It works. Okay, the smolder was kind of nice. And I think that person did a lot of damage. Yes. What lane are you playing? Bot. Like, I do bot main, so I have like bot slash support every time. I'm mastery level 4. Okay, I was C. That was not my best one, but it was okay-ish. Like I was not doing. No, we're not gonna look at the stats. No. Just no. But it was a good game. Oh no. You see the stats. No. Just don't look at it. Okay, we're doing good. What? Pookie, wait. Let's send Pookie a message. Okay, okay. I see Pookie online. I thought she was going to bed already. I'm just sending her a message if she wants to duo up. Okay, okay. I'm gonna load in for one more match. I want to main support, but I've always been top line and I don't like being alone in my lane. Oh no. And thank you for the GGs and the grats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you want to join, like, I can also. Yeah, I can play, like, I can put in the title playing with viewers, maybe. Playing with people. Yeah, if anyone wants to join in, you are very welcome. Ban Jax. Oh, I can. Okay, okay. I regret starting. Can I leave or do I then get like a ban or something? 'Cause now I regret starting, but I cannot leave. No, do that game. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, okay. And then oh yes. Wait, you left during champion selection, but I didn't. Did I not click select? Did I not? I clicked Morgana. Did I not confirm? I did not try to leave now. Great. Okay, drifting off. Good luck in your match and enjoy the rest of your stream. Take care. Much love. Chat soon. I'm sorry. I did not click confirm. I was getting too distracted with checking everything at the same time. This is the first time ever I just yeah, I did not try to leave, but okay, I can invite you guys already. But I do have to wait for like 6 minutes. I messed that one up big time. Oh my gosh. I know we got a timeout. Oh my gosh. But yeah, thank you again, Vegimus. Let me show everyone a clippy as well from Vegimus. Vegimus, I always come on Panda Man on stream. I hope he has his panda head here. What? It is a clippy, but he's not there. It's an empty veggie chair. But he has like the panda head with the flop, 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 flop. I'll have time to get back to my base to log out in Bell World. Okay, good, good, good. There he is. Does he have the panda head? No. Oh, okay. You just have to check out the stream to see the panda head. Okay, Pookie, you also finish your game because I see you like in the, I think like with bots or no? Or yeah? Have to invite me? I do not know. Oh, okay, okay. Pookie? Oh, oh, where did Pookie go? Ah. Pookie? And McNapkin, do I have you? Do I have the McNapkin? Oh, you look so cute. That's you say like noob to the max. But then I only have the one badge and I don't know how to get other badges there. Look, hi, hi, how you doing? Oh, let me also show you guys a clippy from my friend Mud Dog. I just started, girl. But how do you do the three batches thingies? I only have the one, and I don't know how to get more there. Okay, if you want to, I am in my Discord. If you want to voice chat, you can also just chat. It's also all good. I'm trying to see because McNabb also wanted to join. I don't know if I have you. You also don't know how you have the thingies. You're on your way. Okay then. Yeah. Wait a thing. There you go. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Do you not hear the fan too loud? Or do you
What?
hear the
No.
fan? Okay, yeah, I have a fan standing here. Otherwise, it's very hot inside my
I
home.
know. Oh, this gives me time to fill my water thing. I have a new cooler. Like I got it from a friend, and I'm so happy with it. But I'm gonna take it with me. Oh, turn off. There you go. Okay. Just look. This is the whole thing. Wait, let me show you this. What? That.
Oh, those things
There.
are very handy.
Yeah, but then you can put water in there, and it has like nice lights and everything, and it sprays mist, and it is so much better than I thought. It is good. I like it. Ah, Minyapkin, you're also here. What's your name in the in League? Do I have you? Are you Pharrell?
Yeah, Feral, yeah.
What is not eligible to join your party?
There's something with European servers and oh no, it's good.
Ah, that worked. Okay. We still gotta wait 2 minutes, so I'm gonna quickly fill this thing. Grab a snacky, grab a drinky. I'm sorry for my penalty. I fucked up. Okay. Okay, be right back. 1 sec. No, but we all need a purple. That's important.
Oh, and nobody can clip it. Oh fuck. Golly, I just hit the greatest shot of my life. Can you clip it?
Well now. Lady Arabella, thank you for inviting me to botany. No. I reset and now I forgot it again. I want to do, but we don't shame the priest or their holes. Purple. Oh, the priest holes. Okay.
Leave it at home, everybody has them.
Oh my god, no. I took revenge. I avenged Silk. Hello. I'm gonna hide this. Oh, duck. There's a duck. There's a duck. Fuck you, duck. No, I don't like you. Duck. No. Don't do it, duck. No, don't do it, duck. You're so cute, but not really.
Who touched it?
Someone touched the duck.
You bastard.
Save Sap. I didn't touch it. Save Sap. Okay, Sap touched it. Oh.
You shot her.
Maya, 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 Maya.
Yes, thank you. You got it? Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Did someone do the exclamation mark clip? I'm so proud. Morgan! Hi!
It's okay.
Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of
I'm
myself.
cold again. Yes.
Goes in and it goes out, and that's how it works. And ploop. I'm back. Are you guys ready? No, it still says for me active penalties. No, it's gone. Okay, nice. I think it should be good. Do you just wanna? Do you guys want to do like a normal draft one, or do you want to do something else?
Normal.
I don't mind.
Just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna do a normal one. I don't know, yeah. I had it set up for this one, and I don't know if I have to kick you guys out again. If I have to switch it.
Sorry that I'm a noob. I already said that. I just start playing.
Yeah, I'm also a noob.
Yeah, me too. So
I've
yay!
been playing for a few weeks now.
But same, like I started like, yeah, like a few weeks ago, and then like a little bit, and I
I have
started.
a 2019 icon, but I haven't
Damn.
played since. I haven't played since 2019.
Yeah, well, the thing, I played a lot when I was in high school, so yeah. Late high school, I think, yeah. But that was on my European account. I'm gonna try Morgan.
Wait, I'm support. Alright, I can try this. Wait, where's?
Wait, Pookie, so you're also on a US
Oh, we
account?
need to ban.
Yes.
Yes, nice.
I don't know who to ban. I just banned someone.
I'm gonna ban the bomb guy because I don't like him now. I now have personal beef with him.
I don't know what I need to ban. What is that?
Okay, catch.
This one. I don't know.
Choose one. No! Why Seraphine? Why?
Oh! Oh no.
Here.
Oh shit, how is the dragon called? The little one.
Oh my god, I have a brain fart.
Yeah.
I just smolder, right?
Smolder, yeah.
Okay, smolder.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna put you guys in my title.
Oh, I gonna throw my flames to them because I cannot play Seraphine.
I got you guys in the title. You're up late as well, Pookie.
What did you say?
You're up late? Like,
Yes, because tomorrow I'm not able to game, so I want to game today.
so you're like catching up, like having a bonus game day now.
Yes.
Charging up all the games. Yep.
Yes. And I want to level up on League because I want to play ranks.
Well, same. That's why I was like, okay, you know what? I'm still streaming, and that's what I've been doing. Like, it sounds really weird, but like before bed, 9 out of 10 times, like I tend to play like 3 rounds of ARAM or something like last couple of days, just because I want to level up. Yeah. Fish. Oh my god, Salty is going to catch up on Silk being in bed now.
I'm just gonna quick
Oh my gosh. You guys are ahead of me with the fishing. That's insane. Oh my god, okay, Silk. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have the fishing game. And Silk, like my main mod, she has now 30k points in the fishing game. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. She worked hard.
That is a lot.
You're a sinful sunbather. Yep. Okay, we're fighting Caitlyn. I know a couple. I don't know that Elijah and I don't know Brown, I think. That you're playing with Yapki.
I don't know Brown also. So.
Oh, that will be interesting. Also, sorry, when I panic, I switch to Dutch. So don't mind that.
That's fine, that's fine. I can always translate.
That's just a panic.
That's alright. I might switch to French at some point. So.
Okay.
Having a multicultural, multilingual chat now. Yep. Ooh, raffle. Salty's gambling every muffin he has again. Oh no. Every time.
What's taking so long to join?
I don't know. Still 99%. What about you guys?
Yes. Oh yeah, we are there.
Yay. Muffin, daily muffin. Nice. Okay. I'm away. Hey.
Oh shit, he's already there.
Look out.
Yes. I don't trust that guy. Oh. Oh shit.
Feeling great.
Do not conflate darkness with evil.
Ouch. Oh no. Sorry I couldn't save you.
That's alright.
Thank you for the dungeon, Salty. Oh no, I'm trapped. Oh no, are you kidding me? Are you? Oh my G. What? Oh. Well, I can join the dungeon now, but I got trapped in this stupid, like, what was it? Like yeah.
If you see
Bear
me
trap?
attack my shield bash, you will see there's a little blue thing under the enemies. If you attack these enemies, they will it will fill the blue bar, and they will get so they are stunned after that.
I have to go back. I have no mana.
Oh, God damn it.
He's attacking already.
Yeah, they're aggressive.
Yeah.
No, 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 no.
Demacia forgot the true cost of war. I remember.
Oh no.
Ow.
Oh! You were already behind. Oh, I'm sorry. Thought I was in front of you, but she's still, yeah. No, not to know.
Dance to that guy.
That
That
again.
guy is crazy.
Are you okay?
Keep going. You already killed me.
Some freight of fate. I forge my own path. Run from your shadow.
Oh no, I'm out of mana. Oh no. Gonna die. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, we're pushing a little bit too hard. Yeah. Fish, fish.
Ancients. Ancients. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm getting cool.
I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. No one is gonna die. I'm running. I'm running for my life.
Holy shit, what did you catch? A shark! Holy shit. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. We're doing okay. Not really, but we're trying.
Nice.
Oh, nice shield.
Oh, that bitch keep coming.
Oh. They keep hiding in the bushes there. It's annoying. I missed. Oh. No, 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 no. Ah. Go back, go back, go back. Oh. Oh, they're both ranged. That's what it. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, but this is what Benjamin said earlier. Like, okay, if we suck, we learn. So the harder we suck, the more we learn. That was the motto today.
I'm learning so fast right now.
I know, right?
I keep dying.
But to be fair, like our entire team has just died. We haven't made a single kill yet.
Yeah, I'm all alone at mid to someone that's really good. Like, what the fuck?
I can come help. But I'm trying to like we are being pushed back the whole time. Like if we have a little advantage, then we can switch a bit. Yep. This might be a good opportunity. No, thank you.
Minions, let's go.
Ah, shit.
Oh, I missed.
Bad.
No, don't kill him. Oh.
Oh shit, that bitch is there.
Dash. What is that?
Oh, why did I do that? Oh shit. No! Motherfucker.
If I slow someone for 8 seconds, we have more attack speed. Okay. That will be my next item.
Oh my, no. Oh, okay. I saw my death coming and there was nothing I could do. It was just, yep, nope, okay, we did. Yeah. That is why I said, like, don't worry about being noobed. Like, I put literally in the title, like, this is just noob leveling and grinding. Like, don't expect good league gameplay just yet. This is how we learn. Yep. And like, if we make a kill or something, we're very, very proud. And the rest is just stepping fun.
What the fuck, man? Oh, I only keep getting half as his healed, and then I die.
Hmm. Hmm?
I'm not giving up.
Okay, I think it's time to beam.
Birthday is still like too far away from the tower. Yes. My God. I thought like they were for sure like close enough to the tower. But then the tower just didn't attack them back. Okay, we fed the enemy team.
Fucked up thing.
Enemy team has like 15 kills already. I think like we can be proud. There, they have to retreat now. I think.
Oh shit. That bitch is showing me. No, you don't gonna get the turret. Oh.
Oh God, no. Oh.
Yeah, he is good. I don't know how. I don't understand it.
Holy shit. Okay, I helped a little.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Now
I
you
came
know
in and I
what I have
died.
to deal with. You know?
Yeah.
I keep trying, but the bitches keep coming.
Yep, I think tower is gone. Yep.
Yes. Oh, they are coming. We are gonna die.
Yeah.
But we tried. Oh, that one is finally dead. Someone made a kill. Do you need some help?
Maybe.
Yes, because
Maybe. Just like we keep continuously dying here. Because they have they have too big of a range. Okay, I'm just gonna we will walk back.
Yep.
Fuck. Okay, heal. They just push us back like crazy. I don't know. They're not even that strong, but they combine well together, and they keep stunning. Ah!
Yes, we got one.
Oh, finally! Okay, see, now we're amazing. Fuck yeah! Come back, let's go. Oh no. No.
Shit.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, run! 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 Run for your life! Run! Run!
Oh shit.
No! Yes, keep running, keep running. Good job. Okay, good job. You got away. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, they're coming in mid and oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. Just yeah.
So fucked up.
Oh, I missed that one. Yep.
That one is inside. But yeah, we have to kill them.
Ah. Got this, we got this. Oh fuck.
Almost.
Oh no, I still almost had it. No. My god, still 2 versus 3 they own our butt. The Caitlyn is also just, yeah. The other one isn't even that good, but the Caitlyn, it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I feel like I attack, I do nothing, but every time they do one attack, I just die.
Yeah, that's because they're just way higher level now. Like, that's the thing, like, they are level like 10 or whatever. Because they have the kill count of 22 versus 3. This is like an impossible, but we don't give up. We don't give up without a fight.
Never give up.
These things are stupid. Also, I think because we just keep walking back, so they keep pushing us, but... Like, I'm trying to, because I'm trying to just straight on confront them and then I just die, so I don't know. You know what? Yeah, no.
In what match did they put us?
Yeah, someone voted no. I don't know. Maybe we do start another game. I don't know.
Yes, you want to surrender?
But I kind of want to see if we can at least just make more kills.
Yes, we can do that. We're gonna grab the asses here because they are here. Go away. Oh shit. Man.
Okay, I saved this turret. But they're not inside yet. Still have a fighting chance. Oh god, no. Oh my Jesus, he's strong. The Heimer was like 3 hits and you're gone. That's yep.
But the bitches keep coming.
But okay, we're still alive. We still live. This is such an impossible game.
Oh, that motherfucker!
Oh my god.
Oh, I want to kill him so bad.
Okay, let's target him all together. He's almost dead.
Yes. But he's dangerous.
I got him! He got me, but I got him. Worth it.
Let's go.
Like, yeah, shut down.
Oh, shit.
Okay, okay.
It just
That's worth something at least. Oh, if someone is here, yeah, no, fuck, okay.
Come back, sorry.
The minions were still pushing. Okay, I will defend mid a little. Dungeon! Oh, he's back, look out.
Oh shit. He's back again.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, that's stupid things.
I can't do anything. I can't.
Oh, it's almost
Jesus, he does so much
and
damage.
also almost dead.
He's dead.
Yes. Oh wait, I'm just gonna walk back.
I hope they're going for the dragon. Oh god.
Oh shit, they are inside. Sorry, I just keep spamming, but they are very inside.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I'm dead.
I was just walking outside. I was like, okay, they are there.
Yeah, I was like just pushing the minions back from the mid and they were just below me. Oh my god, she's almost dead. Oh, they're both almost dead.
We also dead.
She's dead? No, yeah, she's dead. Okay, nice. Oh gosh.
Oh shit.
Go. Oh, but he's getting back here as well. Oh, jeez.
Oh shit, that thing is inside again.
Yep.
Fuck. Oh shit! What's that mean thing? The big thing?
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Nice, I made a kill. Okay, I'm dead. Every time I'm like, let's no.
Every time it got so... You almost have them and then bad.
Yeah. But okay, I'm still proud of the way that we fought back because it was basically already a loss at the point that they were like 20 ahead and we had 0. Like we're not giving up without a fight and that's awesome.
No, we never given up.
Like, I still made 2 kills or so. It was something. But yeah, okay. Can only give one.
Give you and you.
Can only give
That I
one.
played with.
Wait, I can save mine and then I can give both with you next time. Yes. Okay, again, that was not that good. We can do again.
That was terrible.
I wanted to make it sound like less bad than it was. But yeah, it was just terrible. But hey, that's how we learn.
Yes. Oh yes, I'm support. Stay away from Seraphine this time, please.
Oh. Okay.
Which one am I gonna choose?
Where's the blitz? Where is she?
I just banned.
Okay, I know I can see him. I will ban Jax. I wanted to ban the how do you call that? It's something like with the hook. I don't like that one. Oh, that was yeah. That
Oh,
looks
they
great.
banned that Harmonite dinger. That person that we were
Oh,
very playing against to.
Heimerdinger.
Yeah, the Heimer thingy.
Yeah. Okay, should I? You are support Seraphine. Should I just try Morgana one more time? Feel like I should redeem myself because that is normally my. Oh. Aw. Okay.
Someone touched. Why?
But right away, new one. Okay. Oh, you're still support. Okay, we still have the same rules. We're good. Okay, where's the blitz? Blitz. Wait. I can just search. Okay, we have a Jackson jungle. No Heimerdinger.
No Heimer thingy. No, never again. Never again.
That's now the nemesis. Yeah, I'm just gonna lock in. Yep. We're gonna try it one more time. I can do it. Like with the cooler thing, I'm actually like with it right next to me, I'm actually getting cold.
Getting cold?
Yes. It's good, but like yeah, I'm actually getting chilly.
That's nice to hear. Then it's working.
Yeah, it is. It was like I got it on Bol.com. It was only like what was it, 60 or 70 euros or something. It was good. Yeah. I was looking at an air conditioning, like a general like AC in the last heat wave because I was dying. But yeah, no, those are expensive.
Yeah, and there also was nothing.
Yeah. Like everything is sold out everywhere, yeah.
Yeah.
Is Kill already off to unconsciousness or no? Did I miss that? First kill still alive. No, kill is here. Okay. I'm giving you both a big shouty in the channel. I gotta wait 1 minute in between. You got a candy fish, nice. I love there are so many weird and random fishes already in the base game. But I do want to add more custom ones. And the custom dungeons. Oh, I have to wait 1 minute and 20 seconds still. Oh, I won the raffle. Okay, that feels biased. It's taking forever to load again. Jesus.
Yeah,
Oh, you have such a pretty skin.
Yes.
Oh, very good, Seraphine. Fancy. Oh, you also have such a pretty skin. Okay, we all look fancy. Blood Moon Cannon. Blue eyes are awesome.
We are all fancy.
Salty fish? Yes, we also need a salty fish. Oh, you're probably gonna win second place, so yep, you can get your custom fish sheet. Oh, I still have to wait 15 seconds. What? I thought I was walking already, sorry. One, two, 4, 5. Damn. Yes, now it worked. Okay, now I gave you both a big shouty. Now I'm content. Now I can play again.
Let's go.
Nope. Oh, I missed.
Let them watch out.
Yep. Focus now, we're locking in.
Locking in.
Nope.
Mass pose. Some healing.
Why does he keep healing? Does he have vampiric stuff or something?
I don't have mana.
I know.
With that one.
Oh god, no.
Also don't.
Oh, nice. Okay, you can go back. We can switch. I can hold them off for a little.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just gonna play it real safe.
Yes. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'm on my way.
I'm focused like crazy. If I'm missing chat, I think I only see fish, fish, fish. You can do leaderboard, Salty, if you want to. Okay, nice.
Go away from Muffin. I missed.
I'm attacking the
Like-
top lane.
Get
tower.
you.
Like crazy.
Oh, I don't have mana. Oh, no.
Oh no!
Okay, go back, go back.
Have to go
Okay,
down.
I'm gonna go
Like,
real,
I
or we
hold
can
them
go
all.
back together real quick because we have pushed a little. Yeah, we can go back together if you want.
Yes.
Okay, how are you holding up, Mini Upkin? You doing good?
I'm doing good. I was attacking the tower. Manga.
Nice. Okay, you look so cool. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna grab those bitches now. Oh shit, I'm stunned. The bitches keep walking away.
Oh, oh, oh. Nice. Damn it. Like they're not owning us, but they're like equal-ish. That's annoying. You can't get them. Oh, oh,
Oh,
oh.
they are challenging, I guess.
Hey, we're back up too.
Yes,
Nice!
bitch!
You did it!
Yes! Oh shit, he's gonna die. Shit.
Fuck. Yeah, but he was channeling that from way too far. Oh, what? That was a misclick. Oh, yep.
Gonna shoot everything up. I gonna go back real quick.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Because
Ah,
I don't have
shit.
any mana.
Those who judge condemn themselves.
Okay, there's two of them now again.
Come here.
Come on now. Hey. Feature. Help push a little bit first.
God, what the fuck is that?
Gotta go back. I'm gonna go back here. Really risky. Okay, that's not a good idea. But ooh, no, that's not a good idea. I'm gonna make it. Bye bye. Bye bye. Okay, that was just a terrible idea. I was like, I shouldn't have done that. No, but like as I was doing it, it was too late.
It was too late, you already did it.
Ah, fuck. Oh,
Also,
yeah.
to go back real quick. They are not really far. They was standing at their turret, so I think they're gonna push now. But that is no problem. We can take them.
That's
Dungeon! Wait.
I think
Yeah,
this
we're good.
time we are sitting with people.
Ah!
that
No,
are
no, no,
not
no!
suited. Oh no! I'm coming! I'm coming! I'm coming!
I'm okay. Okay, I tried to join the dungeon. That was a terrible idea. Okay, I liked it again. No,
I'm
no,
stronger
no,
than the other
no.
guy, but I'm not able to finish my kills.
Oh shit. They're coming for me. Sorry,
Fuck.
I'm too Dutch. You're healing.
Okay. Oh, you can heal my.
Oh, I was too greedy. I was too greedy. Shit.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry.
No, 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 I'm okay. It happens, it happens. You were close. Oh god.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Okay, I'm going back.
I'm on my way
Held it off for a little bit, so.
to get my
Okay, they're attacking
essay.
now, but yeah. We got this, we got this.
Yes, we got this.
Oh, enemies are missing. I think they are gonna do the tower. The tower, the dragon. What the hell? Where's my brain? Okay, okay, refocus. Like they're missing from the tower, so I think they're gonna do the dragon. That's what I wanted to say because they're also gone here now. Yeah.
I got a kill. Let's go.
Oh, there's one here.
Okay, good. Ah, God damn it. I missed.
Oh shit, I
Oh
cannot
no.
jump.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, good one. Holy shit. Oh my god, you guys
Shit,
saved me.
that bitch is almost dead.
But... No! Fuck!
Oh, behind! Oh, behind!
Yep, he came through the jungle. Oh my god, he's killing everyone.
We did not
Okay,
saw that
it was
coming.
going good, but yeah, okay.
Yes,
He came out of nowhere.
He didn't
Fuck.
wait on our side.
Okay, okay. That was just mean. I'm going to help heal 1 second, push back mid, and then come back.
Yes, I'm gonna hold this.
Nice.
There's still two here.
Oh my god, I got away.
Get stunned again. Yeah, they are keep catching me.
Do we want to do the dragon? We can do the dragon, yeah. I don't know. Okay, but we're still just 7 versus 5.
I have to go back for him. my way, Muffin.
Okay, tower is okay. Nice. Hi.
Now we're gonna grab the bitch. Let's go, Muffin.
Nice.
Go.
Oh, that was a good one. That
Got
was
the
fucking good
my
teamwork.
ults on him. Everything. Oh, that bitch is coming. Just a little bit go back.
That's the thing. With the two of us, we can take them.
Yes.
If they're not bundling up, then we are stronger.
Just wait 1 second. Let's go. Who's coming?
Yeah, the minions.
Oh shit. We need some minions. Minions, come, help us. He's pussy. Oh shit, this other teammates also.
Yep, yep. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
We have to go back.
Run!
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Oh my
maybe
god!
not, maybe not.
Oh no, there's
Maybe
also one in
not.
the jungle. We're fucked, we're fucked, we're fucked, we're fucked. Run. Okay. Are you okay? Run, 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 run. I ran back so you could. Yes, 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 you lived. Oh my god. I ran back because then I thought that you had to follow me backwards, so then you had a little head start. Because I was gonna die anyway. Okay, okay. Why did it keep coming there from the jungle? Like it's just a fucking ambush. No, not Saran. They were doing pretty good still. It's 10 versus 8.
Yeah.
We're okay. We can do this. We can do this. Just that Jax is, or is that Jax? Yeah. He's a meanie.
Just gonna go back. We have this. We have those two.
Yep, 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 yep. Like we're a good combo together. Oh god.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Thank you. Just go away. Go away. Go away.
Fuck. 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 Oh god. Okay, yep.
Just
just
I just try to keep them away, you know? With everything I have left, then I go back. Oh shit, I have also...
Yeah, I'm almost back. I'm almost back.
I'm just gonna walk
Yep.
back. We are switching lanes to each other.
Yep.
Ah shit.
I'm coming. They're not gonna go through us. We're gonna get those bitches. Where are those?
Shadow is not as dark as one might think.
Is there again?
God, I missed it. Oh. Why did he spawn that thing there? Annoying. Oh god, where are they pushing?
No?
They're pushing mid or... No!
No! Stay away from my
Thank you.
family.
My god, it's three people. Oh my gosh. I trapped one. Oh no, okay, fuck. I tried to go back.
Keep walking.
Yeah, no, I'm dead. It's the whole team now.
Oh.
Like the one here in the jungle. It's the fucking whole. Yeah, no, it's 4 people. 4 people.
I tried to throw everything.
Yeah. That's what I mean. They keep coming with all of them. Like,
Yeah, to us. Why us?
yeah. Like, we're doing them pretty okay, and then they just bombard us. Like, Jesus.
Yes.
An enemy has been slain.
I helped you on the lane.
Thank you.
Going back to my lane.
I'm gonna go through mid.
Oh, no.
Do we need help there?
Oh, well, he's coming to you.
Yes.
Fuck,
he's
fuck, fuck,
definitely
fuck.
coming to
Oh.
me. What the fuck is that?
Okay, we got him together.
He's hitting hard.
Fuck, 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 fuck. Here's back up. Nice one.
Stunned him. Stay away from Muffin, you bitch.
Nice.
Sorry for the kill steal, but
No, that's no.
I just
Good
got
job.
I just destroyed it. Throw everything for us.
Back top lane to.
Okay, okay, that helps.
We're gonna get this.
There's 2 more.
Got 2 there. I'm gonna focus. Where are those bitches?
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay.
You have to go back.
I'm gonna go back.
Go away from Muffin.
I'm just gonna go back here because I don't trust the jungle. The jungle's scary. My gosh.
Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I also have to go quick back.
An ally has been slain.
Nothing makes you feel alive like knowing
Oh.
you might die.
All right, the plane is almost cleared.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh shit.
Let's go. Let me quick.
Yep, nope, I'm getting destroyed there.
Oh no.
Ow!
Dragon?
Range on that guy. Fuck. Wait, why would... What? Yeah?
People keep wanting to surrender.
I don't know. Like we're,
not that
like
bad.
we have the top lane completely destroyed.
There's someone in the bush. They are going to the bush.
Killed you.
Oh shit! I used my ult the wrong way. Fuck! Oh, but I give you healing. That was the most important thing.
Oh god, the other one is coming as well.
Do you need alpha?
Yeah.
Yes, we need help. We need help. The big one is here. Oh shit! Oh shit!
What? I rooted him and it didn't work. Fuck. Nice. Oh my god, this is intense.
It was really intense.
We have a full team here? Wow.
I I'm just gonna go back to Winnie Creek
Yeah.
because of my healing. Otherwise, it's not gonna go okay. Then I'm gonna come back to our lane. Oh, that big guy is annoying. He's strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my opponent. It's my opponent at the top lane. It's annoying.
But what is that? Is that also an agent or?
Righteousness, a splintered shield that I will shatter.
Oh shit, I got
We'll be coming back to bot. Yell if you are in trouble. But I wanted to push mid a little bit to create a distraction.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna get slammed here.
Oh no.
Oh shit, they are focusing me. Ow. Ow.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. Fuck. Do I go back? Do I push forward? I'm watching. Okay, no. They're good, they're good. Yeah, okay, I knew he was coming, but okay. I created a distraction and pushed mid like a shit ton.
He's going back to top lane, but he was out biased.
Wow, a treasure chest! Mid lane distraction accepted. I'll stand on standby. What? Bot conundrum? What? What? The bot is replying again. Oh my god, they're going for all the dragons. All the things.
An ally has been slain.
We are shaped by our foes.
Yeah.
They will destroy them together.
What's that big? Why is that thing so big?
I feel like there's someone here, but I don't know. No, okay. Oh, behind.
Yeah, in us back.
I knew. Fucking Jesus! I saw him peep out the jungle and the other side, but he ran on. Like, he ran. Oh my. No, yeah, okay.
Just keep coming.
It's too good. Okay, like they're coming there with 3 people now, I think. Yep.
But when we are back, we're gonna take the pictures. We're gonna take them.
These mortal cycles begin anew.
Okay, Muffin, let's go. We got everything we need.
They're also pushing mid.
We're gonna push you.
Okay, nice. That wasn't so bad. That could have gone worse. That was good. Yep, yep, yep.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Oh, that bitch is again there.
Oh my god. It's literally 3 fucking slashes and I'm dead.
Yes. Like, how the fuck that he's not gonna die? I press every button that I have.
Salty, you can't gamble all if you cannot type gamble. Like you keep gambling away all your muffins.
this will be a close one. Because we keep.
And you can assist you.
Oh, that's the big one. We're gonna help him.
Oh, he's not kind of annoying, but
Break his ass. They are covering with 15 men. So we are covering. Oh shit, I missed.
Is he immune to being rooted or what the hell?
no, I was able to stun. I don't know rooted, but stun. I know it's not.
Okay, now I just missed.
Shit, how do I miss that?
Oh god.
It's so annoying.
Have to go back soon. I think we're okay.
Oh shit.
So I'm breeding him, but that doesn't work.
No, that jungle guy.
Okay, I'm running.
Yeah, no, he's.
I'm sorry, I love you. I'm running. He's still following me.
It's following me, Muffin.
I'm gonna die.
Run fast for your mother.
I just ran into turrets and I was dead. Yeah, no. And he was still following me like fucking hell.
Yeah, keep running.
What a stalker. My god. GG's salty, god damn it. Just GG's.
We also have to be
Okay, but we did push back top now with all of us. And bot is pretty okay.
What do you want to push?
We gotta push. Like, I think they're going for dragons and stuff again, maybe.
So do you want to push? Apollo?
There's people in the middle lane.
Still 10 seconds.
An ally has been slain.
Okay, let's just try.
I thought the other guy would have followed me, but it just ran away.
I never done this before, so you know.
Yeah, just throw everything we got at it because I don't know if the enemy is coming or not. The enemy can steal the dragon from us at the last minute, so. But now we are pretty strong, and this is like, I think they're still pushing mid, so. I put markers there, and I think we're good. It's just taking forever with the two of us. Oh, they're doing the Baron. Okay, then we're good. Oh, but we gotta rush, because they can come here now. Fuck. Please, yes, assist us. Okay, we're good. Nice. Nice. That's a good comeback. Oh. No, stop wanting to surrender. God damn it.
I mean, I think it's now time to surrender.
Okay, maybe we did fuck up now. Maybe we do die now, but I still don't want to surrender. But maybe we die. Okay. Okay, maybe we shouldn't have done the dragon. Lesson learned. Yes. That was better. That was better.
It was getting better.
Yeah, but yeah.
Not that bad. It could be bad. Yeah.
I was not bad on that one.
the the game before that was very bad.
Yeah, it
Oh, but you were, yeah, you were good with napkin. Holy shit.
Oh.
Nice.
Like I died a lot, but I leveled up fast, so I was stronger than the other big guy, and it started to become bad when like the lanes started mixing. When they were going to attack your lane.
Yeah.
Now they were getting a lot of levels, and it was
Yeah, they were grouping up on us. But then we
At
we were
least
feeding them a
it
little.
was not an easy win for them this time.
Yup. I still don't know how you have 3 batches thingies. Your kitty is so cute, the icon.
Thank you.
What is this? Champion. Oh, I got some blue essence. What is this? Champion. I already have this. Oh, accept. Accept. Nice.
Oh, I'm support again. Of course, Seraphine.
Going Kennen again.
Oh, where is that thingy? The Jaime thingy band.
Okay, but don't surpass Silky, okay? From a salty. Jesus, these fishing scores. You guys. You're allowed to come close, but do not pass the Silky, otherwise you're gonna have a fight. Let's switch. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. It's working this time. A cool pirate skin. Okay, good, Salty, good. But yeah, okay, she was also fishing the whole time, but Salty was just. Okay, everyone ready? Are we gonna win this time?
Guess so.
We can do this, right?
Yes, of course.
Yes?
Yes, we can do it.
Just yes?
Yes, we can do it. I believe in us. I believe in us.
Get cocky.
Oh shit, I did not buy things. I did buy it, right? I don't know. Oh yeah, I cannot buy it yet.
Just hiding in the bush. Hiding in the bush. In the bush. Yeah, I already shot him in the butt.
Shot him in the butt. Let's go.
Man, they were scared.
Is there one? Oh, another one there.
Yeah, but I have the what do you call those things? The wards, the stealth wards. So we saw him coming. Okay, we're doing better. We're doing better.
Yes. That other one is not. Shit.
Okay, okay. I'll just push.
Yes, now I can do this. Yes.
Look out.
You've got dangerous eyes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I couldn't go quick
I know.
because of the mana.
I always shoot first.
If you also are coming back with your mana.
Yeah.
Spaces.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yep.
Yeah. No.
I was being cocky and I wanted to kill the guy, but nope. Yeah, nope. That was not gonna work.
I'll see you in a bit.
Set sail.
Running.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Told you I started the bingo, so then you have to guess with emotes which emote it is, and then you get the bingo. Yeah. You can choose if you want to start a bingo. You can choose which emote it uses, because if you use all emotes, it's like 200 or something. It's insane. I think I started one with only 70 emotes, if I remember correctly.
Not a problem.
Muffin, I have to go back.
No, I know. Trying to run. I'm gonna die. I'm dead.
Oh,
Run!
I'm
Oh
dying.
fuck.
Why are they keep
We were
coming
too far.
to
Fuck. We
us?
should have gone back. Yep. Okay. I tried to hide behind the tower. That was not. Yeah. Okay.
Why are they keep coming to us too? With 4
I
people?
know. We're doing too good, and then they're like, "Ha! We're just gonna team up with the whole team." Like fuck. No. No. Okay, we can do the Drake, but then we first have to do this.
Yeah.
I do want to do the Drake, but yep.
Shit.
We can do it. We can do
The guy in top lane is really bad.
Why are I keep nuking it?
Okay, I'm just gonna help with the dragon. Oh, why did he move? No, the dragon is healed. Why did they stop attacking? Why is that person just called Cam Girl?
They're coming to me. No way. They're coming to you.
Oh, yeah, we're fucked. Yep. They're stealing the dragon, yep. That went as bad as it could.
I'm also stuck. Yeah. I know that they're gonna do that because I not can handle those two.
Yep.
Then I had to go back. And then they was turning to the next.
Okay. There was one loss. That doesn't mean that we still have to lose. Okay, we're still almost equal-ish. We can do this. We can do this.
Kill those bitches.
Fuck. Okay. Breaky. Oh shit. Very good. That was nice. Oh, we're pushing back, baby. Yeah, we should watch out because if the enemy comes from the other side again, we're fucked. Ooh, almost. Fuck, no, I can't get greedy. Oh, that was so close.
God, let's go.
Oh no, I got greedy. Oh my god, you saved my bullet.
No problem.
Oh no, you're gonna die. Oh, you're okay. Oh no. Okay, you're okay. The emotional roller coaster. Oh my god.
Running. We almost had him. Almost.
So close. So.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
What? Ja. Echt.
We're gonna take them again. And again. Because we don't give up. Oh.
Oh, that was overkill. Oh fuck.
Oh shit.
Got stuck.
Oh, I got a kill again.
Go greedy here.
I'm on a rampage. Let's go.
Let's go.
I had a feeling I was doing pretty okay, but I'm just feeding the team now.
I'm just sitting in the bush.
The bush.
Really silent.
The bush.
Get cocky.
Go to the other bush. Oh shit, he saw me. every time. Motherfucker, come here. Oh. Oh shit. No, the teammate is here again.
Yeah, we have to go back.
Ah, shit.
Oh no, I'm fucked, I'm fucked, I'm
Oh!
fucked. Oh. You don't
I'm chasing.
touch me.
Didn't do that. Fuck. We almost had him.
Where are you?
Almost have the stupid idiot, but I can't. Now he's half healed.
I did my ultimate. I'm unstoppable, dude.
Bitch.
Step 2.
Fuck.
Watch out.
Fuck.
Okay.
No! Okay.
I just wanna push
I ran straight, but I couldn't. Like I couldn't dodge because the tower was like in the way. But the other one was coming from the jungle, so there were 3. And I got greedy because again almost killed the guy, but I have now.
Almost. Every time I almost got it, you know.
This is frustrating. Okay. Okay, we got this.
We got this.
Get the
Our focus
tower.
again.
But literally like 2-3 times now. They had this
Almost.
little
Every
HP,
time
like
almost.
almost, yeah. And but that gets me because then then I get greedy and then they killed me, and so now I just died 4 times. Oh god! Oh god! She came from the jungle.
Oh shit, I'm coming back for you. Where is she?
Fuck my life. She's dead, but yes, good job, good job. What the hell?
What the hell?
Why? I couldn't even get
Don't touch Muffin.
God damn it. Okay, at least she got instant revenge, but god damn it.
Alright. The guy in top lane is just camping the tower because he knows he's not able to kill me outside of the tower.
Okay, we're gonna go do dragon.
Is a dragon near me? Like at the top of the map or bottom of the map? Bottom.
Oh, there are enemies here. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm so dead. I made a kill finally, but I'm so dead. Okay, dragon is a no-go. Pookie, run! Pookie, run! Pookie!
I'm running.
Oh, yes! Oh my god, please, please, let her make it. No, yes, you can do it, you can do it. Run, 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 run. Yes, you did it.
Not a problem.
Okay, I'm back.
On my ass off here. But I got that other one that wanted to attack you from behind. The sneaky bastard.
Got a thing?
Don't get caught.
Coming to our place now again.
Alright. I'm back on my lane. It was 3v1 on the mid lane, and I just like walked back and I killed 2 of the 3 guys.
I know what I'm doing.
And the other guy killed the last one.
Some healing.
Fuck. No, again. Again! Again, almost. My gosh. Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
Oh yeah, nope, nope, nope. They are 2 on me. That's not great. Fuck. All right, I got my first death.
Handle me, summoner.
Are we gonna do the Drake? Oh, oh yeah. Okay, we're defending. Oh, could have got you.
Not.
Oh, you run! Oh. Okay, and we distracted them from getting the rest of the team, so yay.
So
We
is
got
I am.
Oh, what the fuck is this attack?
Yeah, I'm dying. I just want to do a distraction, then he got me.
That range was insane.
What's happening here? Oh wow. Okay.
Not a problem.
Unstoppable.
Fuck. Getting the tower.
Oh god.
No, 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 I'm dead. I'm trying. Today's not my day.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay, I'm sticking by your side. The hell?
You got him.
I got instant revenge, but he got you. But why did he continue to chase you? What the hell?
Because I was almost dead.
He just ran into the tower, everything. He was like, I'm gonna kill you, like, no matter what.
Yeah. Maybe he cannot handle that I killed him from behind.
No prey, no pay.
Okay, well, I'm pushing.
I'm coming.
Pushing, pushing. Oh. No. Yes, yes, you got him still. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. You go. You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. You got this. You're good as
Gonna keep running for the motherfucker. At least at the time we also every time we got one. Gonna make them crazy. Gonna make them crazy, crazy, crazy.
Ah, shit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there are they again. I'm stunning. Shit.
Oh, he's coming back.
Should have to go back a little bit. Minions are there. Oh, that's more than one now.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Running. God damn. I'm sorry.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Like I was running already, but yeah.
Also.
You gotta buy.
An ally has been
Urgent.
slain.
Be really quick back again. I'm just gonna walk because I can.
Oh.
Okay, I've got some more movement. They are there again.
You can handle me,
Let's
summoner.
go.
Wait, on my way.
Ultra asses, bitches.
Killing spree.
Don't gonna walk away. Go away, minions. You can run, bitch. But you don't gonna run. I'm coming for you.
Okay.
Oh, you're so.
We're going for the beast here.
He's got so much luck, yeah.
Yeah. He got away. But we scared us, by the way. We're gonna get it through now.
Oh my god, I was not focusing on the top lane.
I'm gonna take that motherfucking turret.
I don't fucking understand the dragon things. Like,
Oh shit. Why am I dying?
Oh god, run.
I have to go away. I come back later.
Yep, I'm gonna stay here to defend.
Coming back again. Let's
Nice.
go.
It was good.
No, this time you don't come away.
Yeah, he's getting away again.
Okay.
Oh no, no, you got greedy? No. Fuck.
oh,
Come here. Shit.
Okay, we're too greedy. We're way too greedy. Fuck. Oh god, he's coming for me. He's coming back. I saw him run back. Oh no. I know. Thank you. Okay, now I'm okay. Okay. I'm just going back real quick. Oh my Jesus. Like, oh, he's coming. He's coming. Yep.
Okay, come on.
My gosh.
Oh shit, he's there. Yeah, he's there.
Yeah. He didn't go back.
The other one is there.
Oh, he already went back. Okay. I'm on my way back. Just stay there. Don't go too far. They're both here.
Yeah, both again. I'm just gonna wait. They're shooting at me. Oh no.
Fuck. Fuck. Okay, we're okay.
Oh shit. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. But then
Fuck.
I'm alive again.
No, 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 no. Ah! He rooted me. I hate that. Okay, we need some assistance.
Oh, we're gonna get them.
Need assistance? Oh, well. Yeah. Oh god, okay, yeah.
They are there. Oh,
Alright,
come
15
back there. I'm
seconds.
gonna shoot his ass. 3, 2, 1. Bring me back! I wanna kick his ass.
Yep. Big
I'm
revenge.
already dead. Well, now we're gonna take them back. The bitches.
Are we gonna push back like crazy? Yes. Yes.
Not a problem.
Well, they can. We cannot also.
Ah, fucker.
I know what I'm doing.
Come with us.
I've got a
Where?
Don't fucking know how to use that.
Not me again.
You're just teaming on me.
They are.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Just on me.
I'm fucked. Distracted them. I thought maybe I could lose them, but I was so fucked. Oh my gosh.
Just getting sandwiches.
Yep.
They cannot handle that we kill them.
My gosh. Okay, I got 30 seconds. I'm gonna run for a drink.
Oh, somebody is in mid. To us. Somebody is just chilling here.
An ally has been slain.
Got a drink. I made it. Ah. Okay. Oh my god. Let's hit my butt down. Back up, back up, back.
An enemy has been slain. Step 2. Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh shit, he's getting attacked here.
Fuck, I am not even sitting down.
What?
No, 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 no. Okay, okay, good job, good job.
Alright, triple kill.
Oh my god, nice. Okay.
You're almost all dead, so we can go for the...
Yes.
You're all on a cooldown.
How do I come there?
Here.
Sure you can handle me, summoner.
Nice one.
I'm going back to the top lane because top lane is getting attacked.
Back here.
Nothing but powder monkeys.
Okay, we got this. We're gonna push bot again. We're gonna try.
Oh shit, they were all there. There are 4 guys on me.
Oh god, they're the Baron?
They were just there.
Oh my Jesus, that was a lot of damage, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, no, yeah. They're taking the Baron while we were taking the dragon, so yeah. I don't think it's a good idea to go there. Oh. Oh no.
I was just going back to my lane. I don't know why I deserved.
Fuck, you're gonna make good tools.
Double kill.
Nice. We are getting the.
Oh, nice, that combo. That combo is so good. Okay, we gotta do that more often. Then they have no chance. Oh my god, why didn't... Oh my... Okay. We're amazing super team if we do that.
Yeah.
The Baron.
Yeah, we're pushing bot real quick.
Oh, go. I will go.
Because we're pushing all the way here. Oh, are we gonna go back? Yeah. Okay, let's go Baron, fuck it. Oh my god, that was intense. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. There's an enemy right there in the mid.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, no, I got.
Oh.
My ultimate didn't activate it. Didn't
Fuck, I'm dead. Oh god. Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing there.
We can still try Baron, maybe.
It was almost dead, I guess. Will help there.
Oh, never mind.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Fish. Nice, Boogie. Oh, look out.
You just go full mid lane, pushing.
Okay, you got the tower, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're just going full mid.
No prey, no pay.
Nope. It's not going to do.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Step 2.
They are pushing to both sides now.
Fuck, no. No.
Oh,
No.
You were supposed to be bad at the game, okay.
It didn't work. They didn't listen. I'm doing so bad. Oh no. This is gonna be the end of it, no? No, you got this. I still have fucking 30 seconds, so I'm just gonna watch. But you okay, just defend. My god. That's the one that got me too. I was like, oh, I can stop them now. No.
I know.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. You got this, Napkin. I'm back in 3. Okay, I'm dead again. but we're switching, like we're changing guards. Oh my god.
Stuck.
Oh, GG's.
Two.
Oh. Oh, okay, but this was maybe, I don't know. We were doing really good until
Yeah,
that.
this was the best one, yeah.
Yeah. But okay, we should do like if we have Seraphine and the yeah, my combo.
Combo.
Yeah, that was so good. Mm. That was not so good. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
14 deaths. Oh my god.
Can I just go quick to the toilet, please?
Yeah, sure.
no.
Ew. Then I got a penalty, I guess.
Wait, I should close so then I will invite you guys again. I think I closed the party. That was not my intention. I just wanted to see if I have anything here. I can do it. These are all just skins. I do like that the draft picks with more of a team. Would you want to do more draft pick or maybe Aram?
What is Swift play?
It's like we can also try that. That's like a fast. Yeah, basically just a fast normal one. So you get like it's a weird combination of the Aram style. So you get your first 3 skills unlocked and you get bonus money. And it's just not selecting like your hero, but you also get certain heroes assigned that you can choose from. We can try one.
I know Aram is you don't like it's like random character or something like that. Like you choose from, I don't know what it's like one lane Aram.
Yeah, you have just one bridge. And then there's also like just random I still don't really understand the cards, to be honest. Like there's random power-ups and stuff that you can get.
I never played Aram.
Never?
Never.
Try.
Okay, maybe we try that another time. I don't know. Or do you want to try?
I don't know.
Okay, then we save that another time because I cannot explain anything right now. And it's just like there's a bridge and you gotta do stuff. Yeah.
And arena, I guess it's like one big arena and we all fight in the big circle or thing like that.
I think so. Like I only did that one, like I think once, but that takes a while. We can try
it's
a
like the
switch.
arena in Smite. I've been playing a lot of Smite and I was doing arena. All right, we can go for anything.
You know what? I'm just gonna do the same thing because that way we can like. I'm just gonna re-invite you guys back. But where I got? Why there's so many? You feel because then we can get like a little more comfortable with like the roles or the lanes or yeah.
Why do I not see the invite? Oh. Yeah. Thank you. It's already light again.
Oh my god, yeah.
Morning. It's
Oh my god,
small.
our time. Oh my
Okay.
god.
I don't gonna sleep tonight. Today.
You're not
I'm
gonna
gonna
sleep?
No, because if I go to sleep now, I have a lot to do, and I will sleep bad tonight.
Yeah,
Because I have to work Monday again.
Mm. Yeah, I am gonna take like a
Nobody
quick
needs
power
sleep.
nap. Hmm?
Nobody needs sleep. Sleep is not a thing you need.
Sleep, what is that?
Yeah.
I finished my pasta finding like my cold pasta, but it was still delicious. Yeah, I have like a barbecue at my mom's tomorrow, so she was like, "Oh, I can pick you up at 12." And I was like, "What? We were supposed to barbecue like dinner time, no?" I was like, "Yeah, but then you're on time and early." I'm like, "What? Like, yeah, pick me up at lunchtime for dinner."
I'm
I
top
don't
10
know.
again.
Oh shit.
Mm, you know, maybe. Oh fuck! Now I was too late. If you want to do that one, yeah, we can try again and then try the combo.
Oh, bye. Timer thingy. Now I know who I gotta ban every time.
Heimer dingy.
Timer thingy.
I'm trying to
Heimer dingy.
find where is that here. Oh no, not this one.
Oh, so you lost all your muffins again? Oh my god.
It's this one.
Briar, yeah, Briar is annoying. I didn't ban anyone that we normally have. That's good.
Oh shit. I almost forgot to log in.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try again and then we're gonna combine the combo. Like, if you charm them, I can ult and then they just die instant. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We go. That was loaded finally got quicker. Hey.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
My camera too much loading now.
Minions have spawned.
Not a problem.
Don't see anyone yet. Hi.
Bye.
Oh, there they are.
No prey, no pay.
Ah. Was too quick for them. Oh,
Wait, there are two. There are two where I am. Wow, I'm 1v2.
oh no.
But
What? Why? Don't they do jungle?
yeah, the jungle is helping the top lane, so I cannot. I can't do much.
Okay, just survive.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm surviving.
Okay, wait. Let's not push it too far. There's one pirate versus another.
Don't get cocky.
Another guy. The jungle is always top lane.
I'm on fire.
I'm fighting two people.
I have to go back, I have no mana.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Coming back.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has
All
been
right.
slain.
Well, the jungle was not. I almost killed both of them. I killed one of them.
Let's go. Unit shields?
How's the bot lane?
Okay.
I gotta recharge. Yeah. Thank you.
Keep them busy.
I know what I'm
Yeah, on my way back.
Someone's helping me.
An enemy has
Back
been
on top
slain.
lane.
set sail. Sure you can handle me, summoner.
Don't put any mana. I can keep
Same.
Not a problem.
I will hold them. I switch again.
Yes, I'm on my way and you go back.
Don't get cocky.
An
can run
enemy
back
has
if you
been
want.
slain.
They are kind of low. Might be one is very low.
Yeah.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Oh.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
There soon, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry, I was
No prey, no
back
pay.
again.
What's up? Hi, how are you doing? Doing good.
I know what I'm doing.
Shut down.
Away again.
As you labored, you are here, and I appreciate you being here. Mm. Oh, I got my ult.
I also.
Oh no. Oh, too far. I should go back. Thank you.
I'm gonna go back and try to keep all the melon here.
You're doing well, Virtual. Hugs and respect. Thank you. Being turbo.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Rampage.
But I'm shooting the wrong way.
Bye.
Don't get cocky.
I'm gonna go back. I was shooting with everything I had. So I only got no mana. Put them away.
Fuck, he dodged my ult. No, the bitch. I got him still. He got me, but I got him too.
Yes, let's go.
Okay, 1 for 1. That's still nice. Yay. But I ulted and he jumped back, like, yeah, the other side and
Yes.
around me. Like, my gosh. So I was like, I'm not gonna let you get away, bitch.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Oh shit.
Not a problem.
Oh. Thank you.
I know what I'm doing. You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Focus mode. Gosh, no. No. Okay. Made it out. Thank you. Refill hydration? Yeah, go do that. Don't forget to drink. I also got juice.
Set sail.
I'm running. Yay, nice! Well done, McNeopkin.
Sure you can
Yes.
handle me,
Am I gonna go back?
Killing spree.
Come over again.
Step 2.
Got they're both almost dead.
I'm coming.
Almost. Yeah, they're behind the tower. I think we can just take the tower. Hee and then we can help with the dragon. Oh fuck.
Not a problem.
Oh no.
Thank you. Good dead. I should have kept running, my gosh. That was pushing it too far. It was greedy. After they're dead or gone, then we can take dragon, but they're not pushing for the dragon yet, so that's good, I guess.
Don't get cocky.
But we gotta take our tower.
What shot offered flirtation and a muffin?
I know what I'm doing.
Oh my god, this bot sometimes. We can game to help.
I like that.
Tower. Probably. Almost. Maybe. Yes.
Minions, come. Let's go, minions. Take
Yep.
the tower.
Oh,
Yeah.
the dragon. Fuck yeah. Okay, look out because they're coming back. Oh, you guys already done a dragon, nice.
What is that?
The Hex Gate, I think because she killed the dragon. They get stronger, our minions and stuff. Wait. No!
I still don't have any items.
What if okay. You see its HP?
Yes.
My gosh. Yum, yum, yum. He's being meanie.
Step 2.
Yeah, I'll go back for the items because
I keep
5,000.
getting almost kills. Do I then just not do enough damage? Do I time it not right? What now? trying to figure out. Oh, sorry.
Bitch is coming.
Nice one.
Have to watch out for myself.
Legendary.
Okay.
I know what I'm doing.
That's what I mean. I was stuck in the bush.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I have to go back. It's in the bush every time.
Blazing. You've got dangerous eyes. I like
I
it.
got my ults. Oh. Let me give you something.
You have my ult as well, so if we can lure them in.
Let's go. Oh no. There goes
Fuck.
this.
Okay. Well, that was something. Let's call that the practice round.
That was a practice one. At least we got a little bit scared.
Oh, way too little
Our planet is about to be
HP.
destroyed.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nice one, nice one.
Keep coming.
You're doing good,
for-
Magnac.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Oh, echt? That bitch in the bush.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Again from the jungle, yeah. Is she still here?
No, that's the enemy. That one that's keep coming with two. He's every time in the bushes, in the bush.
I always shoot first.
I put a, what do you say, like some stealth thingy there. Let me know. Okay, help. Very good.
Set sail. The fun begins.
Nice. Oh god. Yep. Yes. Oh god.
Oh shit.
You know, push. Can we do this? Yes, do this. 2 versus 1. We can do this.
Let me come.
We got this.
Nice is not coming.
Alex? Yeah. Ooh, so close. Fuck.
These guys healing.
Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna run. Sorry. Oh, I'm so slow. Why am I so slow? Fuck my life.
At least I give you healing.
Yes. I'm okay, I'm okay.
Legendary. I know what I'm doing.
Ah, my gosh.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Alright.
gosh.
You've got dangerous eyes.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh god.
I'm just digging into their
Yay, we all helped. But yeah, now we can take dragon. What?
Oh.
Okay.
That's not cool.
We're going to do the Baron, apparently. Yeah, yeah, we are, yeah. We could also push, but yeah.
I've got a good feeling
Okay.
about this.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So go that way. On my way.
Legendary. Handle me, summoner.
Double kill.
I'm on my way.
Need help, but
God, it's true. Oh no, keep attacking it, otherwise it's gonna go. It's regenerating if we go away. I'm not sure if we're strong enough. No, we're not. Fuck, no, we're not. Nope. Just nope. Yep.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
This was a bad decision.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
we are attacking the core right now.
Oh, nice. This was a good decision.
We're just gonna go.
We were trying to do the Baron, but we couldn't do it with the three of us because you two are the strongest. Ah, but nice. We finally won one. Oh, that was good. But Nappy, yeah. You're carrying our butts now a little. Yeah.
It just went
Cookie,
out
you're really
of
good at
way.
Seraphine.
Thank you.
Chicken was great.
I did
I also did
Yeah. We were together. But that's the thing, like the other two were yeah. Were
I
me.
died 0 time.
Oh wow. Nice.
You did
Yeah.
a good amount of damage.
Okay, I think that was gonna be my last one for now.
That's good.
But thank you both for playing. This was lots of fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna check who to rate out into and then also end stream. Yep. Because it is 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's bedtime.
maybe good idea.
It just midnight here, so.
Yeah, just little power nappy. Yep. I'm gonna check whoever is live. Chicken dog. What is that game? Is this? He's playing League. Do you guys want to see more League? Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, she is not here yet, but I don't know. Wait, let me listen if she's. I will hear music. She's on starting soon, but I know who to raid out into. Okay, so I'm gonna say bye bye. I'm gonna chat. Ah. Are you guys gonna go to sleepies too or no?
No, I'm not.
Oh no, you already said so. Yeah, you're just gonna stay up. Yep. That is badass. Yep.
Gonna make breakfast, I think.
That is a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go walk might as well, like before it gets too warm again.
Yeah.
Because I walk very early morning and late nights. Yeah. Check. I'm just waiting, like here. But it is perfect because it is someone from the community and it's also someone who's gonna play League and also with another friend, so that's awesome. Oh yes, she's here. Okay. But I gotta eat it. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna read my people out. I say bye bye to you guys. So, bye bye. See you next time. Thank you guys for playing
Next
again.
time. Also, bye bye.
Night. Morning. Or yeah, bye.
Bye.
Okay. And night and bye bye. I am starting up the raid to Agborn because she literally just started and that's perfect. I have here a sub rate one. Still gotta replace that one, so we're gonna do that manually turbo if I can. Do this turbo. Oh, never turbo enough, but we can do it. We can do it. Okay, copy, paste. Again, thank you guys for being here. We had the 4th week in a row of Mecha Chameleon, which is amazing. Now, a pretty big words break. Level 41 was pretty nice. And I really enjoyed the random collab where, yeah, I was just seeing in my list like, oh, Pookie is online. Nice. And finally, McNapkin, you were here for the league, so you didn't miss it this time. I will see you guys after the weekend. I'm gonna post a new schedule on Monday, so you will see me probably just Tuesday. Because yeah, today, tomorrow I have barbecue. Monday is rest day, so I'll see you next week. Bye bye. Have a good weekend. Bye.
She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye. Pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, come here, baby, take a little seat. Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays.